Hello, and welcome to, well, an historic day in the history of the People's Voice. I've done these walkthroughs a few times to show you how the whole project has been progressing. And I'm talking to you now just a few hours before this great moment, this first one-off 5-hour broadcast from the People's Voice studio for the first time. Be presented by Richie Allen. The thing about Richie, he's such a introverted character, never talks, keeps himself to himself.
No, I do talk quite a lot.
It's the Irish genes, I think. And over here we've got Sean, who is the man who has pulled this whole thing together. Absolutely immense what this man has done. And there's not many people here now, but in a few hours it will be packed as people come to take part and celebrate an incredible achievement in an idea in May becoming this broadcast just 6 months later. And here's another guy, got his earphones on. This is Mickey. This is a creative genius who is responsible for so much that has made this possible. There's been a small core of people who have been here from the start, or almost from the start, and what they have done is extraordinary. You would have seen in the early walkthroughs. Well, you've seen it in the first one, it was just a part of the room. And then you would have seen it become this space, and now we are building it into what will become a second studio, and you'll be seeing Gareth playing music in here tonight. Now, I've taken you in here before, and but it's all been added to now. This is the gallery, the fantastic gallery. I don't know how these guys know what they're talking about. This fella, look, this is Dan. This
Hello.
Man has been extraordinary. You know what they say? They say men can't multitask. You are a man, mate, aren't you? Yeah?
I think so.
This man can multitask. Unbelievable. All the different things this guy has done, from technical to helping with the building of the studio, the whole shebang. We couldn't have done it without this fella. And over there is Simon Morris, who somehow knows how all this stuff works. And he has pulled the whole technical side together. And without him, yet another one, we would not be doing this tonight or be anywhere close. Now, I've showed you this studio many times before, and it didn't look like it does now. We have an amazing group of people that has been working on the People's Voice with an ethos and with a determination that what we're trying to achieve will happen. And that is the focus of everything that we're trying to do and everything that we do every day. Therefore, with that attitude, when you find yourself with challenges, then instead of spitting your dummy out, throwing the dolly out, and saying, well, it's not going to work then, it's not my problem, there's nothing we can do, what that ethos does is say, how do we get around it? And we had a situation because, you know, people think about the £300,000 with the donations and the crowdsourcing appeal. But in televisual terms, £300,000 is nothing in terms of what it costs to do this. I've seen a television van just down the road from here, not a big truck, a van just down the road at another studio which cost £400,000, an outside broadcast unit. That is well in excess of what we've spent to do all of this. And so when we were faced with building a set, in fact many sets, and the cost we were given was up to £30,000, there was no way we could do that. So we have an ethos. This must happen, this will happen. So what do? We build our own. People like Dan and the fantastic Charlie and other people in the team have put this together with the creative brilliance of Mickey. And there is a set for every show. We've got the lights up now and we're almost ready to go. It's been an extraordinary, near miraculous feat to put this together in such a short time. And I tell you, and I haven't done this for a long time, it is with the greatest pleasure and with a great deal of suppressed emotion that I say to you, we're now going live with the first programme, the first broadcast from the People's Voice studio. The People's Voice, built by the people, for the people, with the donations of the people. We've come such a long way in such a short time, and we have, I tell you, such a long way still to go. The People's Voice.
The People's Voice.
I want to hear.
The People's Voice!
For the first time, this is the space which the London studio is going to be built in. From an idea in May of an uncensored, free-to-air, global television and radio station, we're in a situation now where we have more than 30 programs in place.
Los Angeles, I want to hear those people's voices.
We went to New York, we went to Los Angeles, San Francisco, and then we went back to Los Angeles, and literally every day on the trip, I think we were there for 10 days, we were just inundated with people.
David and I put out the idea through a fundraiser through the Indiegogo site, and within 5 days they had raised £100,000. So you can imagine, with that kind of momentum, within 30 to 40 days, there was already £300,000 in the account. So we've hit the ground running, and the People's Voice is happening.
Cameras now are working, and I'll just test them out. I'm getting in the mood. Hello, good evening, and welcome. And have I got something amazing to show you next? Well, hello. Just did a shapeshift. This is amazing. This is our gallery, as they call it in television.
90% of your mainstream media is in fact owned by about 7 large corporations. We're going to be definitely focusing on the breaking news stories overnight.
Going where the mainstream dare not go.
My name is Ken O'Keefe, ex-Marine. The Middle East is a key region. If you don't understand the Middle East, then you're really going to have a difficult, if not impossible, time understanding what's happening in the rest of the world.
Young people, it's time. Stand up and be heard.
My name is Vanessa Mitchell. The Psychic Clinic is a fantastic new paranormal show. Open your eyes. Open your mind.
My name is Dr. Manjia Samantha Lawton. How much do you think you know about the universe? Did the Big Bang actually happen?
My name's Barry Sharp. My show is All Power to the People. It's all about you, it's all about me, it's all about us.
I'm Alyssa, and I am doing the Wakey Wakey show. It's just going to go out to anyone who's receptive, like a sperm seeking an egg.
My name is Gareth. I'll be presenting The Band, which is a music and art show. There's no rules. Who needs rules?
My name is Elizabeth Celente, and I'm working on the health show. I think the most sacred thing is our bodies. It's the most important thing you'll ever own in your life, so why not take care of it?
Hi, I'm Monica Sepulveda, and join me for my new show here on The People's Voice called Right Brain Thinking in a Left Brain World. I'm able to communicate with people who people say have died, but actually they resent being called dead.
What we're going to do is look at cutting edge news and finding solutions, and absolutely no conspiracy theories.
The world needs to change. So let's do it.
So you found us then. Hi, how are you doing? And welcome to the People's Voices studio here at the Wembley Point building in Wembley in London. I'm delighted to be welcoming you to this live special 5-hour show between now and around about 10 o'clock tonight, with a whole host of things happening. We're going to be introducing you to our presenters and also an array of special guests from all around the world who will be talking about the sorts of issues that we'll be talking about across our programming in the next weeks and months. That's the way it's going to be. Let me tell you who's coming on tonight. We got Keith Allen coming on. We got Cynthia McKinney, Lauren Moret, Norman Finkelstein, Peter Tatchell, Jim Mars, Richard C. Hoagland, how could I forget him, and a cast of thousands. So before we go any further, let's introduce you to the man who kicked it all off, the man with the huge idea, the big idea, back in May to start the People's Voice. It's none other than David Icke.
Hello, Rich.
How are you?
We made it then.
We did, we got there. After all
I
of
tell you
this.
what, there's loads of people out there looking very calm, but they've got very big web feet flapping like hell underneath the surface because, we've gone on the air well before we're absolutely necessary, so it's going to be a bit of fun tonight.
Well, it's
see
great
what
fun,
happens.
isn't it?
Oh, yeah,
and we've had an amazing few months here together, all of us putting it together, and it's been an adventure, to say the least.
It has, and the whole thing is information is the start. We can do the bells and whistles and all that stuff, but it's the information that matters. And people will ask, well, why are you doing it?
Yeah, first question, why?
What's the point? Well, first of all, I'm talking here tonight, giving my opinion as an author and a researcher, not on behalf of the People's Voice. But after 25 years of researching who really controls the world and the forces that are in the shadows, and the agenda for where the world is being manipulated, the direction it's being manipulated. It's very, very beyond important. It's vital to understand the influence of and the power of controlling the flow of sources of information. Because if you're the few and you want to control the many, whether it's the state or some Orwellian conspiracy, then your target population is so vast, you're never going to control them and manipulate them physically. You might do it in a small area where there's soldiers in the streets and knocking on the door asking for your papers, but you're not going to be able to physically control billions of people. So what you have to do, and all tyrannies are like this, you have to control their perception of reality. You have to control and manipulate their perception of the world events, governments, themselves, even the nature of life itself. Because from perception comes action or non-action. It comes in taking action or accepting the actions of governments based on your perception of the situation. And perception comes from what? It comes from the information you receive and how you process it. And if you look at the mainstream media, this is why the People's Voice is absolutely vital. You look at the mainstream media and there's this narrow band of information that we receive, and all the rest is excluded. Not only excluded, it's even ridiculed by that. And so from that narrow band of information that people receive in the mainstream, whether it's television, papers or whatever, they make their perceptions a reality. And of course, therefore, they make distorted perceptions and perceptions that are not seeing the whole picture. So the whole idea, Richie, of the People's Voice is to expand that range of information that people receive. Not say, oh, you must believe this and this is how it is, but
look at it.
Look at it. This is the range of information. And that will give people the chance to have a much broader perception of possibility of everything, from the reality to world events to what politicians are doing and banking scams, the whole thing. Because, we talk about, especially in Europe, where media regulation, I think, is absolutely outrageous. But we talk about the media regulators, about fair and balanced coverage. But that's disingenuous, because that's not what it is. And I'd explain what they mean, the regulators around the world, mean by fair and balanced coverage. When they say to a broadcaster, you must give a fair coverage of different views. They don't mean that. They mean this. You have a group of organizations and people, governments, political parties, banks, corporations, big pharmaceutical, big biotech and all the rest of them. And what I will call that is the system. These are different elements of what we call the establishment. And what mainstream media regulators say is you must have fair and balanced coverage. Not of that, but of that.
Of the narrow.
Of that.
Of the narrow.
And so if you have this party on or that party on, or this person says that, you've got to give a balanced feel for it. But over here, and this is the key about the people's voice, over here is a vast and daily increasing number of people, researchers, members of the public, academics and real journalists, who are challenging that system. They are challenging the pharmaceutical cartel and its view of health. They're challenging government statements. They're challenging things like the official story of 9/11. But the regulator's version of balance and fairness applies not to them. They're excluded. So, for instance, you have the official story of 9/11 accepted by the system in all its various forms, including the mainstream media. And over here, excluded from that, not given fair and balanced coverage, are people like
Richard Gage.
Yeah,
Richard
architects, absolutely top of their range, top of their profession architects, about 2,000 of them now, in an organisation which brought architects together over 9/11 to say, hey, we're architects, right? We know how buildings are built, we know how they fall. Those towers could not have fallen the way the official story says. So, if we're talking about real fairness and balance, then they are given that in the mainstream. But we're not. We're talking about fairness and balance for the system. It's the same with airline pilots who've flown wide-body jets and all this stuff for decades, who've got together and said those planes could not have been flown by the people they claim to have flown them.
And can I make a point here? Can I just jump in? Because it's important to reiterate, we're not saying, look, believe those guys. All we're saying is, why are those guys not getting a chance on the mainstream media? Excluded.
And this
not believe them, listen to them.
And this is why I said earlier that if you want to manipulate perceptions, then hold the line in terms of the information that people receive to conclude those perceptions. So what the people's voice is about is not saying we're not talking to you, mainstream. We want to, and we want to ask them the questions the mainstream won't ask to see if what they're saying stands up or not. But saying, actually, real fairness, real balance. We are going to take the excluded and we're going to put them in with the currently included, and we're going to give everyone a voice. And it's staggering to think, Richie, that in 2013, that simple basic fact, that simple basic principle, is a revolutionary act.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
So that's why the people's voice is so incredibly important and has to prosper. Because if it doesn't, what's left is the constant and continuing erosion of even the freedom of the mainstream media.
Now, we've launched, we haven't launched, we will be launching soon. We have this programme tonight which is marvellous, but there will be people thinking, what's happening with the People's Voice? What's the news about the launch? There is some news on that.
Well, it's interesting that I've just been talking about media regulators. We were approached about, 2 weeks ago, by the media regulator in Britain called Ofcom, Office of Communications, which is run by a man called Ed Richards, who was a senior advisor to Tony Blair when he was Prime Minister, and actually helped to draft the legislation that created this Ofcom media regulator, which he now heads. And they were saying that because of a EU directive, I've got it, it's in triplicate by the way, and probably a lot more, AUMS, Audio Visual Media Services, that they can insist that the People's Voice has a license from them before we can transmit on the internet. I think that the internet community in Europe will be and should be absolutely shocked and astounded by that, because of course it's a way of regulating the internet, which is not what we want and supposed to be happening. But anyway, they say we need a license. We've seen or spoken to two major media lawyers who've told us that, yes, that directive, that's the case. So we've applied for a license. They say it's about 20, 21 days on average. And it's going through now. And we have therefore put back our proposed on-air date of the 18th of November to the 25th because we didn't want to get so close and then the license not come through and so on. So we're aiming now to go on air on the 25th of November. But that apart, and the kind of delay that's caused, what has happened here and what we're doing now is, of course, just astounding, given the few months that it's taken. And, you know, the people have spoken. When you attract that amount of capital, very limited as it is in televisual terms, but not in terms of what people give, and you are able to get to this point on a wave of support, then the people are saying, we want this to happen. And it's just an amazing phenomenon from the time that we launched this.
And we, just before we get to our first guest, we see it on a daily basis, don't we? We see it around the streets of Wembley and North Wembley and London, people coming up, especially young people coming up to go, you know what, David, I've seen what this is going to be and I really like it and I really want to get involved.
Absolutely,
it's terrific,
absolutely extraordinary. You know, 20 odd years ago, people used to point at me and laugh and shout and abuse. Now they stop me in the street, as you've experienced, and say, "Hey, it's fantastic what's happening." Yeah.
Good luck.
And this is the other point. Finally, Richie, that you know this has been put together by an extraordinarily few people, and when we go on air, in PR terms, I think they use this phrase: "It's going to be a soft launch." Not, you know, all the stuff that, you know, fanfares. We're going to go because we want to get it right and just ease into it. But there are a tremendous number of programs that are in production that won't be there at the absolute launch. But the reason is that we need studio directors, we need volunteer studio directors, we need volunteer editors, and we need volunteer producers, because the programs are there, it's all there. We just need them putting together. And we need people with the ethos who are doing it because of what we're trying to achieve. And they leave their egos at the door, they leave their agendas at the door, and that united focus is what we need. They're the kind of people that will make the difference. And of course, it comes back in this crazy world in the end, in terms of where the people's voice goes from here and whether we continue into the future.
Well, that brings us to why you're asking for public donations to fund the station.
Yeah, we need regular income. Now, of course, once we get on air and people can see what we're doing, that will attract advertising and sponsorship, of course. But even then, there is a vast amount of sponsorship and advertising we won't take, because if we don't believe it's either neutral or positive in its impact on society, as I've said many times, Richie, in the run-up to this, if we had 2 weeks to go, or we were off the air and away we went, and a biotech company like Monsanto said, "Okay, we'll give you $1 billion to keep going." Only one finger would be in the air, to be frank, because there is no point in our existence if we go down that road. The only point in our existence is if we're different, if we're honest, if we have integrity, and the ethos is the guiding light. And so we do need ongoing income. We have this campaign where people can donate a very small amount a month, whatever they can easily afford, even down to £1 a month. Because, you know, I talked earlier about the numbers in the target population compared with that which is manipulating. And those numbers, if they gave in very large numbers, significant numbers, just £1 a month, that even the people that come to my website every every month, if a significant number of even them gave £1 a month, we would have enough money to take this station and this channel where we want to take it, which is to a place where it will make a very, very significant difference to the free flow of information. Not to tell people what to believe or to think, but to give them the opportunity to see that there are other explanations to the world and world events than they're getting at the moment.
And looking further ahead, I know we've only just begun this, and this is our first live broadcast. But wouldn't it be marvellous in a few years' time to see an idea like this catch on, and you have bureaus in different cities around the world, even in 2 or 3 different cities? That would be absolutely incredible, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would, and it's not impossible, because, you know, we've hit a wave of interest. You know, people have said for years, you never believe what you read in the newspapers, but they went and did it. But I've seen a big change in the last few years, a big change, first of all, since 9/11, but a big change in the last year, 18 months, 2 years, where people are saying, you never believe what the media tell you. And then it's kind of, the penny's dropping a bit further, and they're going, no, you can't, can you? And certainly people don't believe politicians anymore, which is a great step forward, whatever party. So we are at a point now where, as we go to air, where there's this enormous appetite and desire for what we're doing. So the potential is limitless. It's limited only by in the end, finance and funds to make it happen, because the desire's there. And in small numbers, because of the vast numbers involved, in small numbers in terms of amount, the money is there to make that difference if we just give the smallest amount. And it's non-profit making. Nobody gets dividends from this, none of it. I'm working as a part-time volunteer, have since the idea came, and there's nobody taking dividends out. This is about the station, and everything goes back in the station. Because if this don't work, then I don't know what will.
Well, there's no if this don't work.
Oh, absolutely.
Look, you're going to be dropping back in and out during the night, and we're going to talk a little bit later on in more detail about some of these issues, David. So
Okay,
we'll see
Rich.
you soon.
I'll see you.
He's pretty cool, isn't he? Our first guest is a brilliant actor, comedian, author, musician and television presenter. He's really brilliant, this guy. His TV credits, they include the comic strip, Inspector Morse, Black Books, Art School and The Body Farm. He's been in some of the best British films in recent years as well. I bet you've seen Trainspotting and Shallow Grave, Twin Town, 24-Hour Party People, and at one time he presented Top of the Pops. He made a movie a couple of years ago called Unlawful Killing. It was about the inquest into the death even of Princess Diana and Dodi, and it was screened at Cannes, but it hasn't been seen in Britain after he refused to make some 87 cuts demanded by lawyers. It's a huge pleasure to welcome the brilliant comedian Keith Allen to the show. Keith, good evening and thanks for joining us. Hello Keith, are you there? We're having difficulties hearing Keith at the moment, so we'll give it a second and we'll crack on with that.
I'm still here.
You're still here, we can talk to you. While the guys are working on getting Keith back on, we'll have a quick chat with David.
It's me again.
Yeah, so Unlawful Killing, that's an interesting story.
Yes, it is, and we're going to get Keith back when we're actually on air to talk specifically about that.
About that, yeah.
But, you know, that's another interesting whole area, the death of Princess Diana. Again, going back to what I've just been saying about the media and then the coverage of it. I saw a BBC Panorama programme, which was about a week after Diana died, that went to Paris and decided the official story was true. And there are so many anomalies to it, as there are with 9/11, that at the very least there are fundamental reasons why it should be investigated. Because it's very simple, you know. I've been talking for years about something I call problem reaction solution. It's a devastating manipulation technique. You want to change the world in a certain way, and you know that if you openly just say we're going to do that, that you'll get a big reaction against it. Say the war on terror without 9/11, or a banking crash, or a government crash, whatever. You then, of course, don't do it like that because you don't want the opposition. So at stage one, you covertly create a problem. It could be a government collapse, it could be a banking crash, it could be a terrorist attack. You then tell, this is the key point about the People's Voice's existence, you then tell, through an unquestioning media, you tell the public the version of that event you want, i.e. bin Laden orchestrated 9/11 from a cave in Afghanistan. You want at stage two a problem reaction solution. You want a reaction from the public that says, do something. You want a reaction of fear, of outrage, of something must be done. What are you going to do about it? At which point, those that have covertly created the problem and glean that reaction then offer the solutions to the problems they have themselves created. And the key part of problem reaction solution is that part, where the official story is given via an unquestioning media to the public. And if we had a media that genuinely investigated, that genuinely sought to question whether the official story of everything is true and stands up, which is all you're asking, then the media would find endless flaws in that. I mean, I've done it myself for 25 years, and they would tell the people a different version of that event, and the people therefore have a different reaction, and they wouldn't be able to give the solution and move the society on in the direction they want to go. So the media is absolutely vital in questioning official versions of events. And what has happened in recent years, I mean, 9/11 is a fantastic example, and so is the death of Princess Diana, is so much of the official stories, they are just allowed to circulate unquestioned. What you get is the government say, the government claim, first time around, and then from that point on, whatever the government has said and claims becomes official history. Unquestioned. Oh yes, 9/11, 19 hijackers. You thought the BBC all the time. No question. And then when anyone challenges it, you're a nutter, you're crazy, you're a conspiracy theorist. So that's why it's vital. It's vital we exist.
We're going to go to a piece of video. Let's have a look at this.
Are you sick of being lied to?
Do you think that you're getting the whole picture?
There's always another side to every story.
Are you ready to see something different?
Like you've never experienced before.
Truth.
Integrity.
Health.
The nature of reality.
Transparency.
Empowering information.
New ways of looking at the world.
Music, news, alternative views.
Going where the mainstream dare not go.
Your voice has been silenced for far too long.
What have you got to say?
The world needs to change.
The world is truly of our own making.
People are waking up.
It's time to take your power back.
The time is now.
It's time for a new voice.
It's up to you.
We want you to be part of it.
We can do this.
Join us.
The People's Voice.
And welcome back. You are with TPV, coming live from Wembley Point in Wembley. I did introduce our first guest earlier. I'll introduce him again. He's a terrific comedian, author, musician and TV presenter. We all remember the comic strip. He's been in Inspector Morse, Black Books, Art School, The Body Farm, and some great British films in recent years. I mentioned Trainspotting, Shallow Grave, Twin Town, 24-Hour Party People, and he's also presented Top of the Pops. Recently, Unlawful Killing, his film about the inquest into the death of Princess Diana and Dodi Fayed, was screened at Cannes, got a standing ovation there, but it hasn't been seen in Britain yet because he refused to make some 87 cuts to it, demanded by lawyers. It is a real pleasure to welcome Keith Allen to the show. Keith, thanks for your patience. How are you?
Need a hiccup out of the way. Can you never hear
And
me?
I am struggling to hear, Keith. While we're trying to get Keith back on, let me just tell you what is coming up during the programme tonight. Lots and lots happening between now and 10 p.m. I did mention earlier we will be speaking to people like Cynthia McKinney. You might remember, two-time congresswoman from Georgia in the United States. You might remember about Cynthia. She was the lady who tried to impeach Condoleezza Rice, Donald Rumsfeld, George W. Bush, Cheney, all of those. Very outspoken lady. She'll be on the programme. Fukushima. David was saying something to me in the office last week. He was saying, what happens to these stories? You get these huge stories, and then for weeks at a time they drop out of the media. Well, a lot is happening in Fukushima. We were told in the last couple of weeks that 300 tonnes of nuclear waste is going into the sea on a daily basis from the plant. Lauren Moret, who's a famous nuclear whistleblower, she'll be joining the programme a bit later on. Norman Finkelstein, what a fascinating man he is. He'll be joining us. Richard C. Hoagland. Terrific guy, Richard. Worked for CBS back in the 1960s on the moon landings and has written a lot of books about NASA. He's got a website called Enterprise Mission where he kind of looks at NASA and what NASA has been doing in the last 50 years, and he tries to bring to the fore documents and information that maybe NASA is not telling us about. Richard C. Hoagland, he'll be on the programme. Peter Tatchell, human rights legend, I suppose you could call Peter. Hugely admired and respected in the lesbian, gay, bisexual and transgender community. He'll be joining us in the studio, in fact. We'll be speaking to Sybil Edmonds, Jim Mars, cast of thousands here, as well as introducing you to some of the presenters and contributors who will be with us in the coming weeks and months. Mr. Reich. You were bound to have teething problems on night one.
I did say
it'll be all right on the night, says you.
I want to have a look in the gallery. It must be hilarious.
We're told we can try Keith again.
Yeah,
do you know what? You're going to sit in on this because it'll work this time.
This is
Keith Allen, the brilliant comic and brilliant author and television presenter. Keith, please God, are you there and can I hear you? Good evening, sir.
Can you hear me?
Keith, good evening.
You have a real problem
I
hearing.
think Keith can hear us, but we can't hear him. It's one of those things. We'll crack on. Keith, if you can't hear me, say a big hi, how are you doing to me, and we'll crack on with this.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hi Keith, welcome and thanks for coming on the programme. Tell us a little bit about why you think something like the People's Voice is so necessary.
Well, I would love to do that, but I'd be wasting my time up here. I think you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you now, Keith, thankfully.
Hey, how are you? How's it going?
It's great, Keith. Thanks for doing it. Thanks for doing it on a Sunday. Tell me about why you think something like the People's Voice is so necessary.
Well, I think you've explained most of it, you know, about why it's needed. I think what's really important about it is that you get across to people that it's about them, and the actual programs that you're making are about them, and it's about their involvement. It's really about people becoming involved in something, and if this can be a conduit for that, then it's a very potentially powerful tool, you know. But again, I always emphasise it's about people getting involved.
Keith, you're going to come on and talk to us in the future, to David and I, maybe on breakfast, about the brilliant film Unlawful Killing, which I happened to see in Spain earlier in the year. We won't get into that too much, we'll get into that in the future. But on some of the issues that we talk about, like September the 11th, like the nuclear stuff that's going on in Fukushima and stuff like that, do you share our concerns, Keith, and do your peers, other actors that you meet, are they interested in this sort of stuff?
Well, look, I mean, I think the world is now interested in its well-being, you know. I mean, I think that's a given because I think mostly because of the power of the internet, people have a lot more information so that they can base their judgments on a lot more facts, you know. So I think everybody's concerned. I don't think it's unusual to find an actor who's politically aware anymore, more than it is any other kind of person, you know. So I think people are at a point in their existence now where we are concerned. And I think having broadcasts like this on the internet is very important, you know, terribly important. And of course I share all your ones. I mean, the fact that the press are in cahoots with government and intelligence agencies, it's no surprise to me whatsoever. And I think it's very telling right now that the court case that's going on that involves Rebecca Brooks and Andy Coulson is happening just after the Leveson inquiry. And I think that things will be unravelled. I think people become aware of exactly how they do operate and how many backs are being scratched by whom and in whose best interest it is to maintain power. And you will usually find that it's the people who own the newspapers, and they're usually the same people who run massive corporations.
Would you be worried, Keith, on the back of Leveson, would you be worried about possible infringements on the freedom of the press and their ability to report freely on whatever it is they want to report on?
No, not at all. No, not at all. I mean, look, it's becoming increasingly apparent that, especially with this court case, I think the judge directed the jury when he said that, it is incredibly difficult nowadays to not know about the case that you're sitting in judgment of because of the internet. So, if the power of the press is waning, I think what we have to concern ourselves with is the strength of the available tools that we have in order to get ideas across,
Will we move away, Keith? Sorry to interrupt. Will we move away from the printed press as we know it? And you mentioned earlier on the internet. Will we end up with our journalism being blogging online, blogging on Twitter, people writing on Facebook? Is this the way we're going?
Well, I think it is. Yeah, I do. And I think what's key here is, and it's very interesting talking to you on this particular channel about this, is it's associative. Everything is associative. That thing with Russell Brand when he did that interview with Jeremy Paxman. If Russell Brand had come onto your station and given virtually exactly the same opinions that he gave there, which, then they're not new, they're not extraordinary, they're not extraordinarily radical or anything like that, then he would have been considered, kind of maverick and outsider, and he would have been ostracised as a lunatic. But because he has is given a kind of gravitas, by the fact that he's being interviewed by Jeremy Paxman, you shouldn't forget that, and I think that the more people that have weight that come on channels like this, then the more seriously what you're talking about will be considered. I think it was very smart of you, in your trailer to say, we're not interested in conspiracies. I think that's very good to say that you're not interested in conspiracies, because you don't want to be tarred with that brush,
Wasn't it interesting that a couple of days after Russell spoke with Jeremy Paxman, is that Jeremy came out and said he didn't vote in the last election himself? I mean, that's an admission, Keith, isn't it? Things are changing slowly but surely.
Yes, of course it is. I mean, I've never voted in my life, a dear friend of mine, Tony Allen, comedian, he used to say as part of his act, this was in the late 70s, if voting changed anything, we'll make it illegal. It's true. It's absolutely true. It's all contributing to that kind of mask, of democracy.
Yeah. I used to talk to an American cab driver, a very famous guy called Peter Franklin in New York, about politics. And he used to say, Keith, you know what, back in the beginning when democracy happened, whether it was the Greeks or the Romans, whoever it was, he said the idea was that somebody would leave their land for a couple of years, represent their people in the capital city, then they would go back to where they came from and somebody else would have a go. That sounds a bit better than career politics, Keith.
I think you're right. But then you could say exactly the same about career religion.
Yeah, it's true. It's absolutely true. I've got a question for you, because when we announced that you were coming on, somebody said, you got to ask Keith Allen this. In recent years, they said, your career has gone more and more serious, Keith, with the successful movies, the Agent Cody Banks movies, the Bodies drama. What about the comedy, mate? What's happening with the comedy?
Well, actually, funny enough, I was going to propose an idea for your station.
Propose away.
I think it'd be I think it might be quite good. On Channel 4, they've got this thing called Forethought TV, which is just a snapshot of an idea that is kind of presented. Well, I think you should do something that, it's just a tiny little segment thing, 5 minutes or 10 minutes long, where it looks at the crass hypocrisy of the day, and it's always there in front of you. You can find it anywhere. And you should call it Rebecca Brooks's hair. just a 5 or 10 minute thing, just so you can just very, you know, just make a big gesture of a Hippocratic. I was going to say Hippocratic oath. How do you say it? A gesture about something extraordinarily hypocritical, and yeah.
We've got we do have a show we're launching called The Lock In, where we're going to be asking stand-up comics to sit around a table in a bar, have a couple of drinks, Keith, and give their opinions on what's happening. That's something I'm looking forward to.
Be very careful there, because comics are the most boring people in the world. When they get together, they just try and fun, of course. It's painful. It's so painful. When you get a lot of comics who can't shut the fuck up, it's just a... I wouldn't do that if I were you. I really wouldn't.
Well, that's the end of that idea then.
Just go to a pub and get 4 people to talk. That's much more entertaining.
I'll just make a quick apology for the language I'm being told to say, but that's no reflection on you, Keith. Keith, tell us this: what are you doing now? I know you were in theatre in the UK this year. What else is happening at the moment?
Sorry, I just lost my lighter. Actually, I'm kind of getting into promoting stuff. You know, I put on the Establishment Club, which is a show I do at the Ronnie Scott's once every month or a couple of months. And I've taken it on tour in a tent, and I've just bought a huge tent. Yeah, I've got a big tent, and I'm doing Latitude next year. I'm scheduling 4 days there. So I'm kind of, you know, doing stuff.
No more stand-up, Keith, not in the immediate future.
Well, I mean, I do kind of host the shows and stuff like that, but I have no intention of going back to being a stand-up comic. You know? I mean, look at me.
What do you mean, look at you? What's wrong with you?
Look at me. I look like Ted Molt. So
if I knew who that was, well, I do, but I can't picture him.
He ended up selling double glazing on television.
Keith, I want to thank you for coming on and giving us your support. It's absolutely brilliant. We will be catching up with you in the not-too-distant future to talk about Unlawful Killing, which is still for us a huge issue. That film should be seen by everybody. Look after yourself, mate, and thanks for coming on to talk to us.
Congratulations on getting this far. I think it's fantastic. Well done.
Well, thanks very much, Keith. Thank you. Bye. And we're into another film for you to watch, another film clip. Have a look at this.
Are you sick of being lied to?
You think that you're getting the whole picture.
There's always another side to every story.
Are you ready to see something different?
Like you've never experienced before.
Truth.
Integrity.
Health.
The nature of reality.
Transparency.
Empowering information.
New ways of looking at the world.
Music, news, alternative views.
Going where the mainstream dare not go.
Your voice has been silenced for far too long.
What have you got to say?
The world needs to change.
The world is truly of our own making.
People are waking up.
It's time to take your power back.
The time is now.
It's time for a new voice.
It's up to you.
We want you to be part of it.
We can do this.
Join us.
The people's voice.
And welcome back to TPV in London. I get to introduce my mate now. Gareth Ike is the singer-songwriter. He's a legend. He's just released his 2nd album, which is called A Brand New Battle. He's had a massive 12 months. He's played to huge crowds at the Isle of Wight Festival, and he's also been at Wembley Arena too. He's in the middle of a huge tour at the moment, and he's juggling all of that with his brand new TV show for us at The People's Voice. There's a huge buzz around the show. It's called The Band, and we'll hear more about that a bit later on. In the meantime, he's going to play a track from his latest album, and it's over to the amazing Gareth Ike.
We got beat up, beat up, beat up, beat up and beat up, but we'll clean up, clean up, clean up, clean up and clean up. Yeah, we'll stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, be counted. Rise up, rise up, rise up, rise up and glow. Rise up and glow. Light is breaking through the cracks. Darkness wants to drag you back. Who dictates all the stakes? So while this lights right down through paper routes, but I can't hold it down. My stomach knots, tears and erupts. We get beat up, beat up, beat up, beat up and beat up. But we'll clean up, clean up, clean up, clean up and clean up. Yeah, we'll stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, be counter. Rise up, rise up, rise up, rise up and glow. Rise up and glow. Sending bitter kids to war. Don't know what they're fighting for. Who decides who survives? Oh, well, the man, he has no respect. People that he represents will stand proud. Drag them down. We'll get beat up, beat up, beat up, beat up and beat up. But we'll clean up, clean up, clean up, clean up and clean up. Yeah, we'll stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, be counter. So rise up, rise up, rise up and glow. These beating hearts, oh, our hearts. 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 Beat on. We got beat up, beat up, beat up, beat up, beat up. But we'll clean up, clean up, clean up, clean up and clean up. Yeah, we'll stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, be counter. Rise up, rise up, rise up, rise up and glow. Rise up and glow. Rise up and glow.
My name's Barry Sharp. My show is All Power to the People. It's all about you, it's all about me, it's all about us. It's alternative topics of what's going on in the world today around us. It could be chemtrails, it could be 9/11, it could be the way the police interact with the youth. Whatever's topical at the moment, it's a phone-in show. I will have specialist guests, a panel, singers, rappers regarding the subject. Whatever, you know, it could be anything. It will be alternative to the average news, alternative views. I'm impartial to everything. I see the People's Voice as a platform for everybody to say what they really think, not to be fed bullshit by the media. You know, this is an alternative media. We talk about what's really going on below the surface, not what you're fed. And many people have voices and they're not heard. This is a chance for you to really say what you really think. What you're going to get here, I believe, is experts in their field. You know, they've researched it. They know what they're talking about. You might not believe them, but at least you're going to get an alternative view to the news. In newscasts, the average newscaster, the presenter, he will have 2 minutes of information and then do his version of it, what's going on. He has actually no idea, and 10 minutes later he's talking about something completely different. These aren't experts. They're just giving rough opinions, rough perceptions, what they've been told. That's not reality. We need an alternative version. This could be the alternative version. It might be the wrong version, but at least you'll have another perspective of what's going on. You can work it out yourself.
Welcome back. My next guest has got an incredible story to tell. 3 years ago, he spent a couple of nights in a Toronto jail cell after he was caught growing marijuana on his balcony. Since then, he's been caught up in a complicated legal battle that he says has roots as deep as the Constitution. In the meantime, he has a court-ordered exemption from Canada's laws. This makes him the only Canadian legally entitled to grow and to possess his own weed. Matt Myrna, good afternoon in Toronto. How are you?
Good afternoon, sir. I'm doing mostly well today.
Great to talk to you, Matt. For those of our viewers who don't know much about you and haven't seen you, give us a little bit of a background to your court case. How did you first of all get in trouble with the authorities in Toronto?
Well, I have a small brain tumor back here, and it causes a great deal of pain. So I had discovered about 20 years ago how marijuana really helped my life, and it reduced a lot of pain and complications I was having. It's expensive to buy marijuana, so one summer I put a bunch of plants on a balcony, which is about 400 feet above the city of Toronto, believing that I would be okay. I wasn't. I got busted for doing that, and it began a long legal battle where I argued with my lawyer that I should be allowed to do this.
Now, tell us about when you got the knock on the door from the police exactly, and what happened then, because I mentioned in the intro you did spend some time in a jail cell in Toronto. What happened there, Matt?
Well, we came home and the police were sitting on our front door waiting for us, and they asked us to talk to us. We instantly, a friend of mine said, you know, I'd like to speak to a lawyer, after he heard me instantly say I would like to speak to a lawyer. So we instantly shot them down in terms of speaking to them. We were in custody long before they got a warrant for the house that we were living in, or the condo, sorry. And in the case of all this, because we refused to speak to them, they held me actually for 2 weeks, because it just took them 24 hours to get into the house. And then because I was such a jerk to them, they put an astronomical bail attached to me in cash. They wanted $40,000. In over 2 weeks, they were able to negotiate it down to about $1,500.
That's extraordinary. So what happened then? You obviously made the point that you were growing your stash for yourself, and it was for your own illness. What happened then? Did you get formally charged? Were you arraigned? How does it work, Matt?
Well, I was formally charged, and it's been a 5-year legal battle. I was formally charged with simply growing marijuana for myself. I wasn't charged with trafficking marijuana. I wasn't selling it. It had been determined that the marijuana that was put out there was for my own consumption. And that gave us great leeway to begin this argument that, yeah, it was for my own consumption. I'm not going to hide this. I'm disabled. I have this brain tumor. It hurts a lot. You know, I grew this marijuana for me, and I told the courts that. I testified to it, that, you know, I grew this for me. It greatly helps me, and we found 22 Canadians all across this great country of ours that said, I have an illness, and I use marijuana to treat my illness too. So the judge had a great deal of body evidence to go from.
Now tell us about the verdict then. This is really important, and this rings through even today because it's not over this. What happened? What was the original verdict?
Well, the original verdict was we struck down Canada's marijuana law. We struck down the law to grow marijuana and the law that allowed people to possess marijuana, against possession of marijuana. So with the ruling you could grow and possess your own, because the judge found that prohibition, the blanket of marijuana prohibition, didn't take into account people such as myself who may be using this as a natural pain reliever. So he granted me this court-ordered exemption. And to update, we did lose the Court of Appeal fight, and recently we lost our Supreme Court challenge.
I'm guessing the authorities in Canada didn't like this very much, Matt.
Oh, they went from really just sort of like playing along with us and not really paying attention to our argument. And I really thought in the first phase of the court, they didn't take us seriously at all. They sort of laughed at us, sort of, you know, took it not very serious. They really didn't. And over that period of the 2-week trial, we were able to chip away and prove each little individual point about medical marijuana, your doctor's influence by big pharmaceutical companies, and we chipped away at prohibition, and we were able to win, which scared the living Jesus out of the government of Canada, and they fought back pretty hard after that.
They did. They fought back really hard, and there's been more court cases since we last spoke, which I think is about 18 months ago. What's been happening in the interim period, Matt? I know you still retain the rights to grow your own stash for your own use, but there's been more court cases. What's the latest, my friend?
Well, the February of this year, the Ontario Court of Appeal, the government had one argument, and it's a cheap argument, really. It's sort of like being chop-blocked, and it's sort of like getting a bad hit. They should have been yellow-carded for this one for sure. Their only argument was to try and convince the Court of Appeal that we just didn't have enough evidence for such a constitutional argument. And it's a very cheap argument that says, well, they just didn't call enough, Your Honor. We don't have the full picture. And it's a really cheap argument if you consider all the evidence that we did call. We called a Senate report. We called 2 expert witnesses. We called 22 Canadian witnesses. And there's not actually been a case this large. So they basically cheated me there by saying, well, we would like to hear from the doctors. And that's where the Court of Appeal came back and said, well, Mr. Murray, you really should have given us a doctor or two for evidence to ponder.
The effects of marijuana, is that right, Matt?
Well, yeah, and the effects of what the government has a federal program that we argue is an illusion, that doesn't work well. And they needed to hear, the Court of Appeal wanted to hear from some doctors and say, hey, does this program work? What's he, is he truthful in what he's telling us? What's his health like? So they wanted to hear more and from the physician standpoint.
Matt, tell us about the media and how the media have reported on this, because obviously the People's Voice hopes to be an alternative to the mainstream media. So what sort of treatment have you got from the mainstream media in Canada?
Well, it's been great. Originally, cannabis had been brewing in the alternative voice media for about almost a decade, where I had been working at a newspaper called Now. It's a free newspaper. It's an alternative voice newspaper. So it had been percolating. The case was so well written by the judge that it had received international and national news. It was unreal national news. I was essentially, the ruling came down, my lawyer and I had a copy of it late in the day, and by the time I woke up the next morning, I woke up to a phone call from a major top news outlet here in Toronto, and we're like, we read this ruling, this is unbelievable. And we just did like a full 3-week run where every day, 3 or 4 times a day, we were doing Canadian or international media, ultimately. Even the right-wing newspaper in our country has written 2 positive editorials in my defense, and they're considered the right-wing. Even the other right-wing newspaper was like, we agree, but he shouldn't have used the courts. He should have used the political process. So at this point, there is no negative media regarding marijuana.
Now, is any of that down to the fact that some states in the United States have softened their laws or legalized it? I'm thinking of, obviously, help me out here. I'm thinking Arizona, I'm thinking California.
Well, actually, Colorado and Washington State.
Go ahead, Matt.
Oh, thank you. And in the Colorado and Washington, our ruling came out before them. And it really, I think, really was the kickstarter to a large thing in the marijuana movement. The positive response that we received here in Canada, we have the leading Liberal Party candidate, their leader, saying he wants to tax and regulate marijuana and allow people to grow their own. You can't see negative news here. And I believe it's because we educated the media so well. We provided them with internet reports, statistics. So the media would have been really well educated by the marijuana people. And then also, yes, of course, in Washington and in Colorado, marijuana is now legal at the age of 21. The state of Washington intends to retail it out of state liquor outlets by the end of the year. In Colorado, you can buy marijuana if you're over 21 at a private retailer. These things are important to chipping away marijuana.
Tell me this then, Matt. I know you've not got into this for your own, personal fame, but the fact is you've made legal history in your own country. And when law books are written in years to come, you're going to be mentioned in them. It's pretty staggering what's happened here, really.
It truly is. I mean, and you're right, I'm already in law books. I have an active Twitter account, Facebook, social media. And And I get law students messaging me, hey, you're in my log book. One of the funniest ones was one of the law students who helped us in the court case messaged me to say, hey, here's a photo. You're in my course. You're the page 1, chapter 1 of the wrongfully convicted. So we have raised the bar, just constitutional argument alone we raised the bar in terms of evidence and how the government responds to evidence. To even go a bit step off direction, a woman won the right to die based on my case of my exemption. The court exempted her and her doctor so that she could die in peace through doctor-assisted suicide.
Matt, thanks for coming on and chatting with us this Sunday afternoon. I hope all is well in Toronto. Otherwise, we'll catch up again soon and keep us updated as the case progresses. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you very much.
Matt Myrne is there, who remains the only Canadian, he is the only Canadian who retains the right to grow, possess and use his own marijuana. You're with the People's Voice. Thanks for choosing us, by the way. Do tell others. If you have anything to say to us, find us on find us on Twitter. Let's take some water here. Find us on Twitter, find us on Facebook, leave some comments, tell us what you're thinking, and we might get to some of those a bit later on. In the meantime, take a look at this.
Are you sick of being lied to?
Do you think that you're getting the whole picture?
There's always another side to every story.
Are you ready to see something different?
Like you've never experienced before.
Truth.
Integrity.
Health.
The nature of reality.
Transparency.
Empowering information.
New ways of looking at the world.
Music, news, alternative views.
Going where the mainstream dare not go.
Your voice has been silenced for far too long.
What have you got to say?
The world needs to change.
The world is truly of our own making.
People are waking up.
It's time to take your power back.
The time is now.
It's time for a new voice.
It's up to you.
We want you to be part of it.
We can do this.
Join us.
The People's Voice.
Welcome back. You are with the People's Voice broadcast. We are broadcasting live from Wembley Point at Wembley in London. Whole host of guests coming up later in the programme. Don't forget Jim Mars, Richard C. Hoagland, Lurin Moret, Annie Mashon. I could be here all night. Lots and lots of great people coming up between now and 10. We will be pretty soon broadcasting pretty much 24/7 a whole host of programmes on an enormous range of issues. And we've got some pretty brilliant presenters to present those programmes. You better believe it. I'm joined by one in the studio now. Joanna Dowling.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Well, I'm very good. I've got to say this. When we did some videos a few weeks, we all did these
Yes.
videos. And I got trolled more than anybody else. And one of the things that was said to me was, I hope the presenters in the People's Voice are better looking than you. You're an effing baldy leprechaun.
Oof.
You're a this and you're a that. Look. It's a little bit better.
Well, I know. Thank you so much. I'm really good, thank you. Yeah, I'm enjoying today. There's really, really great feeling in the studio.
There's a great buzz around.
Oh,
Now,
it's great.
I want to talk about a couple of things you're doing.
Yes.
You're going to do a programme called WTF. Or
Yes.
What's that about?
Well, it's about talking to young adults. I don't know if that's the right way to address them yet. We might find out on the programme. But anyone between 16 and around 24, and just talking to them about life, about the future, about the past, about what's relevant now. I don't know, what's the most important skill to have nowadays, and all that kind of stuff. Giving them a platform to talk and tell us what they think about the world.
Just before we go on, I've got to apologise for the sound of my microphone. It is a bit dodgy, but we'll carry on anyway. Jonna, will they talk about these issues, the sort of things we're interested in? Are they going to be interested in, I shouldn't just say politics, but how the world is, how it's formed?
Yeah, I hope so. I hope they will talk about it, and I hope that younger generation are interested in sort of getting involved in things and changing things now. We're in a time now where those things, it's all becoming quite obvious that people are less than happy with the way things are in the world. So hopefully, they'll have something to say about it, and we can ask them, I don't know, as much or as little as they want to know. We can sort of find out.
And we don't want to be telling people, I mean, you want to find out, you want to ask questions, you don't want to be telling people,
No.
these youngsters, I hate to use the word young people,
Yeah.
or youngsters, but you really want to hear them.
Yeah, I want to hear what they've got to say, and I kind of want them to dictate what we talk about. You know, we're going to have Twitter accounts and a Facebook account, and I'd love them to get in touch and ask us to ask questions. You know, I want to know what they want to talk about. It's not really about me or us here saying we should discuss politics or family, or, you know, we want them to tell us what they want to say to the world.
And you're the first generation, Jana, of social media people.
Yes.
This is phenomenal, isn't it? Yes. I mean, look, I use Facebook. I don't use Twitter. I suppose I'll have to use it eventually. But I don't really do it, really. But it's so normal. For anybody under 25, it's just normal. They've just grown up with it, grown up with the internet, grown up with Facebook. And it seems to me that anybody 10 years younger than me, they're having their conversations with their mates on the internet, not face to face. Is that a good thing?
I don't know. I think that's a really good question to ask. I think it's a question to ask people who do spend more of their time talking to people like this as opposed to like this. And I think that it would be really interesting to hear what they've got to say about it. You know, people who do that. I try and mix it up a little bit, but I know that I've got friends or god kiddies who they look at books and they try and scroll on them, and you're like, it's not an iPad, it's an actual book. So it's just interesting to find out the effects that that's going to have on society, because we don't know. So it's a good time to ask those questions.
Now, as well as what WTF, you're going to be doing a late night phone-in program.
Yes.
This is great. Now, I started off doing this many years ago, and I'd love to still be doing it, and I mean that sincerely.
Oh, yeah.
So you're going to be coming on at something around 11:15 at night, going till 1. What sort of things will you be talking about, or do you even get to make that choice at that hour of the night?
Well, I think, I don't know, that's a good question. I think I'd like to talk about sort of the little things that you can do in your life to change it. So a bit fun things, you know, staying on the light side of things. But yeah, I think it's going to be interesting at the beginning just to find out what people want to talk about, because essentially I'm there to sort of listen to what people have to say, because it's a phone-in. But yeah, changing your life, what you can do in your life to, I don't know, make it better or worse, whatever you want to talk about, really. And just briefly, a little bit about your own background, where you came from before you came here, how you ended up here. How I ended up here? How did I end up here? I was found by the People's Voice and asked to come in and have a chat. And yeah,
where are you now? So the rest of us had to apply. You were headhunted. Oh, I don't know if I was headhunted. Yeah, it made me sound very important. Yes, I was, Richie.
Yes,
I was.
Yes, I was.
You were headhunted.
Yeah, no, I present and do a little bit of acting here and there. So I was asked to come in, and I spoke to David and Simon and yourselves, and just loved the idea. I love the opportunity to come in, and it's a great show to do, especially with, you know, talking to young generations, because you get to learn so much, and I get to learn so much, and I guess yeah, this whole channel is quite an amazing place to be right now. It's exciting and it's new. It's you know what, I think it's very good that everybody's represented here. There's no demographic really. There's a mixture of all ages. Yeah. We've got every race under the sun, which is magnificent. Yeah. And it is, I'm not just saying that to score points, it is magnificent. Yeah. And it's going to be great fun, Jana. Thanks for coming in. No, thank you very much for having me. I look forward to it. She's pretty cool, and we're going to be hearing a lot more of her in the next weeks and months. Before we move on to our next guest, we have some more interesting people for you to see. Have a look at this.
My name's Donna Harris. Some people call me Dr. Donna Harris, but leave the doctor out, it makes me blush. And I'm on the Psychic Clinic. The Psychic Clinic will cover everything deemed to be paranormal and out of this world, and subjects people daren't talk about. They're going to be UFOs, spirit, manifestations. There's going to be so many topics we're going to be discovering. I can't wait. The Psychic Clinic is going to be totally different, because we're going to be very, very transparent. Meaning, if I get it wrong as a medium, you're all going to see that. If we do any metaphysical experiments, if there's going to be any form of exorcism taking place, you will see it in its entirety. So you're actually going to be glimpsing into a world where a lot of the time the doors are closed to the public eye. The viewer can expect to see a very fair show, meaning we're going to get guests onto the show that have different opinions from the panel. Let's see if we can get a really friendly, heated debate going, because I think we can learn a lot from each other's points of view. The balance in the opinion is going to be very good in the show, and the reason being, I for one actually like sceptics. I like people questioning, because it makes me work twice as hard to try and give some evidence of what I know, what I see, what I've experienced. And it's only by hearing what people are disbelieving and why they can't believe, it makes me work in those areas a little bit more to try and give them what they're looking for. The People's Voice is going to be offering something for everybody. It's going to get to the science, to the news, to debates. It's going to be exciting, it's going to be revealing. And do you know what? I think it's going to make us all a little bit smarter.
Are you sick of being lied to?
Do you think that you're getting the whole picture?
There's always another side to every story.
Are you ready to see something different?
Like you've never experienced before.
Truth.
Integrity.
Health.
The nature of reality.
Transparency.
Empowering information.
New ways of looking at the world.
Music, news, alternative views.
Going where the mainstream dare not go.
Your voice has been silenced for far too long.
What have you got to say?
The world needs to change.
The world is truly of our own making.
People are waking up.
It's time to take your power back.
The time is now.
It's time for a new voice.
It's up to you.
We want you to be part of it.
We can do this.
Join us.
The People's Voice.
And welcome back to Wembley Point at Wembley here in London. It's really good to be talking to you. Thanks very much for tuning in. Do tell others, by the way, use your Skype, use your Facebook, your Twitter. Let other people know what we're doing here this evening. My next guest then. Well, on the 18th of July back in 2003, the body of Dr. David Kelly was found at Harrow Downhill even in Oxfordshire. The media reported on the death of Dr. David Kelly, and there was an immediate inquiry ordered by Tony Blair. However, the inquiry was held where people were not under oath and several key witnesses were not even asked to appear. It was a non-statutory public inquiry, remember, chaired by Lord Hutton. And as I mentioned, no evidence is heard under oath and several key witnesses were not even asked to appear. The media, you might remember at the time, described this as a whitewash. Now, for the last 8 years, doctors and members of the public have expressed concerns about what they see as the inadequate investigation into the death of Dr. David Kelly. David Halpin is a gifted and experienced trauma surgeon. He's led the campaign to find out what really happened to Dr. David Kelly, and he joins us on the line now. Good evening, David. Welcome.
Hello, Richie.
Thanks for taking the time out to speak to us, David. It's always nice to chat with you. First of all, would it be possible to sum up how the media reported on Dr. David Kelly's death, and was there, if any, a sort of consensus at all?
I think the impression of suicide was conveyed very strongly by our wonderful media. And you spoke about a whitewash, Richie. The whitewash was referring, in fact, to the Hutton inquiry in regard to Kelly's death was subsumed within it. The inquest was subsumed within it. And in fact, only about half of one day, the 21 days that the Hutton inquiry sat, and as you said, it was instituted very quickly. In fact, within 3 hours of Kelly's corpse being found, Lord Hutton was visiting Lord Falconer in his office in the House of Lords. 3 hours, within 3 hours the inquiry had been set up. Compare that with the Chilcot inquiry, which was 6.5 years, its first sitting, after the first Iraqi human was killed. Compare the two. So what happened was that it's just part of the illusion they're very good at, and of course the media, generally speaking, very good at maintaining that illusion. 21 days of the Hutton inquiry, if you look at the transcript, mountains of words, lots of small words, my Lord Hutton, what have you. How much was spent considering the unnatural death of Dr. Kelly. Half a day, you see. So the Kelly bit, the cause of his death, circumstances, were a small part of it really, and the whitewash bit was in reference to the whole, and in particular in regard to the Blair cabal and their part in it.
Time is obviously not with us tonight. We'll get into these issues in greater depth in future programmes. But David, give us a quick insight into what really alerted you and set the alarm bells off in your mind about the report on his death, the final findings, as it were. What set the alarm bells off for you?
Well, I can't remember my initial reaction, but eventually the verdict seeped out from the Hutton inquiry around September time. But I wasn't happy that you could cut the ulnar artery in your wrist, transect it, that's an important part, it's cut straight across, and bleed out from that. So I didn't accept that. And I didn't accept either the man of Kelly's intellect and of his knowledge of what I call the biology of death, that he would have chosen the cut wrist and some pyroproxenol tablets, 29 were supposed he took, and that is what this man would do. People like, he wasn't a medical doctor, the doctors know, for instance, if you inject potassium chloride, you die like that, from the system, heart stops. There's other methods as well. So it seemed to me a very improbable, preposterous method of that this man chose to kill himself with. So there's two things. A letter to the Morning Star, 16th of December 2003, and that drew me into a small group, one lady, wasn't a doctor, and a few doctors, and we've followed it since. And what we've been trying to do ever since is to get an inquest on Dr. Kelly. It really is, what has happened is beyond words.
Tell me, David, why are there some medical professionals, some doctors, in disagreement with you and the coalition of doctors that you were with? Why are there some medical professionals who say that they agree with what the Hutton inquiry found?
There aren't too many, actually. Our main detractors who attack us whenever there's a war, if there's a report or two, are Aronovich in the Times, Cam in the Times, Nicholas Cohen in the New Statesman. Most recently, it was my Lord Finkelstein. I didn't know he'd been elevated to the Lords. Finkelstein really had a go at Norman Baker. And as you know, Norman Baker took time out in, I think it was 2006, to investigate a great deal about Dr. Kelly's death. It's a very level-headed book. His conclusion that the Iraqis who caused his death was probably, I think, that he was probably trying to escape with his own health, if you know what I mean. But when Norman Baker was moved from transport to Home Office, quite recently, about a month ago, Finkelstein wrote a very nasty article. So the only people I can think of in the press who go for this, generally speaking, are those five. I've forgotten one. I know the other one, Rental, who, as you know, is always telling us what a wonderful chap Mr. Blair is.
Mentioning those that are in disagreement, David, with your own findings. Again, I've got to mention. Go ahead.
These reporters, Aronovich, they know nothing about medicine. Do you understand me? They don't talk about fact. All that we have done, we have a mountain of evidence against the diagnosis of suicide, and particularly against a lawful investigation of death. As a good example, almost all the relevant evidence of the forensic sort has been retained by Thames Valley Police. Did you know that? Hardly any of the relevant police evidence came to Hutton inquiry. The most obvious example is the knife, which had no fingerprints on it. Now, if we had an honest country, not a corrupted country we have now, if this inquiry was going on, it was meant to mean something. It wasn't, actually. It was an illusion. But any decent senior policeman in Thames Valley Police said, oh, look, we must bring that to Hutton because this business of no fingerprints on the knife. There's other things on the spectacles, on the packets for the pills, no DNA on 2 out of the 3 packets. Things like this. It's all been concealed.
David, in light of all of that evidence, I got to ask this. In light of all of the evidence that you've just mentioned there, why did Mrs. Kelly decide a couple of years ago that she'd had enough of it and she wanted people to stop making these claims? Why? I know you probably can't be asked to give an insight into her thinking, but I've got to ask the question, why did she say stop it?
I don't know, Richie, that Mrs. Kelly or one of her three daughters, either of the three daughters, has said, but I said it on Friday, I was speaking to my colleagues at St Mary's Hospital, and someone asked me what she said, her daughters. I said, that we have never been asked to desist from doing what we've done. And let me just say another thing, Richie. If your viewers, some of them will know this anyway, but when Louise Holmes, who was a lay searcher, found his body, she had a dog Brocker who picked up the scent and led him further into the wood. She found Kelly's body slumped, head and shoulders against this tree. When Coe came, Detective Constable, and other people, pathologists later on, the body was lying supine with the head little distance from the tree, sufficient in fact to allow a paramedic, Mr. Bartlett, to stand on the top end of the body, above the head so to speak, to put some electrodes on to check heart action. Now, if a body is found to have changed its position, if I was the coroner, I'd say, I'm sorry, I'm stopping the case. This is now a criminal investigation. Did that happen? No, it jolly well didn't. Hutton tried to blur it by talking about the head being either against the tree or just off it. And you could say either it was that the corpse was sitting or it wasn't. But the fact is that in any truthful investigation, you'd say, stop, now the police take it.
You know what we're trying to do here at the People's Voice, because I mentioned it to you on the phone earlier in the week. Looking back at it, because we're 10 years now since Dr. Kelly died. How do you feel about the press now? How do you feel about the broadsheet press in particular, and the way they reported not just on what happened to Dr. Kelly, but on your efforts and others' efforts to bring it back to a proper inquest and the court case and everything else? How do you feel about the press now?
Well, I describe the press as incestuous. I have to say that Daily Mail, for all its sins, has published many very relevant articles, mostly written by our colleague and good friend Miles Goslin, who also suffers some derision because of his interest in this case. He's managed to get with FOI requests, get very relevant information from the police, for instance. But generally speaking, it's pretty poor. And I heard your earlier discussion about balance with David Icke. Let's tell you one little story, if I may.
Go ahead.
I went, my wife and I chartered a merchant vessel, Danish, in January 2003 to take about 1,000 tons as it turned out, over to Gaza. I had to go, in fact, to what is now called Israel, Ashdod. Anyway, I was being interviewed the day before we sailed, on the 1st of February, for our voyage, to demonstrate our common humanity with these people, and also it was a cry against the coming violence and destruction in Iraq. I was being interviewed by a young BBC reporter from Southwest, Spotlight Southwest, on the bridge, and he said, "What are you doing this for?" So I explained about what we were doing, how we were approaching the people in Palestine, and that we were expressing our common humanity. So this is also a cry against coming violence in Iraq. Stop the cameras. I repeated it, and again they stopped the cameras. I said, he said, why are you doing this? He said, we must have balance. I said, you've had balance. We've had Blair and all the propagandists for war for months from your channels, and this is what you call balance. Do you understand me? It's a very good demonstration of what David Icke was saying. The balance is always, in fact, has to be applied to this tiny area, mostly lives.
This week we have the news that the Privy Council, there is going to be a royal charter to effectively govern the press in this country. How do you feel about that?
Well, I've got mixed feelings. I know my reporter friend has very strong reservations about it. He feels that in fact it will muzzle the press in the final analysis. But you know, Richie, it's not what we're really talking about. You know, we can talk about regulation. There's enough of that anyway, in fact. It comes down to us and our citizens and the ethos in our country. At the moment, it's at a very low ebb. It's getting lower. When I spoke outside the High Court, to a Press TV interview actually, and no other press was there, of course, a single person with a great deal of support from other lay people had tried to challenge the Attorney General and ask for an inquest on this man. But I said then, in fact, that we're mired in mendacity. I said mired, I mean in the bog, mendacity in lies, and it is exactly that. You take a penny paper, it's lies. It has to come back to us, the people, and regulation won't do it. We have to gradually, with great effort, pull ourselves out of this mire which we're in at the moment.
Tell us about us then. I mean, you know what we're trying to do here, the People's Voice. There are others as well. This must give you some optimism, David.
Yes, it does, Richie. Some of your guests I could, shall we say, debate with, but because I like, as a doctor, I was trained in the scientific method, and you have to be very factual, as we have been with Kelly, whatever Mr. Rolovich would like to say. But I am encouraged by you because we're in a very sticky mess at the moment, and particularly with my dear health service, which is being derided by the damnable BBC almost every day, and the intention is quite obvious, is to get people to think this is so awful, it really isn't worth having. What they don't know is what they might get instead, and I'm trying to tell them.
David, thanks for talking to us this Sunday. It's always good to catch up with you.
Okay.
And I'm sure we'll be talking again in the coming weeks and months. David Alpin, thank you.
Fine. Okay, bye-bye.
David Alpin, you are with the People's Voice. We will be back with more presenters of ours in about 60 seconds or so after this.
Are you sick of being lied to?
Do you think that you're getting the whole picture?
There's always another side to every story.
Are you ready to see something different?
Like you've never experienced before.
Truth.
Integrity.
Health.
The nature of reality.
Transparency.
Empowering information.
New ways of looking at the world.
Music, news, alternative views.
Going where the mainstream dare not go.
Your voice has been silenced for far too long.
What have you got to say?
The world needs to change.
The world is truly of our own making.
People are waking up.
It's time to take your power back.
The time is now.
It's time for a new voice.
It's up to you.
We want you to be part of it.
We can do this.
Join us.
The People's Voice.
Welcome back. Now, you've heard us say this plenty of times in the last few weeks, but please go to David Icke. Don't go to David Icke, go to his website. Go to David if you want. Go to davidicke.com/donate. That's davidicke.com/donate. All we're saying is, if you've only got £1 a month to donate to this, do it. David Icke doesn't get any money from this. Neither does Sean, the great gentleman who you probably will meet later on, who founded this project with David, doesn't get anything from it. All of the money is ploughed back into the programming, and that's the way it's going to be. So davidicke.com/donate. Peter Tatchell, Richard C. Hoagland, Sybil Edmonds, what an amazing woman she is. Leah Bolger, one of the highest ranked women in the US military ever, coming up on the programme in the next couple of hours. But in the meantime, let me introduce you to Jennifer Jones-Stenhouse and Jenny Trent-Jones. Hello! Ladies.
Or Jenny Trent Hughes even.
Hughes,
Yeah.
excuse me, Jenny Trent Hughes.
And you can call me
Jennifer
JJ.
Jones-Stenhouse.
You can call me JJ.
And JJ. How are you doing?
We're good. Wonderful. Been having a wonderful time watching you.
You're looking very well, both of you.
Thank you. So are you?
You made, well, I made a bit of an effort. If I told you where I bought this shirt, you'd say he didn't make much of an effort. So you're going to be doing a late evening programme. Before we get into that and what you'll be doing, you should really, I mean, I know all about you, obviously, but tell us a little bit about yourselves and how you ended up here at the People's Voice.
You know, I'll go first.
Go ahead, Jennifer.
How did I end up here? Somebody got in touch with me and asked me to pop in for a chat, and the rest is history. Here I am.
I've worked in television before, and I've been in the media for a long time. A long time. We won't talk about how many years it's been. We won't get into that. No, not at all. But now I'm delighted to be coming back, because I've had a break from mainstream media. I've had a break from broadcasting for a while, and I've been doing a lot of coaching and other things, and it's great to be coming back into broadcasting with this, because I think this has got a great future. I think we're going to do well here.
Because you've done TV for Financial Times.
Yeah.
Proper TV experience.
Real TV, you mean?
Because that's interesting, because you've come from the mainstream and you've done some really great stuff on mainstream media. So you say it's great to be coming back to this. Why this then? Did something change for you? Did you notice something and that led you to this?
Yeah, I think I've changed. And I think that the whole culture, I think, is changing. I mean, people talk about a change of vibration. People talk about, things being things being different now. And I think that's manifesting in this. And I think it's great to be part of this. I don't think that I could go back into mainstream television right now, but I think this is something different. I think this is some place where we can really let people have their voice, get our messages out that need to get out there. Yeah.
Jenny,
yes.
Yourself? Tis yourself?
Tis my turn.
So the same question, I suppose. How did you get here, and what sort of things have you done before? I know all the answers to these questions.
Well, they say never ask a question that you don't already know the answer to.
Yeah? Good lawyers, good lawyer trick that.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, I'm very good friends with someone, Simon Ludgate, who's involved in putting this all together.
Indeed.
And he said, come on in and, see what we're all about. And so I came to a meeting, and it was actually quite funny because the meeting was running a little bit late, and I was seated next to this wonderful vision. That's JJ. And we started talking. Cool. And we said, so she said, what are you going to do? And I said, well, I'm having a show. And she said, well, I'm having a show. And we looked around and we said, let's have a show together.
Brilliant.
And so, yep. So that's what we did.
In fact, I used to do a breakfast show with a guy many years ago whom I had nothing in common with. He was a great African-American guy who'd been in Panama, much louder than me. Nobody believes that, but he really was. And he was very right-wing, very conservative. So, but it worked. Have we got... Is this similar?
Well, see,
Are you different?
Well, that's what's kind of interesting about us, because she's the wacky one. I'm the one with the earrings and the jewelry, and she's the one that's out there. Woo.
I came to no presumptions.
Yeah, so there you go. I mean, I think, on a serious note, I have a 19-year-old son, and watching the kids of his age, watching them grow up, watching how a lot of their values are nowadays, a lot of the things that that we cared about, they don't care about, and it's trying to get the kids interested in things again, and also people of all the ages in between, because I think people don't care that much anymore. They can't be bothered. They care about themselves, their own lives, and they don't care about what's going on around them. And we are the world. If we want things to change, we have to do it.
We've stopped talking, JJ, haven't we? We've stopped having conversations around dinner tables, haven't we?
Yeah, we have. We've stopped doing that. And that was the interesting thing, because we just sat down next to each other and started talking. And we realised that the things that we were talking about are the things that we want to talk to the world about. And we thought, well, wouldn't that be great if we just did it together?
Because I want everybody to talk. I think it's really nice that you have all these important people on that know all this wonderful stuff, and we listen to them. But like you were saying earlier, we don't have to believe them. Yeah. We just have to listen to them. So I just want to get people to understand why they need to care and listen.
We all take the subway. Subway for our American viewers. It's the tube. It's the tube here. But don't you see people, and you see them in the mornings, and they're just like this. And you think, there's a woman or a man next to you. Your journey would be that much more interesting if you just went, you all right, mate? What are you up to? Now, you might get absolutely, shock horror that you did that, but we don't do it, do we?
Well, you know what I did once? Because I've lived here 20 years now, and I moved here because I married an Irish person.
Nothing wrong with that.
Well...
There was.
No, he's lovely. He's lovely. But anyway, we're sort of on the tube one day, and the tube stops in between stations, whatever, and I didn't understand yet about the UK mentality. So I took his hand and the hand of the person next to me, and I said, okay, everybody, let's all sing Kumbaya now. And there was this absolute. You would have thought. I think if I'd said everybody take their pants off and run from one end of the car to the other, it would have been easier
to get your head around. Yeah.
And the worst was how embarrassed he was.
You got your work cut out, JJ.
Well, I think it's going to be fun. You know, you can see how it's going to be fun. We don't agree with everything. With each other, do we?
Yeah.
We have differences of opinion, so we'll bring those.
Well, it's
out.
important, isn't it? It's the most interesting people in my life are people that I like, but who disagree with me.
Yeah.
My partner disagrees with me, but I obviously like her. We wouldn't be together. Friends of mine disagree with you. And those are the most interesting conversations you can ever have.
Well, it's funny that you're bringing that up, because one of the pet peeves that I have, I've been in mainstream media now for a long time, and I've watched over the past couple of years that the amount of topics that you're allowed to talk about has absolutely narrowed and narrowed, and worse than that is there's sort of 2 or 3 opinions that you're allowed to have, and if you don't have one of the 2 or 3, then you're not allowed. So I'll have producers call me up and they'll say, we want you to come on and talk about XYZ, what do you think? And I'll say what I'll think, and they'll say, but wouldn't you like to think blah, blah, blah? Well, no, I wouldn't. If I wanted to, that would have been my answer. And so that's one of the things I think that's so wonderful about the People's Voice is whatever it is that you think, you have the right to say it.
I'm going to ask both of you, and I'm going to leave the jokes out because, you know, it's easy to take the mickey. But look, we hear a lot about misogyny in the media all the time, right? We hear not just about misogyny, but about ageism. You know, that if a woman is over 35 or if a woman is over 40, irrespective of her qualifications and her ability, she's struggling to get work.
36, 34, we can't answer you.
You can answer me.
Yes, but it won't be from experience.
Right, I'm not trying to open a can of worms, but am I right in asking that question?
I don't dye my hair.
Yeah.
And I think that might have been an issue at one time. But I refuse to do it. Why would I?
Yeah. And I'm not trying to score points with anybody here. It does horrify me. You know, listening back in recent years, people like Angela Rippon, other people. Angela's had a brilliant career. But, you know, to come to the realisation that blokes of an equal age to you are getting many more opportunities within the medium than you are. That is.
Yeah, but okay, well, and now you'll.
Why am I bringing this up? You might ask. It's interesting.
No. You'll get a flavour of why we're not necessarily always coming from the same point. I've had this conversation before about older women on television, blah blah blah. You know what? You don't see ugly people on television.
No, you
don't. You're cute in your own way.
Why, thank you, Higgins.
No, but you don't see theoretically unattractive people on television.
No.
How many bald men do you see on television?
Yeah.
You know, you don't, unless they're in a soap opera and they've shaved their head off. So it isn't only about age. And I think that one of the things that I'm always railing about anyway is that if you think you're old, then you will be perceived as old. So, you know, JJ doesn't dye her hair, but she looks hot to trot. It's because it's what's inside of you.
I couldn't imagine you dyeing your hair. It wouldn't look right for a start, would it?
I don't think it would.
Unless it was purple.
Yeah.
Like a big old shock of purple.
Well, watch this space, maybe.
Now, what sort of things do you want to be talking about then? Give us an idea. Throw a few things out there that you might want to get into. Or is it an open forum when you do the programme?
I think it's pretty much an open forum, but we have our interests.
Yeah, well, you know, it's funny because we want to talk about things that are light, but also things that are serious. For example, I am working on a book with someone who is in prison in America, and it's someone who doesn't fit what you would consider to be the traditional prisoner profile. And I will be reading excerpts from letters that he sends to me with no identifying information.
Yeah.
And I am finding it absolutely shocking because one of the biggest issues that we have to deal with in society is prison.
Yeah.
And when he tells me what it's like in there, I realize why what we're doing doesn't work.
Yeah.
And so
we're going to see it in this country. We're going to see the corporate takeover of prisons, aren't we?
Yeah. And once again,
one of the scariest things I can comprehend.
Once again, it's about giving a voice to people who usually don't have a voice, so that we can know how to help.
And it is about different perspectives. It's about allowing all those other perspectives to come out. I mean, Jenny's right. Producers want one side and another side, and there's no room in between for people to voice something slightly off-centre or different. So we want to reflect all those different views that are out there, all those different insights that people have, and that normally they don't get a chance to voice.
I'll be going to bed early, but I'll be listening back. Sincerely, it's going to be brilliant. Thanks, ladies, for coming in.
Thank you very
Jennifer
much.
Jones-Stenhouse and Jenny Trent-Hughes, thank you very much. We'll talk to you again very soon. Brilliant ladies.
Thanks a lot.
Now, last year, David Icke performed at Wembley. He spoke at Wembley Arena to a massive crowd in excess of 7,000 people. He's going to do it again in 2014. Have a look at this.
I am infinite consciousness. I will decide my reality. Consciousness doesn't fight. We don't need the bloody system. Put your guns down. No compliance rebellion. Infinite love is the only truth. Everything else is illusion. Come on. Thank you and good night.
Are you sick of being lied to?
Do you think that you're getting the whole picture?
There's always another side to every story.
Are you ready to see something different?
Like you've never experienced before.
Truth.
Integrity.
Health.
The nature of reality.
Transparency.
Empowering information.
New ways of looking at the world.
Music, news, alternative views.
Going where the mainstream dare not go.
Your voice has been silenced for far too long.
What have you got to say?
The world needs to change.
The world is truly of our own making.
People are waking up.
It's time to take your power back.
The time is now.
It's time for a new voice.
It's up to you.
We want you to be part of it.
We can do this.
Join us.
The people's voice.
Welcome back. You are watching a special programme on TPV. We're broadcasting from Wembley in London, Wembley Point in fact, and thanks for tuning in. And do share it with others. Get onto your Facebook page and get people on to have a look at us. Twitter has gone crazy, I'm told. Now, I don't really tweet very much, so I'm going to sound like a bit of an idiot here, but I'm going to do it anyway. These are genuine tweets which have come in. It is hashtag TPV, by the way. Hashtag TPV. Leave a comment. Leave a comment even if you don't like it. Leave a comment. If you don't like me, leave a comment. I'll read it out. At Open Box Thinking. Brilliant so far. Breath of fresh air. Fantastic performance from Gareth. It was, by the way. Get the people's voice on. At Good Soul. Finally awake and aware reporting. Standing on the shoulders of giants. Evolution of the mind. At Wake Up UK. It's taken 2 minutes to set up a recurring donation to the UK's media alternative. TPV, please do the same. This country is going to change the people's voice. It's the start of something big. That's from Lynn Regis Reiki. At Rob Reed, this is great, strong indication of things to come. BBC and Sky will become irrelevant. Don't know about that, but we are going to challenge them. And Cantastic says, break the shackles of who you professionally are. Let's stand together as one because we are one consciousness. Hashtag TPV, brilliant stuff. Now, our next guest in the studio is an absolutely brilliant artist. If you've read any of David Icke's books, and I'm sure you have, you'll have seen his splendidly amazing illustrations. He's also going to be taking part in a programme for us called The People's Art. It's my great pleasure to welcome Neil Haig.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm great. How are you, Richard?
I'm really
All
good,
right.
and it's good to be chatting with you. I'm not joking when I say that the illustrations in David's books are absolutely fantastic.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
So how did you meet him? How did you get to do that?
Oh, blimey. How did we meet? It must have been a long, 18 years, 16, 18 years, something like that. We met through a piece of art, funnily enough.
Over a piece of art?
No, through a piece of art.
Through a
I
piece
think
of
it was, yeah. I think what happened was, at the time we were doing something to do with a magazine or a newsletter or something, and I'd read a book and I'd sent in some work to the office, and this piece of work, of course, was a bit unusual, because I do unusual work, of course, and that's how we met. That was it.
And that was that?
Yeah.
A relationship was forged?
Yeah, and then from then on, we just, we kept on doing work together, or working. I was working on projects and working on his projects, which has been an absolute privilege, really, to work on. Especially,
and you've travelled around the world with David, haven't you?
A little bit, not around the world,
yeah.
but a little bit. We've been to places. Yeah, I've helped out with events and stuff like that. I mean, it's such a privilege for me to be involved in such a huge project. I mean, this is history in the making, and from an artist's point of view, and any artists that are watching, that want to get involved in this is really, really important. It's a fantastic opportunity to show not only the world what you're doing as an individual, as a creative, but how we can transform the world, because art is so important to that process. Music is, of course, all forms of art are, but visual artists, we have a responsibility, I think. So that's what I've tried to do for years. I've tried to make the changes through the paintings, through the drawings. I'm not really a painter, I see myself as an illustrator. So more than anything, I think there are all sorts of diverse artists out there, from photographers to even performance-based artists, that have got something to say about the nature of the world, the nature of reality, how we affect the nature of reality, how we can change reality, how powerful the imagination is. So yeah, I've been really, really privileged to be involved in it, and I still am. It's fantastic.
Now you teach art to youngsters, high school level?
Oh no, it's 18-year-olds.
It's 18-year-olds.
Yeah, 16, 17, 18 mainly.
They'll know, because of working with you, that you've illustrated David's books. What do they make of it? What do they make of what we're doing and what David is doing?
Not many do, not really. And the ones that have come across it, they've said to me, "Neil, you're on drugs, mate." And well, I can say this: I've never touched a drug, and not that I've not been in spaces where people have been doing stuff like that, but it's not about that. There's all sorts of stereotypes and labels and strange things that relate to what the kind of imagery that I've been making, and others. But my students generally that I've taught over the years, they just thought I was a bit of a crazy artist, and that's that really. They don't make those connections very often.
Tell us about the People's Art then. It's another really fascinating programme for me, which is going to be on the schedule, because I'm interested in things I know nothing about, and I know very little about art. So what are you going to be looking for to showcase on the programme?
Well, the main thing is that we have a real diverse mix of different visual artists from all walks of life, from different backgrounds. I mean, the kind of artists that I've already seen that are coming onto the show, we've got some exciting stuff. And from photographers has come a couple of the first artists that are going to be kicking off. So photographers is just as important. We're looking for people that have a unique angle on the world, whether it's current affairs, politics, spiritual things. What was I saying before about the way in which they just express their imagination? Those things are so important. So our inbox has been filling up ever since we did the original promo, and obviously, we were kind enough to put that out on David's website, but we still need more artists, so we need more people to get involved, we need more people that want to volunteer, especially people that would like to research into the subject. And basically, I think it's going to be one of the... It's history, Richie. It's history in the making.
I see you doing an exhibition in the future.
Well,
I see the People's Art exhibition somewhere in London or somewhere else.
There's things in the pipeline. I've been approached recently to get involved in a new project in that way. So some of the original work that I've made for David's books, some of it is more than likely going to be on show in London at some point next year, and maybe up in Essex as well. So there's things going on for people to tap into.
Brilliant.
But the show's not about... I just want to reiterate this. The show's not really about what I've been doing. We'll be covering all sorts of topics, but we want to make the show out of what other people are doing, what they have been making themselves, how they perform as artists, what makes them tick. You know, what do they tap into? I want to get into some really, really interesting subjects, subjects that are a little bit off-planet in some ways. You know, things that tap into all of these sort of illusory structures and other things that we've talked about for years. So it's going to be exciting, I think.
Brilliant. Neil, thanks for coming in to chat with us. We'll catch up with you a bit later on. Thanks for doing it.
Thanks, Richie.
That's Neil Haig, who has been illustrating David Icke's books for many, many years, and he's going to be heading up the People's Art Programme, which will be coming to you very soon when we do launch from Monday the 25th of this month, of November. Now, back to guests, special guests from overseas and beyond. I'm really excited to be chatting with our next guest. She is a former FBI translator and a founding member of the National Security Whistleblowers Coalition. She came to our attention when she was fired by the FBI in 2002 after she exposed cover-ups, security breaches and the suppression of intelligence. She also testified before the 9/11 Commission, although her testimony would later be excluded from the final report itself. Figure that out. She is the founder and publisher of the excellent Boiling Frogs Post. It's a great pleasure to welcome, from the US, Sybil Edmond. Sybil, hi, how are you?
Hello, David. Thank you. Good to be with you.
Well, you're talking to Richie. David is not actually in the studio at the moment, but that'll do for me, Sybil. Great to be chatting with you. It's really timely to be doing that with all of this stuff about GCHQ in the UK, the NSA, Edward Snowden, and all of that. It's a busy time for you, Sybil.
Yes, it's been quite busy. It's been busy non-stop, I would say, for the past 11 years or so.
Tell us about this, your take on Edward Snowden and his revelations with respect to the relationship between the security services here in England and those in the United States. I suppose you'll say that none of it surprises you, Sybil.
Well, of course it's not surprising because, let's talk about it. In 2004, 2005, the entire world found out about the fact that NSA has been spying on everyone, basically, in the United States, 24/7. And so that story broke during that period of time. Then we had the whistleblower Catherine Gunn in the United Kingdom, and she blew the whistle on the fact that both the British government and the US government, they were actively spying on the members of the United Nations. And you remember that case. And what came out of that case? We had a tiny bit of reaction from the members of the United Nations, and quickly they just zipped up, and we didn't hear back again on that. Then we had the scandal with Hillary Clinton, and the fact that we were spying, not only spying on these UN members, but we were also stealing their credit card information, their expenditure, their spending, and all the records of those. Why would we collect those? Of course, blackmail. That story came out. It was a confirmed story. It was admitted to by the State Department. What came out of that? Absolutely nothing. And then we had that Jane Harman story with the U.S. Congress and the fact that NSA had been spying on her and her contacts with Israel and basically doing favors for the Israel lobby, which is basically illegal as a United States representative. What came out of that? Nothing. So now we have all these shenanigans on NSA and UK government spying in all these world leaders, in addition to United Nations, etc. And everybody is talking about the fact that, yes, NSA, especially being the leader here, has been spying on these world leaders. So we know that, right? We are using what? We are using the phone taps, etc., and these technologies to put them under surveillance. That's known. Now, that's what people are talking about. Nobody's talking about the content of information, you know, the content of these conversations that NSA and the British government they have been capturing, because that is the key here. A lot of people saying, well, why aren't we seeing stronger reaction? We see a lot of words, they have to play tough a little bit, whether it's Germany or France, but we don't really see real actions, real actions.
But Sybil, is that, can I just interrupt? Is that because countries have been spying on one another for years and years and years? It's been going on since time immemorial.
That's very true. In fact, the FBI was doing that through using even the FISA law, the so-called FISA law that they keep talking about. They're saying, oh, this is some kind of a limiting measures. They were misusing the FISA laws in place to tap the diplomatic communities. So, and through that channel, they were obtaining all this information. And this was dated even pre-9/11. So really, there is nothing new here. But what is important that people need to think about is the whole aspect of blackmail, which has been happening, as you just mentioned, for decades and decades. You know, J. Edgar Hoover's days never really ended. We have been, the executive branch, blackmailing the members of Congress, Senate, and the House. Well, the same notion applies to these world leaders. Now, if you're tapping the phones of these people, and let's say, just hypothetically speaking, the French prime minister, president, is a pedophile and getting some pornography, child pornography, and this is what NSA is getting. Or let's say the German prime minister or president is making some crooked deals, you know, through her or his personal communications. How would governments like the United States use this information? And that is the question nobody's asking. When we are looking at all these illegal wars, when we are looking at all these unlimited, unconditional support from all these so-called liberal Europe when it comes to United States dirty deeds, whether it's the black sites that we have in Poland or Romania for torture, rendition and kidnapping and illegal wars. Well, how could they really even attempt to disagree or stand in the way of the United States when we have been engaged in these types of information gathering and blackmailing?
It is interesting the point you're trying to make, because why are all of these sexy spying devices not being pointed at people whom they think might genuinely do us harm, but rather they're pointing them at their allies to try and collect dirt on their allies to use against them in blackmail situations later? That's the point you're making, Sybil.
Absolutely. And that would absolutely explain a lot of things that people, they scratch their head. I mean, as I said, I just emphasize the fact that it's the liberal Europe. We went to Sweden with our CIA airplanes, okay, with our masked CIA criminals, and the Swedish government, they handed over these people, these detainees, without any evidence, without any supporting evidence, to these CIA planes, and then these people were taken, you know, basically to all these black-sized black holes all over the world. So you would think of, you know, this is not Saudi Arabia engaged in these types of actions. You're looking at the liberal Europe being engaged, being partners in these types of criminal activities conducted all over the world by the United States. So this should give people the pause and say, well, you know, blackmail aspect explains a lot of it. And the same thing internally in the United States. Every now and then they put out this survey saying, well, the confidence in the United Congress is less than 10%, it's disastrous. Well, look, we haven't had a single meaningful hearing in the United States Congress, okay, especially since 9/11. We haven't had a single case of accountability. Why have they been such patsies here?
Well,
Why
they
have
argue,
they
Sybil,
abdicated?
sorry to cut across you, they argue that, I've heard it argued, I should say, that it's more to cover up the gross incompetence of some of the security agencies pre-September the 11th, rather than any complicit behaviour in the actual event itself. That's what they say.
No, that doesn't make sense. You know, they play the same game and they put out the same types of explanation right after 9/11. You know, it was a failure of imagination. And anytime and every time I'm interviewed, I say, well, you know, when that may apply to 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 cases, let's say in the case of 9/11, when you start putting together these cases and you're reaching these numbers of 25, 30, 50 cases, that really becomes really outrageous to even look at that explanation. And the same thing is true with CIA and 9/11 and everything that has been dripping, you know, slowly dripping for the past 10, 12 years.
Yeah.
You put them together in one place, and that explanation doesn't even go a step further.
No,
it's
but
just
the media...
a conspiracy theory. I would say it's a conspiracy theory put forward by the governments
But
here.
Sybil, the mainstream media does say to you and to me and us, they say, well, look, you're giving us a bad rap here. You're telling us we don't do this, we don't do that, we don't report this. But the mainstream media will say, well, hang on, Sybil, we have reported on you in the past. We have reported on your findings, and we've reported on your articles on boiling frogs in the past. So they say, look, we do report on it. If people on the ground, i.e. ordinary men and women like me, if they don't act on it, what more can we do?
Well, first of all, I'm going to differ on that a little bit. There is reporting, and then there is reporting, okay? What have they reported? You just cited my case as an example.
Yeah.
What they reported was this, you know, petite, poor little whistleblower who tried to do the right thing. This is how she was retaliated. This is how her life was destroyed. This is how she was fired. In fact, it's a kind of a propaganda message saying, this is what happens to the truth tellers. Be afraid. Don't dare doing the same thing. You see what happens to people like this? As far as the content goes, no. There's never been a thorough investigation by any mainstream journalists or a mainstream network channels or the newspapers into this case. The biggest one we had was this, you know, brief article in Vanity Fair that dealt with Speaker of the House at the time, Dennis Hastert. So the reporting is not there, and there are, you know, as I said, there is reporting and then there is reporting. As far as people are concerned, I think most people, and this is unfortunate, that's the psychology of it, they're governed by fear. And so it's the fear that makes them want to say, I don't want to hear about this. I don't want to see any evil. I don't want to hear any evil. I'm busy with my life. And also, when you're looking at the system, they also have measures in place, which is called controlled opposition. It's another thing they are going to come and call conspiracy theory. You look at all these NGOs. Let's look at the United States NGOs. Look at all the ones that supposedly deal with whistleblowers. Look at their fundings. They are funded by the Rockefeller Foundation, George Soros. Now, people should pause and think and say, these organizations with millions of dollars of funds, why these billionaires, the 1%, the 0.1%, they are giving them all these millions of dollars when they are the establishment, and these NGOs are supposedly there to challenge the system. Well, because that's the illusion of challenging the system. These organizations are part of the system. It's a pacifying method. It's telling people, you don't have to do anything. You know, we're gonna go to Congress and we're gonna lobby on your behalf. We're gonna go on CNN and on CBS and on NBC and we're gonna talk on your behalf, on behalf of the whistleblowers. So what happens is, you have this fragment that is part of the system, is part of the tentacles of the system, posing as the opposition, as a neutralizer, when in fact what you're looking here is the system itself. This is the controlled opposition. Very simple, very similar to the United States mainstream media or the alternative media, the so-called alternative media that are receiving hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars, okay, to be alternative. Well, the same people who actually keep the mainstream media alive, they are keeping these so-called alternatives alive. Why would George Soros spend over $50 million a year on these so-called alternative channels? What is really alternative about these channels? Again, these channels, the opposition, people are saying, well, I'm not getting it from CNN, I'm getting it from Salon, or I'm getting it from, you know, Politico, and I'm getting it from ProPublica. Well, please. People are not funding these alternative channels. These alternative, so-called alternative channels are funded by the same system, by Rockefellers and the Fords and the George Soroses.
But many of them are still asking people to consider some very interesting things. I get your point, Sybil, but if the information is getting out there, even if some of it is getting out there, it's better than nothing at all. This is a very fluid programme, as I know you understand, Sybil. We'll be getting into these issues in greater depth in the future. There's no doubt about that. Before we wrap it up, give us your thoughts, your feelings on why the need for projects like the People's Voice now? Why do we need it more than ever?
Well, I have been saying it for 4 years. This is why I established my website, our website, with my partners, and we don't get a penny from the foundations, you know, we don't get a single penny from the advertisers. For the information to be nonpartisan, to be kosher, okay, to be pure, to be not tainted, okay, not to be propaganda, you have to be neutral, you have to be independent. Then your news site has to be publicly funded, not the Democratic headquarters or the Republican headquarters or the tentacles and the establishment, but it has to be independent, and that's what you're doing. And the system is trying to challenge that by coming and painting millions of people who follow these true alternative mediums, like yourself, as conspiracy theorists, okay? That these are the conspiracy websites. This is not real journalism. Don't look at these people. These people are gagas. They are crazy. You want to get this stuff, tune in to CNN, or go to our sponsored alternative channels. That's what they're doing. And that's exactly what makes our work so much more important, because this is a way of standing up and challenging the system, and that's exactly what we are doing. And the more followers we get, and the more people we inform, the bigger of challenge we're gonna become. And this is exactly why do you think they spent $10 million to fund this program in Cambridge, United Kingdom, with the university, to actually study all these conspiracy theorists, all these websites, all these people who are true alternatives, and come out and say that we are the enemies. We actually are the biggest threat. This is what they said. BBC aired it, establishment channel, establishment tentacle BBC, saying that the websites, the journalistic sites, the report sites like yours, like mine, like dozens and dozens of independent people, we are the biggest threat to democracy, more so than Al-Qaeda, because but with the information we are putting out there, we are decreasing the confidence level in governments, United States government, UK government.
And bringing the alternative, Sybil. Sybil, we got to wrap it up there for the moment. Thanks for coming on. And we will get into these issues in much more depth with you in the future, hopefully. Thanks for doing it, and enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Thanks.
Thank you.
Sybil Edmonds there on the line to us from the United States. Now, as you're watching the feed coming in from the peoplesvoice.tv, there is a donate button underneath the screen, underneath your player on the page. Do click on it, and do please donate. Even as little as £1 a month, whatever you can afford to give, it's going to be ploughed into the programming here at the People's Voice. Doesn't go to anybody on an executive level at all. It goes right back into our programming, and will continue to do so in the coming weeks and months. Please donate. It's your future. It's your children's future. Do you want to see a real, fair and balanced media? Do you want to see a media who will put people on the air, academics, intelligent businessmen and women who are denied access on the mainstream? To do that and to keep that going, you've got to keep it going by donating. Donate, donate, donate. Get on the button at the bottom of the screen. Right now, though, we're going to take you to Gareth Ike in Studio 2, who's got another song from us, for us even, from his latest album. Take it away, Gareth. Okay, now, this makes me laugh. Okay.
I'm selling up and I'm closing down. Shutters drank down to the ground. I'm bodied up and painted white. Graffiti covers up the signs of life and take my hand, feel love and feel loved. Take my hand, feel love and feel loved. Feel love and feel loved. These bright new lights jump to your grave. footprints will still remain. Once we stood so tall and proud, the strongest gales can't drag you down to ground. And take my hand, feel love and feel loved. Take my hand, feel love and feel loved. Feel love and feel loved. Feel love and feel loved. Don't just speak it out. Be it, don't just feel it out. Be it, don't just speak it out. Be it, don't just speak it out. And you cannot be replaced. And you cannot be replaced with haste. Take my hand, feel love and feel loved. Take my hand, feel love and feel loved. Feel love and feel loved. Feel love and feel loved.
The Perception Deception was just an amazing experience to write and research, because, you know, there are times in your life when the kaleidoscope just moves and suddenly everything becomes clearer than it was the day before or a few minutes before. And I had 3 or 4 kaleidoscope movements when I was writing this book. I've been able to fit the pieces together like never before and go deeper and deeper and deeper in the rabbit hole than I've ever been before. In my view, this is a game changer.
Welcome back, and thanks Gareth Ike for that great song just before we had the ad there. Thank you, Gareth. I shouldn't really be saying it, but I'm delighted to be talking to my next guest. I'm a big fan of his. He's been campaigning on human rights issues for over 40 years. 46, he said to me. That makes him feel a bit old, I think. He's taken on, in his time, Henry Kissinger, Robert Mugabe. He even once famously stopped Tony Blair's motorcade. And another time he persuaded Mike Tyson to say that he opposes all forms of discrimination. To be honest with you, I could be all night on his CV alone. I'm delighted to welcome human rights campaigner Peter Tatchell to the show. Peter, welcome.
Glad to be with you.
Well, you're not feeling well, but I've got to say that from the start. You've had a bit of a rough weekend illness-wise, so thanks for coming in. We've been speaking for many years on radio. It's the first time we've met, so I'm delighted to meet you. In the many years, we're talking about the media quite a lot tonight, and in the many years you've been commenting and writing and campaigning on human rights issues. A lot of changes in the media, Peter.
Absolutely. People may remember, if they're old enough, that I stood as a Labour candidate in the Bermondsey by-election in South East London in 1983, and by general consensus it was probably the dirtiest, most violent election campaign in Britain for at least 100 years.
Remind us why you stood in that election.
Well, I stood as a Labour candidate.
But the deeper motivation for doing it?
Well, the deeper motivation was because I wanted to sort of take human rights issues and social justice issues into Parliament.
Yeah.
And I was, in particular, demonised and vilified by much of the press, most of the tabloids, and experienced what most people say is the most shocking, disgraceful press campaign against any candidate, probably since the 19th century. Various journalists made up stories. For example, in the middle of the run-up to the election, they falsely claimed that I deserted my constituents and gone off to the Gay Olympics in San Francisco. Total, complete
nonsense.
Fiction.
You were right here.
That was the Sun, front page headline in the Sun. The News of the World retouched a photograph of mine to make it look like I was wearing lipstick, mascara and eyeliner. And when we complained, they claimed, it was just a distortion lost in transmission down the wires. Again, completely and totally incredible, unbelievable.
Well, it was a very difficult place for a gay man to be in Britain at that time anyway, wasn't it? I mean, there was very little sympathy for gay men and women if they were to make complaints about the media and say, hey, look, you're reporting on gay and lesbian men and women in a very, very negative, stereotypical way. It was just like, well, to hell with you. That's the way it was back then.
Well, yes, you're right. I mean, the Sun newspaper and others outed gay clergy with the headline in the Sun was, "Puffs in the pulpit." Another time, they reacted to proposals by MPs to end the ban on gay people serving the armed forces with the headline, "Pufters on parade." This is from a national newspaper on the front page in mega type.
Was it
the tabloids in those days really were repositories
But is
of
that a
bigotry.
scary place to be? I mean, did you feel threatened during that particular period?
Well, because of the quite vicious misrepresentation and prejudice stirred up by the tabloids, I received not dozens, but hundreds of death threats to kill me because A, I was a left-winger, and B, I was gay. And, it was impossible for me, absolutely impossible for me to get my voice heard in the tabloids. They simply wouldn't publish what I stood for. They published their version of what I stood for, which was a complete and utter misrepresentation. And of course, against these huge, powerful multinational media corporations, there's very little that any individual can do. So I'm not the only one, of course. There are many some other candidates, but other members of the public have suffered similar vilification and distortions by the media. And for those people, it is very, very frightening because people, sadly, often believe what they read. They think this is from a journalist in an established national newspaper, it must be true.
And you can take that into so many issues. The rush to support the Iraq War in 2003.
Absolutely.
And so many others issues. But you still had to get over that, Peter, and form some sort of a relationship with the press because of the many campaigns you're involved in.
Absolutely. If you're doing campaigning for human rights and for social justice, one of the things you need is to get publicity for the causes you're trying to highlight. So there's been many cases of miscarriages of justice or refugees, legitimate refugees who've been refused asylum, maybe people who are speaking out about human rights abuses in other countries like Pakistan, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Uganda, Russia. It's very important that their voice is heard in the media so people become aware of what is happening and often what our government is doing to collude with those tyrants and torturers. I mean, Britain, most people don't realise the full scale of British involvement with Saudi Arabia, which is one of the worst dictatorships in the world. Basically, we buy their oil and they buy our guns. It is a relationship of death, really, because this regime is torturing its own people. It is not a democracy. Women can't even drive cars in Saudi Arabia. Yet our government is effectively propping up the Saudi royal family by buying their oil and selling them guns and other weapons of repression.
And as long as that's happening, you're not going to read too much about it in the daily tabloids here in the UK.
Well, you do occasionally get some coverage.
Yeah. But it's negative coverage, and it reflects negatively on Muslims rather than on the fact that we're doing the devil's deal to get oil in return for weapons.
Absolutely. I'm not saying that all the media is hostile, negative, ignorant, and doesn't report the facts. Occasionally you do get some very good reporting, and there are some papers, that on the whole, The Guardian, Independent, and so on, that are pretty good. But when it comes to the tabloids, the ones that are read by millions and millions of people, I would say their reporting of human rights and social justice issues is very, very weak. So therefore people often are unaware of what is going on, or they get given a very biased, slanted take. For example, so many people think that all these asylum seekers are all bogus and economic refugees. In fact, most of them are genuine. Most of them have suffered genuine suffering and experience horrendous torture, imprisonment, perhaps even their family members have been killed. But you very rarely read about that in the Sun or the Daily Mail.
I think you would have done years ago. There would have, back when journalism was journalism, you would have read case studies about people who are leaving extreme poverty or extreme hostility from whichever regime was there, but you don't do it anymore.
That's right. Investigative journalism was a very credible and honourable thing in the past.
In the past.
But most newspapers and radio and TV stations have basically closed down or gutted their investigative journalist teams. And that means that really important stories are not being brought to public light.
Now, something I want to bring up and get it out of the way. It's something you and I have spoken about on my radio programmes in Spain in the past, but I want to bring it up here. We're getting a lot of comments about you coming on with me tonight on Facebook and on Twitter, many of them positive, but many of them referencing an interview you did with The Guardian back in 1997. We're going to be talking an awful lot about paedophilia on this programme and how far it stretches into politics and business and stuff like that. And a lot of people have said tonight that we're not happy that you have Peter Tatchell on, because Peter, in 1997, lobbied for lowering the age of consent down to 14. And in a letter you wrote to The Guardian, you said that sex between an adult and a child wasn't always a bad thing. Now, I've spoken to you about this in the past. Over to you. What do you say to those people? Is it okay for an adult to have sex with a child?
First of all, I've never endorsed and do oppose adults having sex with children. That's the first thing. Secondly, this campaign has been whipped up by, I understand, members of the British National Party. In 2010, I ambushed Nick Griffin to expose his racism, his anti-Semitism, and the racism and anti-Semitism of the British National Party, and the history of homophobia, sexism, and anti-Muslim prejudice. I embarrassed him because I exposed what the BNP had stood for and said. And so in revenge, some of his members have been putting out the entirely false, fictitious claim that I am either a paedophile or I support paedophilia. And they've even gone as far as taking a photograph of me at a protest against the BNP.
Yeah.
They've used Photoshop.
And photoshopped the picture.
They've changed the slogan to put a paedophile information exchange logo there.
But did you write to The Guardian in 97? Let me ask that, Peter.
Let me finish. That placard was faked.
Yeah.
It was deliberately done to try and discredit me, to get back at me as revenge for me embarrassing and exposing
and that was a
Nick Griffin and the British National Party.
Faking that placard was an absolute disgrace.
Yeah.
But in a letter to The Guardian in 97, did you talk about the fact that there were cultures historically, and we know this to be true, where young boys did have sexual relationships with older men? And did you say that it wasn't always a bad thing, or it's not necessarily always a bad thing? Did you actually say that?
No, I didn't say that. I said paedophilia is impossible to condone. That's what I said.
Yeah.
And the point is, people have there's selective edited versions of that letter have been knocking around the internet for some time, and unfortunately people believe the edited versions, not the original version that I submitted for publication.
Well, I'm glad we cleared that up. I wasn't planning on getting into that remotely.
And I should just add,
we are responding to the people watching it who are getting onto it.
I should add that in fact I have some of the best policies or proposals to protect young people against child sex abuse. The age of consent issue is a red herring, because we have an age of consent of 16, yet paedophiles ignore it.
Yeah.
They ignore the law and they abuse young kids. So the age of consent itself is not a protection. The best protection for young people against child sex abuse is to educate them with the knowledge, skills and confidence to say no to unwanted sexual advances and to report abusers. And the shame of our schools is that hardly any schools in this country educate young people about child sex abuse and what to do if they are victims. It's no good saying phone Childline. We have to educate young people to feel confident to come forward. And one of the things that stops them from feeling confident coming forward is if they have sexual shame and guilt. If they think sex is something dirty and shameful, they'll be very reluctant to report it. So education has to overcome the idea that sex is dirty and shameful, because if people do not believe that, if they believe sex is something you can discuss freely, then they will come forward and discuss and expose and report abusers. That is the obvious thing to do.
Yeah.
So sexual shame and guilt is a major equation. That's what the abusers rely on. They rely upon young people feeling guilty and shameful. If we can overcome that guilt and shame, those young people will come forward and those abusers will be stopped.
Peter, I'm glad we got that out of the way, and there was a genuine question coming in, and I was getting it in the last day or two, but I wanted to ask you on the programme. Look, this week, Royal Charter on Press Regulation granted by the Privy Council. A lot of fuss by the journalists and by the editors, but Peter, as far as I can make out, publications can opt out of this if they want. So why is it an encroachment on the freedom of the press, or is it not?
Well, I think from my experience and the experience of many other people who've been victimised, we do need some kind of regulation, because voluntary control has not worked. You know, we've had voluntary control for many years. We've had innocuous, feeble, failing bodies like the Press Complaints Commission, the Press Complaints Council and so on. They've never worked. They've never properly defended the victims. They've always tended to side with the newspapers and the editors. And I know from my experience in the Bermondsey by-election, I found that we had complaint after complaint which was sat upon by the bodies supposed to oversee this. They sat on it until after the election was over. Yeah. And even then, they didn't give any proper rebuke, let alone any kind of comeback or compensation or apology. Yeah. So voluntary regulation is not working and has not worked. What's important?
Well, we have laws, Peter. We have laws to stop them doing these things. I mean, you could have taken them to civil court. You could have done them for libel. Look at Millie Dowler and Charlotte Church. We have laws to stop that. Why do we need regulation? Why not just arrest the lousers who bug people's phones and charge them and fine them or put them in prison? Why regulate them?
You know, we do have laws against libel, but they are rich men's laws. Only very rich people can afford to take newspapers to court. Newspapers have almost unlimited funds, the best lawyers. You know, they are completely out of the league of the average ordinary person. So for most people, the option of libel isn't there. They simply cannot afford it. And that was in my case. I wanted to sue the newspapers in 1983 who made up those false stories and did all kinds of smears, but I couldn't because I didn't have the funds. The other thing is, also, I think we need swift remedy. A libel case can take months or years.
Years even, yeah.
What we need is a system whereby if a newspaper has published a factual inaccuracy or used extremely inflammatory, inciting, menacing language against a person, they should have the right to require that newspaper to publish an apology and correction in the same place, on the same page, in a subsequent issue of the newspaper within 7 days. So equal space, equal prominence,
no,
not buried away
on page 22 and this size of a column.
Exactly.
Absolutely, I agree
and
with
not 6 months later. Now that is one of the proposals that is in this new Royal Charter. There should be some swift mechanism of redress. I'm not worried about the Royal Charter. I don't think we need a Royal Charter, but we do need regulation. And the regulation is not to stop freedom of the press, it's to stop false, inaccurate reporting.
Which is damaging people who can't afford to get their redress.
And the unjustified vilification of people.
Peter, we've got...
this is the really good thing about the Royal Charter, and that's what is included in its proposals. Of course, we have to now see how it's going to be actually implemented. But it's not going to stop investigative reporting. It's not going to stop journalists exposing high public officials who commit criminal acts or behave in a hypocritical way. They will still be free to do that.
Well, I hope you're right. Look, I'm not sure about the Royal Charter, but look, I'll ask you back on our breakfast programme soon to talk about these issues. Peter, thanks for coming in. It was a pleasure to meet you finally. Thanks for the great work you do with the Peter Tatchell Foundation. You can find that online. And we'll be talking to you again very soon. Thanks for doing it. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Peter Tatchell. Remember, donations. This is a publicly funded television station. Do go to davidicke.com/donate, or even better than that, underneath the player, which is underneath your viewer. The video player you're watching now, there is a button. Hit donate. Donate as little as £1 a month to make the world a fairer place. That's what we're aiming for. Take a look at this video. We'll be back in a minute.
Are you sick of being lied to?
Do you think that you're getting the whole picture?
There's always another side to every story.
Are you ready to see something different?
Like you've never experienced before.
Truth.
Integrity.
Health.
The nature of reality.
Transparency.
Empowering information.
New ways of looking at the world.
Music, news, alternative views.
Going where the mainstream dare not go.
Your voice has been silenced for far too long.
What have you got to say?
The world needs to change.
The world is truly of our own making.
People are waking up.
It's time to take your power back.
The time is now.
It's time for a new voice.
It's up to you.
We want you to be part of it.
We can do this.
Join us.
The people's voice.
Welcome back. Once again, I've got to mention donations. Please get your donations in. It's on the screen, just underneath the screen there. There's a button. Press it and donate as little or as much as you possibly can. We'd really appreciate that. Just before we go to our next guest, a lot of people talking on Facebook, a lot of people on Twitter. Manuela Costa, so exciting. The beginning of a new era without a doubt, she says. Freddie Loca, you're making history. Humanity has been needing this for so long. Lisa Ballard. Watched Keith Allen earlier, says Lisa. This is very exciting. Well done for pulling this off. It's going to be changing everything. And on Twitter, A Truthful Existence. All forms of art help reveal the truth. It's a natural way to express ourselves in a universal language. That's got to be to do with Neil Haig, who was on earlier on. And Scott Cundall. We South Africans are tuning out of the lame stream media and tuning into TPV. The illusion is falling apart. Hashtag TPV. And we're on Facebook as The People's Voice. Now my next guest. Leah Bolger is a former US Navy commander who until very recently was National Vice President of Veterans for Peace. She's a full-time campaigner for peace, and she's been at the forefront of many campaigns which highlight the reality of warfare and the devastating effect it has on civilians and soldiers. She's been arrested for civil disobedience. She once memorably disrupted a congressional hearing on military commissioning. And it's a huge pleasure to welcome to the show Leah Bolger. Leah, good evening. Welcome to the programme.
Hello, I'm so pleased and honoured to be part of your premiere show.
Hey, it's my honour. The last time I spoke to you, it was on radio, so it's lovely to be talking to you in vision, as it were. Leah, what's it like where you are? Tell us a little bit about what you're doing at the moment.
Well, I am working, I am the Secretary of Defense for the Green Shadow Cabinet, which is put together by people who ran for president on the Green Party ticket. And we provide kind of an alternative voice because we know that our two-party system is broken and that it doesn't represent the voice of the people. So we use the Green Shadow Cabinet to advocate for positions that are really in benefit the people and things that we really need and want and the people's interests. I do that, and I also work hard on anti-drones work. I'm responsible for coordinating something that actually I got the idea for from a group of British women called the Drones Quilt Project. And we're making quilts honoring the people who have been killed by U.S. combat drones, but a square for each person, and then we put the blocks together and make quilts that travel around the country and educate people about the horrendous, immoral, and illegal combat drones.
The droning.
Program.
Leah, this week, it's been reported this week, John Heilemann and Mark Halperin have got this book out called Double Down. And they reported this week that during the presidential campaign of 2012, President Barack Obama said that, you know, I'm pretty good at killing people. Now, Leah, there are very few women in the world who have risen to the rank you rose in the US Navy. That can't be nice for you to hear a US president say that, if in fact he said it. We've yet to hear from the White House themselves. What's your take on that?
Well, you know, President Obama is very charismatic and you know, very bright, not like the former president. And I think people want to like him and they want to believe him. And so when he says, whether or not he said he's very good at killing people, I don't know that that's true either. But his policies have been very violent, very aggressive. He ran on the ticket that he was going to end the Iraq war because he wanted to focus on the Afghanistan war.
And close Guantanamo.
Oh, yes, right. And no more torture and transparency and all these things that we haven't seen. So, you know, I think people want to believe him. Also, you know, Democrats want to support him. You know, people are thrilled that we have our first African-American president, but so they want to support him for that reason, but they don't want to see him fail. But there are many, many people who are very, very disappointed, to say the least, in his policies that belie his words.
Leah, we're in an era, I think, where I think personally, this is my personal opinion, I'm not speaking for the station, we don't get the reality of war anymore. You're not that old, but you remember, your parents will remember how the Vietnam War was reported on. Horrible images were beamed into people's living rooms in the United States on a nightly basis. Now, with journalists being embedded with troops and all of that and the corporate media, we don't really get to see these days just what warfare is really like, unless we go and we look at LiveLeak or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, it's exactly right. You know, the United States has been at war with Afghanistan now for 12 years, our longest war in history, and you cannot find anything in the mainstream media about it. I can't remember the last time I saw a report on the Afghanistan war on television. And I do remember during Vietnam, every night there was a story, and people were in the field with the troops, and they talked about you know, how many people had been killed. But in that day and age, the media was not owned by 5 companies in the United States, and we saw the truth of war. But we also, they also reported the casualty counts as if that was something positive to prove that we were winning the war. You know, we killed another 1,000 people or whatever, and we only lost 10 or, you know, whatever. I'm just using these statistics and making them up, but that was used to prove that we were winning, to keep track. And now we don't keep track of how many people we've killed. In fact, we don't want people to know. This is especially, you know, pertinent when you're talking about the drones program. I recently visited Pakistan and I talked to victims of drone strikes, and we know through the Bureau of Investigative Journalism, a UK group, that the number of people who have been killed by U.S. combat drones, civilians, non-combatant people, is in the thousands.
Now, Obama will say, and his aides and his cabinet will say, that look, there are international bodies. There's the International Court of Human Rights, there's the International Court of Justice, there's war crimes, there's The Hague. If he is indiscriminately bombing civilians, why is he not being taken even to task for doing that?
Because the United States is not a party to the International Criminal Court. We refused to sign on. In fact, we were one of 3 countries, Israel and Sudan, who wrote a letter specifically telling The Hague that we did not intend to join the ICC.
Simple as that. I knew the answer. I had to get it out there. You're absolutely right. Look, leaving the drones aside for a minute, we're going to be talking to a colleague of yours very shortly, David Swanson, who used to run Dennis Kucinich's campaign back in the day.
I know David.
You know David pretty well.
Yeah.
You know, it was announced today or yesterday that the President has been in talks with Yemeni officials to open a Guantanamo-type facility in the Yemen. Now, we're here to talk about the media and about fair and balanced and honest and totally open media. Is that being reported in the United States tonight, Leah? Do you think that there's going to be a Yemeni Guantanamo?
No, it's not reported in the United States. And you know, if the Obama administration truly wanted to follow international law and the Geneva Conventions, then we could house our prisoners of war in this country. We don't need to have a site out of country. We don't need to do extraordinary rendition. But the reason that he's opening these sites out of the sovereign boundaries of the United States is so he doesn't have to abide by the laws of the United States against torture, against indefinite detention. He can ignore habeas corpus. All these things. Just a huge black mark on the United States record of human rights. It's an embarrassment.
I'm going to flag up my opinion again. I'm not speaking for the People's Voice here. Many of my colleagues might take a different standpoint. But you are probably one of the greatest examples of what's wrong. Maybe not, I shouldn't say what's wrong, but with problems that the national media has in the United States. They go looking for former military officials to comment on these issues on their programs. Yet you are one of the highest ranking women of all time in the US military and the Navy. And you don't get a knock on the door from Fox or CNN to say, hey Leah, what have you got to say on this? Doesn't happen, does it?
Well, no, it doesn't happen, but I will correct you. I was not one of the highest-ranking women in the military.
No, but you were up there, Leah. You were up there.
I was a commander, which is an 05, but above that rank is captain, and above that rank is admiral. So I was a high-ranking officer, but not one of the highest by any means. But I wanted to correct one thing that you said in the introduction, that I was the vice president of Veterans for Peace, and I was for many years, and then I became the president of Veterans for Peace, the first female president of Veterans for Peace, and I really thought that I might get calls from some of the mainstream media at that point, and no, nothing. I didn't get any calls from them, and we have to constantly make our own media and try to get it out, and that's why I'm so thrilled with the People's Voice. In the United States, at least you guys have The Guardian. We don't have any mainstream newspapers that tell the truth. Even the New York Times, the newspaper of record, is in cahoots with the White House and promoting war, and is all of our media, television, newspapers, radio, are owned by about 5 companies, mega companies. And so these companies, like NBC, for instance, NBC owns, and GE are owned by the same people. GE makes weapons, and then they have, when you go to one of the talk shows, even the well-respected talk shows, they will have guests on who are military pundits, former, veterans.
And many of them have shares in these organizations, or they're sitting on the board, or they used to sit on the board. Yeah.
That's what I was going to say, right. It is in their best interest to promote their company. And that's why I just wrote a piece recently for the Green Shadow Cabinet, and the website is greenshadowcabinet.us. But I wrote a piece about our foreign policy and how it's built, how the military-industrial complex really drives our foreign policy. And it's not about relationships with other countries. It's about maintaining a state of war so that these companies can make a lot of money. The same companies that control the media. It's horrendous. It's really in a bad state here in the United States.
But despite your frustration, it sounds to me like you still think the United States is someplace worth fighting for. Because I've watched what you've done. I've seen the high profile you've been escorted out of the congressional hearings, and I know you got a fine and you had to do some community service. You still think it's worth fighting for, Leah?
Well, sure. I think, as I said in the most recent arrest at the super committee hearing, I said, I speak for the 99%, and the 99% of the American people are hurting. We work hard, and we live right, and we just want to put our kids through school, and we want a safe and clean water, and we want a house, and we want the so-called American dream. But more and more people are homeless. They're hurting. 25% of American children live in poverty. This is shameful. And
that was borne out by a Panorama documentary on the BBC. In case anybody's wondering about Leah's statistics there, 12 months ago, Panorama did a documentary on the BBC where it backed that up. 1/4 of American children don't get breakfast in the morning. That was what it was, wasn't it? 25%, 1 out of every 4, I know my fractions, don't get a breakfast before they go to school. Imagine that, in the land of opportunity.
Right. And now, Congress is cutting food stamps. They're cutting school lunch programs and school breakfast programs, and hurting more and more people. And I think, I hope, maybe the upside of this is that people will become angry enough and that they will really fight back. And so that's what I want to help be a part of. The people fighting back, demanding a quality of life that we deserve. It's shameful what our government is doing, and it's got to stop.
Leah, thanks for taking the call. We'll get back to you in the future, and we'll be talking again, and you'll talk to some of our other programmes as well. Real pleasure. I'll mention that again, greenshadowcabinet.us. If you want to read those articles, check out Veterans for Peace as well. Leah Bolger, enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Thank you.
Thank you.
Real pleasure. Let's hear some more from some of our presenters here at The People's Voice. This is the brilliant Elizabeth Celente. Take a look at this.
My name is Elizabeth Celente, and I'm working on the health show. I have taken a lot of interest in the study of alchemy over the past couple of years, and I think that some of the information that I've found out is very valuable to the people, and they don't know how to deal with their health. So I'd like to be able to address that on the show. We talk about food and how our food affects us energetically. We also talk about our thoughts and our mind, our thought processes, and how just our mindsets can affect us physically, you know? So I think it's very important that people know how stress can have a toll on them. I mean, most people know this, but they don't know how to deal with it. They just deal with the symptoms instead of the source. There are many people around the world that are doing groundbreaking things to do with health, whether it be with food or with the mind, and they're just not getting the time of day on the mainstream media. So I hope to be able to get them all in, if not in person, then on Skype, and have them explain what's going on so that people can get behind it and not just know about the bad side of GMOs and that, so that they feel empowered to be able to do something. I hope to actually do experiments live on the show, and I hope that the people will also join me in doing that. I hope that we can go on this journey together. I'm not just here to tell people what to do. I'm with the people, so we can all work together, because the people's voice is the people's choice. So I think it's really going to be like magic. I think that this is going to be very different to anything anyone has seen before, and I hope that there will be more things like the People's Voice coming around. I hope that media will be influenced by the People's Voice, because we are ready for something new. We are ready to move on.
Hello, welcome back. Please keep your donations coming in to the People's Voice. I'm told if you don't, then I've got to keep playing this shit all night. So you'll be doing me a favour. You take it back, you take it back. Every single word you said, in fact, it's only worth as much as how you act. All those words breathe substance that you lack. Because I want to, not fighting on me, cause I ought to. I'm standing up because I want to, not fighting on me, cause I ought to. What's love without meaning? What's love without meaning? What's love without meaning? Oh no, what's love without meaning? I once had a thought and wrote it down. Took me several years to pour it out. Had to tear it up to find my soul. Pull the gaffer tape across my mouth. Because I want to, not fighting on me, cause I ought to. I'm standing up because I want to, not fighting on me, cause I ought to. What's love without meaning? What's love without meaning? What's love without meaning? Oh no, what's love without meaning? Don't you think you've heard enough of love? Don't you think you've hurt enough in love? Don't you think you've heard enough of love? Don't you think you've heard enough in love, in love, in love? Because I want to, I'm fighting on because I ought to. I'm standing up because I want to. I'm fighting on because I ought to. What's love without meaning? What's love without meaning? What's love without meaning? Oh no, what's love without meaning? Oh, 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 oh. Thank you.
Legend. Gareth Ike, what a legend. Thanks, mate. Well done. We'll be hearing more from Gareth. In fact, in a few minutes or in a half an hour or so, we'll hear about the band which he's going to be hosting. So there. Now, he did mention, did Gareth, about donations. Please do dig deep, as he said. Get your hands in your pockets and donate to the People's Voice. Underneath the screen, your player, because you should be on thepeoplesvoice.tv. There is a player. Press the donate button and give generously, or give as little as you can. Later on, you'll be able to do that through davidicke.com/donate. Your donations are going to help change the face of the media around the world. That is a fact. Moving on then. How do I introduce my next guest? What a woman she is. She is the first African American to represent Georgia in the US House of Representatives. In 2008, she was the Green Party nomination for President of the United States. She's worked tirelessly on behalf of families who lost their loved ones on September the 11th, and she's also called for a proper investigation into what happened on September the 11th. She's even called for an impeachment of former President George Bush, Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld and Condoleezza Rice. I'm honoured to be welcoming the amazing Cynthia McKinney. Cynthia, welcome to the programme. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing fine. It's a little chilly here, but I'm sure it's nothing compared to what you guys are experiencing over there across the front.
Well, do you know what? It's dropped a couple of degrees in the last couple of days, but otherwise it's good. It's really good to chat with you, Cynthia. Thanks for doing it on Sunday. It's a bit crazy here at the moment, as you've probably guessed. It's the first 5-hour gig we've done, so you know what's going on. Right. I love what you've done in the past. You stood against the Bush administration. You questioned 9/11. Has it come at a personal cost to you, Cynthia? Would you do it, if you had to do it all over again, would you do it all over again, but would you do it in a slightly different way?
It's something that I contemplate all of the time because, you know, perhaps I didn't realize the powers that I was going up against. Now, of course, I know exactly what I would be going up against, but does that make it right or wrong to remain silent when something terribly corrupt is taking place and you're in a position of responsibility? I think it's wrong to remain silent about the things that matter. In fact, that's what Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said. And so I would have to speak out. I would have to speak out against the way the people of Hurricane Katrina were treated, the failure of the government on September 11th, the use of immigration policy and undocumented workers as a labor policy in the United States, the use of war as an energy policy for the United States. These are things that are absolutely wrong. And these and high crimes and misdemeanors have been committed from the Clinton administration to the Bush administration, sadly, to the Obama administration. And it's up to the people of the United States to speak up, stand up, and stop this madness and stop this craziness. So I guess the answer is yes, I would do it all
slightly differently. Now, there are two ways of looking at press coverage in the US, Cynthia. You can talk about the way the press reported on September the 11th and the way the press reported on Hurricane Katrina, Or you could talk about the way the press reported on your campaigning on those issues. And those are two separate things. What about the press coverage you received when you questioned Rumsfeld, when you complained about the way the people were treated in New Orleans? How do you look back on that, the way you were reported on yourself?
Well, many people. I have been a student of the counterintelligence program, which was an illegal, un-American, to use the language of Senator Frank Church, program that was carried out against U.S. citizens who dared to dissent from U.S. war policy and U.S. policy that denied social justice mainly to African Americans. But during that decade of the 1960s, we had the African American community, we had the Puerto Rican independence movement that had made a stand, we had the Mexican American movement that was making a stand, we had the progressive white community that was making an anti-war stand, a very important anti-war stand, and we had the black community that was not only engaged in the civil rights movement, but was also engaged in a more militant movement that was called the Black Panther Party. And there was a COINTELPRO, a counterintelligence program that was orchestrated by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, against all of these groups. And one of the things that I have learned in reading the documents, which are available online to anyone who cares to do further research, and the Church Committee reports, which are also online, which was a Senate committee that was created for the purpose of looking into the excesses of the U.S. intelligence community directed against U.S. citizens as well as people abroad. And one of the things that is striking is the fact that there was collusion and collaboration with the media. So I'm not surprised at the media treatment that I received because I have this background. But other people might be surprised to understand that the FBI would call, say, for example, the Atlanta Constitution, which is my home newspaper, they would call the Atlanta newspaper, and they would say, don't cover Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s effort in this regard, or don't provide publicity so he will not be able to raise money. This is the kind of thing that took place routinely during the counterintelligence program. And according to the Church Committee reports, there were members of the press and publishing houses and media outlets that were in direct payment, I guess I should say, on the payroll of the CIA. And this is against the domestic activities that the CIA is supposed to engage in. All of this information is available in official U.S. government documents available on the internet. And so once we understand the lengths to which the United States government will go to subvert legitimate dissent, then we're not surprised at the treatment that I received. In fact, there was one university, Temple University, that did a conference on the idea that even though I studied COINTELPRO, I was a victim of COINTELPRO by the media treatment that I received by asking legitimate questions.
Cynthia, let's talk about the alternatives then, because we don't want to sound all night on this program like we're bitching and whinging about the mainstream. I mean, we are to a certain degree. We wouldn't exist. What about your experiences then with the so-called alternative media? How do you see that growing? Whether it's on Facebook, people with their own individual programs that they broadcast on YouTube. How big can this thing get, Cynthia? Is this the answer?
I think it's definitely a part of the answer, yes. because my experience is that people are trying to find the truth. Now, of course, in the United States, we've had a court decision in Florida that said that it was all right for the U.S. media to knowingly lie to the American public. This is a court decision. So people are looking for alternatives. They're looking for a way to piece the truth together from I call it the special interest press that we have readily available to them on radio, in the print, and on television. And in order to piece that together, the truth, they have to do a bit more digging and a bit more reading and a bit more investigative searching on their own in order to understand the bottom line of the special interest press and who out there might be representative of a more factual representation of what's going on in the world and what's going on in the United States. I would say that the social media have been indispensable. The internet has been indispensable in providing an alternative for people. Now, does that mean that we don't have to fact check them? Yes, we have to fact check them as well. And
Cynthia, can I ask you a quick question on that? Sorry to interrupt you there.
Sure.
You quite rightly mentioned the internet there. Now, we found out very recently, and I'm not complaining about it, but the internet is regulated here in terms of television by the British regulatory authority Ofcom. And we have to live by that, and we have to get our licence, and we have to do that. In other words, in Britain, you put TV online now in a linear way, you've got to have a licence. Hey, what are you going to do? So we'll have one. But it's not like that in the US. The FCC doesn't regulate internet programming, or does it? Or should I have asked you this earlier to give you a chance to find out?
I'm not so sure.
Let's find out.
I was involved in a lawsuit that was filed by an internet journalist who sued for equal treatment to regular print and broadcast journalists. And he won that lawsuit in U.S. courts. So the internet journalists are treated as regular other bona fide journalists. But now how the internet is regulated, one thing we know for sure is that the internet is spied on, and so all of the activity that we engage in is viewed by the authorities, just like it was back in the day of the counterintelligence program when it was U.S. Postal Service. It was mail that was open, but now it is email that is opened by the authorities.
Hey, Cynthia, wasn't it funny this week to hear Google complain about the NSA? When Google have openly, I got an email from Google some time back last year to say, look, we are sharing your details with anybody who wants them. You know, your emails can be opened. Gmail, all that sort of stuff. So to hear Google, to use a very British term, kick off about the fact that, the NSA are doing what they're doing with the GCHQ in England, that's hypocrisy on a grand scale, surely.
Well, yeah, and there's enough hypocrisy to go around. Because remember, just a few years ago, the Europeans were up in arms because of Echelon. You remember that?
I do.
And so, the idea that the NSA is spying on Angela Merkel and everyone else, the Europeans kind of knew that way back in the day. And, they knew it, they made it public, but really nothing was done. And so the monster just was allowed to grow. And of course, here in the United States, we knew about Magic Lantern and Carnivore back in the day. And we don't know what the names are of the programs that are being used to capture our keystrokes and to open our emails. But this is not anything that is new. Sadly, it's not new.
Cynthia, I'm going to ask you to do me a favour. I'm going to wrap it up there only because we're way over the time here.
Okay.
You did a great favour hanging on and coming on. Will you please come back on one of our regularly scheduled programmes where you'll have plenty of time to get into these issues? Forgive me,
Sure.
I've never presented TV before in my life. I'm a radio guy. I normally make my own rules, Cynthia, as they go along. But tonight they're giving me a lot of stick and saying, move on, move on, move on, move on, because it's a special programme. We have loads of people to go to. You're an absolute star. Thanks for coming on, and I can't wait to talk to you again soon.
Okay, thanks.
Look after yourself, Cynthia. Bye-bye. Cynthia McKinney, the amazing two-time Congresswoman there from the United States. Donations, people, they're really important. Look at this video. We'll be back in a second.
Are you sick of being lied to?
Do you think that you're getting the whole picture?
There's always another side to every story.
Are you ready to see something different?
Like you've never experienced before.
Truth.
Integrity.
Health.
The nature of reality.
Transparency.
Empowering information.
New ways of looking at the world.
Music, news, alternative views.
Going where the mainstream dare not go.
Your voice has been silenced for far too long.
What have you got to say?
The world needs to change.
The world is truly of our own making.
People are waking up.
It's time to take your power back.
The time is now.
It's time for a new voice.
It's up to you.
We want you to be part of it.
We can do this.
Join us.
The people's voice.
I am infinite consciousness. I will decide my reality. Consciousness doesn't fight. We don't need the bloody system. Put your guns down. No compliance rebellion. Infinite love is the only truth. Everything else is illusion. Come on. Thank you and good night.
So there's a button right underneath the screen there, your player, where you're watching this on the TPV webpage. Press it and give as little or as much as you can for this. No shareholders, no executives. It's not going into the back pocket of anybody wearing a silly suit getting into a Bentley. It's going to the programs. Stop laughing. Right, it's true. Facebook, there is an enormous amount of interest on Facebook and Twitter. It's the People's Voice on Facebook, and Twitter, it's hashtag TPV. So let me read these. Wenid Darling, groundbreaking stuff, she says. We are making history and it's very exciting. Sherwin Lemon, I'm enjoying every second from idea to reality in only a couple of months. Congratulations to David Icke and everybody else. Thank you. Michael Brown, I'm guessing the MSM will be watching too, learning how it should be done, keeping up the good work. MSN must mean mainstream media. And there's loads more as well. There's too many to get through and we've so much to do. Right, my next guest is a genius. He's going to be presenting a hugely important programme from us, for us even, called the Middle East, Ken O'Keefe's Middle East. I nearly said the Middle East show. It's Ken O'Keefe's Middle East. It's a take on the Middle East and talking to people within the Middle East, in Palestine, in Gaza, in Israel, in the Yemen, all over the place. Let's talk to Ken O'Keefe. Ken O'Keefe.
Lovely. Brilliant to be here.
Thanks for coming in.
I'm so excited, as I think everybody is. The potential is massive. The people out there have been dealing with being lied to for God knows how long, but it's been way too long, and it's time to let the truth be known. And really, I mean, the momentum of this station is just increasing by the day, by the moment. But really, this is about the people. Finally, all those people out there who wanted to throw their television out the window because they've heard all of this nasty rubbish, these lies, and they couldn't do anything about it. This station really is for them.
Ken, your story is incredible. We'll get to it in a second. Many of our viewers will have seen you before on TV. You're a regular on Press TV. You've had your own show. a memorable appearance on Hard Talk on the BBC, which I remember, which was fantastic. But maybe some of our viewers won't know, you were a Marine one time.
Yeah, you know, and like every other American, I was raised with the belief that my nation was the greatest in the world, you know, and in that context, I joined the Marine Corps at the young age of 19, and you know, what can I say? I'm actually quite proud of my own stupidity, because it allows me to keep on a level playing field, an eye-to-eye level with everyone. I think it's beyond arrogant to think that because you somehow came to a more accurate understanding of the way the world functions, that everyone else should do that in tandem. So when I look at people who are totally clueless about what's happening in the world, what I really see is myself. And I could have easily gone another direction. For all I know, I could have been a White House spokesperson or something like that. Take away the tattoos, I could do that job today if I only cared about money. But the beauty of my path is that really money means nothing to me. What I really do care about is somehow creating a better world with all of my fellow human beings and handing this world over in a better state than we found it, because we can't sustain the trajectory that we're on. It is completely and totally unsustainable. And the only people that can change it is not some savior from abroad, it's us. It really is up to us. I firmly believe that, and I believe this station is really frightening the powers that be in ways that makes me chuckle inside.
Yeah,
Really.
well, I hope it is. I hope it's already doing that. What can we expect then on Ken O'Keefe's Middle East? What's going to be different from, say, your Middle Eastern reports on the BBC or Sky or CNN?
Well, let me just say first off, it was going to be the Middle East show, and it really isn't an ego trip. The bottom line is that with Ofcom rules, if people if they tune into a program called the Middle East show, they could reasonably expect that it's just a straight news show, and then they can make a complaint. But if it's Ken O'Keefe's Middle East, it's obviously my perspective on things. Now, I'm going to back up everything that I say, and make no mistake about it, I'm going to be saying things that are not heard on the mainstream media, and even with some of the more, you know, really impressive media institutions like Press TV and Russia Today. I'm going to take it further than that, I can assure you. But the thing is, I'm going to back it up big time. But let us make no mistake here. This is my perspective backed up. It's not a straight news channel program at all. So we're ready for Ofcom. As far as I'm concerned, these people should be exposed, because nobody has the right to control the internet. People should be able to broadcast straight to the world if they want. And the fact that they're trying by stealth to control us and others who would wish to broadcast to the world tells us a lot about their fear.
But we have to abide by the rules and regulations to stay on the air, and it's what we have to do. Look, your critics in the past, there have been some, they've said, Ken, look, you're married to a Palestinian lady. She's an amazing lady. How can you maintain objectivity when you're reporting on, say, for example, you've just said that it's your opinion and you're going to back it up, and I totally accept that and I totally believe that. But when something is happening, when the Israelis are attacking Gaza, or if rockets are coming in from Hamas, your critics have said, how could you be objective, Ken? You've got a Palestinian wife and you've got children. How could you be objective?
Well, I'll tell you what, if this situation were reversed and it was the Jewish people who were being persecuted like the Palestinians are, I would be the first one to be standing up and condemning the Palestinians for doing such a thing. This isn't about favoring one group over another, it's about the truth. And without knowledge of the truth, there is no way that we will chart a course that is sustainable, just, and peaceful. So it really doesn't matter. Those are the mild criticisms. There's a lot more you could have dug out.
I could have dug out a few.
I'd be more than happy to deal with that at some other point. But the bottom line is I consider every single human being on this planet to be my brother and sister. That's no lie. That's no con. That's no hippie thing. That's a reality. And I want what's best for everyone, including the Israelis and including the Americans. And if I have scorn for any nation, quite frankly, it's my birth nation of the United States. No one has done more damage, has mass murdered more people, has committed more crimes than my birth nation. So if any one nation gets my scorn, it's the United States of America, which generally that's perfectly okay. People will cheer you for that. But there's something different when we look at Israel. And that's an issue that we're going to discuss on the Middle East show as well. Because quite frankly, the days of not being able to discuss things because of political correctness is unacceptable. There is no way to solve our problems unless we're able to talk frankly and honestly about what's going on.
And not worry about being labelled anti-Semitic or racist or prejudicial. These are the concerns that many people have when they want to talk about the region. Many journalists shy away from it. I'm not talking about that. It'll bring nothing but misery if I start talking about it. But I think that might be changing, King.
Well, it has to change, because if you can't discuss a subject openly and honestly, then you're never going to solve the problem, are you? The bottom line is that the problems of the Middle East, in general, are a lot less confusing and complex than people think. It's purposely made to be confusing because then you as a human being have to relegate yourself to a position of powerless and you have to defer to the, quote, experts. This is a con. It's not difficult at all to understand. If the American people or the British people or the European people were subjected to the kind of occupation, racism, and out-and-out torture and injustice that the Palestinians are dealing with every day, it would become crystal clear to them. So the truth is what they need to know if they really want to understand what's going on both in Palestine and the Middle East in general. And that's not all that difficult. But of course, there's a lot of obstacles to getting the truth out there, and that's why this station exists in the first place.
It's funny, one of the guests said earlier on, excuse me, and she made a good point. Telling the truth and leaving people make their own minds up about it and not forcing them what to think or telling them what to think shouldn't be such a revolutionary act, should it, Ken?
No, it really shouldn't.
But it's becoming one.
In fact, it's the most revolutionary act of all. The truth is the most powerful weapon of all, as Jesus Christ apparently said, the truth shall set you free. I firmly believe that. I believe that the path to peace is a three-step process boiled down in its most simple terms. The first step is the truth, and that's the stage we're in, revealing the truth on every level. Only with the truth can you effect the prerequisite for peace, and that is justice. Peace without justice is a peace not worth having. And we don't have any justice in this world today. And until we have that justice, there is no reason why we should expect people who are living under the gun, who are being tortured, who are being imprisoned, who are being killed, should be peaceful. I wouldn't be peaceful if somebody invaded my country and was threatening my family and killing people, and my children were under threat of drones and all this sort of stuff. I would, in fact, be quite violent. And so I understand why people in those areas, very much, I understand why they're doing what they're doing, but I don't want that. I don't want vengeance. I don't want violence. I want for us to understand the truth. And with that, we can then begin to solve the problems. Because really, when it comes down to it, the greatest problem is our nations. Our house in Europe and America is the dirtiest, most filthy house on this planet. And we need to clean our own house, because until our house is clean, all of these problems in other parts of the world cannot be solved. And that's the truth most of us don't want to face. We want to continue to cling to this myth that we somehow come from just-minded, democratic, countries, where this is nothing but a lie, an illusion to help satiate our own guilt, because at the end of the day, we are all guilty to one degree or another for the complicity of the crimes that are being committed in our name. Enough, enough. That's why I renounced my U.S. citizenship. Take my name off that list. I have nothing to do with the policies of that country, and unless the United States carries itself in a way with honor and integrity, I will never have anything to do with it, and I will condemn it on every level. But I feel the same way about the West in general. It is disgusting what our countries have been doing. While we sit here and live relatively comfortable lives, the rest of the world is largely sucking on it. Literally, people starving to death in this world, and that's really not acceptable.
It concerns me greatly when our leaders think that even if there was a very bad man in a field, even if there was, let's say there is, I'm sure there are bad men in fields all over the world. So imagine we need to get him so badly that it doesn't matter if a few kids and a few farmers die in the meantime. Yeah, it's very distressing, Ken. There's no other way of putting that. We're going to see you on Sunday nights?
Sunday nights, 4 to 6 p.m. Until they shut me down, or
Well, I don't think we'll be shutting you down.
No, I think we're going to say the truth, and we're going to do it fearlessly, and we're going to change this world for the better.
Ken, it's brilliant. Thanks for coming in. I can't wait to see it. It's hugely important. We will be, I think we're going to take, we're not, I'm being told that we're going to go to Maria Heller, who's in New York. Now, Maria's a very interesting lady. She's got her own radio show online. It's listened to by massive amounts of people over there in the US, and she'll be on The People's Voice, I think, at least once a week, with a weekly roundup of that programme. Maria, good evening.
Well, good evening, Richie. How are you?
I'm very well. You're looking good. Nice to see you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm following two of my favorite people, Cynthia McKinney and Ken O'Keefe.
Fantastic, and Ken. Well, look, it's a real pleasure, Maria. Many of the people watching the programme tonight will have heard your programme before, but for those who haven't, tell us a little bit about it. Tell us what you've been doing these last few years.
Well, these last few years, about 14 years ago, I was approached by somebody to do an internet radio show because I had done terrestrial radio. And at that time, most people didn't even have speakers, so I thought it would be fun to try it for maybe 3 weeks or 3 months. And that turned into 14 years. I never had any idea people would respond so well to hearing the truth. So the show, I produce 4 shows a week. The show is heard around the world, and people like it because I'm speaking as we the people. I'm in the same mess everybody else is.
It's a wonderful. Sorry, Maria. It's a wonderful thing because there are so many people here, but with so many different backgrounds and so many different perspectives on things. I'm sure that you will have a take on something that maybe I don't, and vice versa. That's the fabulous, I don't want to use the word variety, but I will use the word variety, of talent and minds and brains that we have here. You're excited to be working with the People's Voice.
Absolutely. David Icke's been a co-host of my show for, he does a show with me at least once a month. I've got great co-hosts that obviously will never get on mainstream media in this country. So, by the U.S.'s definition, we're all considered, potential terrorists now. But it doesn't stop me. I grew up in New York City, so I have a very low threshold for fear. Okay? If you can survive growing up in New York, you can pretty much survive all kinds of threats. So I just keep doing what I do because our nation here, our country's been hijacked, and we need to figure out what to do. And it's not just here; it's all over, especially in the UK, with the surveillance on all of us.
I mean, Maria, we mentioned drones with Ken there. It is true. I know it to be true. I find it startling, really, that an enormous amount of money is being spent on domestic drones. All around the big cities around the United States. Now, this is not conspiracy theory. This is fact.
Absolutely. Well, I always call what I talk about on my show conspiracy fact. And I've seen a drone in my small little mountain town a few months ago just zip right over our heads. And now they've approved something like 7,500 to 30,000 drones to be flown domestically in the United States by 2016. And that's ridiculous.
Maria, a friend of mine is a member of the Conservative Party here in England, in London. He hasn't stood for the party. He's not a bad guy, despite the fact he's a member of the Tories. But he said, look, when we've got all these CCTVs and we've got all of these drones, they do sometimes capture people committing unspeakable crimes, and they do lead to arrests. And that's one good result of having a drone in the sky or having a CCTV camera. Surely there's a point to be made there, no?
Well, I don't think so. I'm sorry, I have to disagree. I have to agree to disagree on that one. Here I am living in America where I still don't have a cell phone. And that really bothers all my family and friends. But the truth of the matter is, since 2002, there have been tracking chips in every cell phone made. And I refuse to be tracked. And when people say, well, what do you do if your car breaks down? I'll say, I'll do what I've done for the past 40 years. I wait for someone to stop and help. So if they're going to keep telling us this is for our convenience, when the government says convenience, it's only convenient for the government. And now with these new phones where you just give them your fingerprint instead of a password, you are willingly surveilling yourself. So this is like the NSA's wet dream, as far as I'm concerned.
I do find that strange, that phone app where you scan your thumb. For the life of me, I couldn't understand why anybody would want to do it. But anyway, I'm sure there are people stupid enough to do it, Maria.
Well, you'd be surprised. Everybody wants everything for convenience, you know, and that's how Hitler sold it to the Jews in Germany. And people have to wake up because history is repeating itself, except this time worldwide. And it's very dangerous. You know, I'll make you laugh, Richie. I go to a gym to work out, and one day I walked in and they had a fingerprint machine at the front. And they said, oh, from now on, we're just going to take your fingerprints for your convenience when you come.
For your convenience.
ID card. And I looked at the guy and I said to him, who the hell are you, Interpol? And he looked at me so crazily, and I said to him, listen, I've lived for 60 years without anybody having my fingerprint. Why in the hell would I give it to you? I said, where are they going to end up? He had no answer. His only answer was, we expected trouble from you, Maria. And by the way, I never gave them my fingerprint.
Well, good on you for not giving him your fingerprint. Maria, you know this is, you know we're way over time and we're rolling and rolling and rolling. Just before we say goodbye for the time being. Tell us, or tell the people watching, why they should give a minimum of £1 a month to the People's Voice. Go.
Because if they don't support the people like ourselves, like you, like everybody on the station, like David, if they don't support us, they will have no voice, and they will never know the truth, and they will just be sheep for the slaughter. That's the reason.
Maria, I can't wait to see I've heard your programme, of course, in the past. I can't wait to see it here on TPV in the coming weeks. Have a great rest of your day in New York. Talk to you soon.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks, Maria. Now, a hugely important everything is hugely important, but one of our main programmes, which is going to go out 5 days a week, is going to be presented by Sonia Poulton. We're going to launch with this in a couple of weeks' time. There are not many bigger champions of the downtrodden in British society, people who are squashed under the jackboot of government, as she said herself before, people with disabilities, the poorest of the poor. She's a quite remarkable journalist, written for music publications, written for broadsheets, for tabloid newspapers in the UK. Her programme is the Sonia Poulton Show. Take a listen to Sonia Poulton telling you more about it. Cool.
You're doing a fantastic job, Richie.
Hi, I'm Sonia Poulton. I'm a journalist and broadcaster, and I will be presenting Sonia Poulton Live, 5 p.m. on weekdays. It's a news show. It's really designed to respond and react to the day's news as it's happening, to look at what the mainstream are saying in the news. We won't always be looking at the same news agenda as the mainstream, because as a journalist I'm highly critical of some of the issues that are covered in mainstream news, but some of them we will be looking at, and we'll be looking at, first of all, how the mainstream is covering it, because it's really important to see how the mainstream take on it, because that will be the perspective that the majority of people will have on that news story. Then we will look at it, we will unpick it, we will join the dots, we will find out who is associated to whom, we will look at the context of it. Is this a story that is only in isolation now, or does it have a history attached to it? So these things are really important to us. We'll also, very fundamental to my work as a journalist, are investigations. Now, I get a lot of investigations coming to me, and some of them people will never have heard of before, and they'll be very personal investigations of people who've been let down by the establishment, perhaps in some way, perhaps a daughter has lost her life in a hospital and the hospital have not taken responsibility for it. Or perhaps children have been taken from their parents when perhaps they shouldn't have been taken at all. So we will look at the issue of children stolen by the state. We'll also look at the big stories that are making the headlines, such as the Madeleine McCann issue. You know, these are stories that everybody has an interest in, and we hope to be able to bring a fresh new take on the version of events that you perhaps may have seen in the mainstream. We'd be foolish if we said we haven't set ourselves a bit of a challenge, wouldn't we? But, you know, that's great. We need to have a challenge because there's a lot to change. And what we intend to do, obviously, is we're not going to sit outside of the system saying, oh, isn't it awful? We don't approve of that. We intend to go and interact with that very system that we often despise and deplore, and sometimes we just don't understand it. I'm not saying everything is wrong that takes place within the system, but sometimes it's so guarded that you can't possibly know. So one thing that we won't be doing is we have no intention whatsoever to be biased or lopsided in our reporting. Whoever is involved in that story and whoever we feel has something pertinent to say, they will be invited to say something on that story. So if, for example, it's about a major new initiative that's taking place within a government department, we would of course invite the government minister responsible for that department on to talk about that. That's really important to us. The aim is not to be as lopsided as what we've seen of other media. The aim is to actually try and be as impartial as humanly possible. That is the aim, and in order to do that we need to get the right people on. The problem is our very existence immediately holds a mirror up to mainstream media, because you wouldn't need a people's voice if mainstream media were doing their job. And so we wouldn't even need to say anything, just our existence alone screams volumes. But there are reasons why they should be very concerned, because after a period of time we will be creating a whole new narrative, a whole new news narrative. So whereas if you look at a story like Syria, for example, it's only portrayed in one way, and that was it all took place in Syria and the international communities are reacting and responding to it. Well, we wouldn't necessarily see it like that. We'd be looking at who had played a part outside of Syria to bring this about. And so that already, the minute you start to take a different tact, and it's not to be deliberately different, the fact is that the news as it's portrayed in the mainstream is either an incomplete picture or a very distorted picture. And these are real issues, and we are really aiming to tell the story and the version of events as they stand. We're not looking to frame things in a certain way so that we encourage viewers to make up their minds. We are actually allowing for the fact that people are intelligent enough that if you present them with the facts, they can make up their own minds about what is and what isn't, which is not what the mainstream does. And I know that, having worked in mainstream for 20 plus years, and will continue to do so, because I do believe that my work at the People's Voice and the mainstream will benefit each other. But what the mainstream does, obviously, is that it chooses very much an angle of how it's going to go in at a story. We won't be doing that. We'll be saying, these are the points about this story. What do you think? And that's really important, because what people have lacked so far in media is choice of information. And I believe that knowledge is power. You arm people with that information, you show them what's taking place, and then let them work out themselves. It's really as simple as that. It's the most simple idea in the world. I can't believe it hasn't been done before. But then, you know, as David has said before, and to quote, you know, other people, perhaps now this is an idea whose time has simply come, and that is how I feel about the People's Voice.
Are you sick of being lied to?
Do you think that you're getting the whole picture?
There's always another side to every story.
Are you ready to see something different?
Like you've never experienced before.
Truth.
Integrity.
Health.
The nature of reality.
Transparency.
Empowering information.
New ways of looking at the world.
Music, news, alternative views.
Going where the mainstream dare not go.
Your voice has been silenced for far too long.
What have you got to say?
The world needs to change.
The world is truly of our own making.
People are waking up.
It's time to take your power back.
The time is now.
It's time for a new voice.
It's up to you.
We want you to be part of it.
We can do this.
Join us.
The People's Voice.
Hey, welcome back. Thanks to Sonia Poulton. Sonia Poulton's programme, Monday to Friday from 5 p.m. You don't want to miss that. On Facebook, Bill Hicks says, will programmes be archived so that they can be shared around the internet? They will. We'll tell you more about that later on. Matt Leonard, I like it so far, but please tone down the donate begging. It's getting a bit too much. Matt, it's a telethon. We're trying to raise money from the public to launch a television station. Nobody's getting paid here. Don't be silly. Moving right along, DJ Fidget. This is going to change everything. We hope it is. Dave Williams, first-class guests on TBV tonight. Keep up the good work. And there's loads more. We'll get to more of these a bit later on. In the meantime, David Icke.
Hello. Hey, first of all...
Don't even start.
This guy is doing his first television programme tonight.
Ever.
He's got lots of experience in radio. First time in television. I tell you what, a 5-hour live show, seat of the pants in the gallery where equipment's being tested and used for the first time in this way. You have done absolutely fantastic.
Well, we've got a lot of help. Thank you very much for saying that. The gallery, the guys, Simon, John, Simon Morris, Sean, Amy, Liz, like we could be here all night naming everybody. Amazing. Brilliant.
And, you know, if ever I doubted the original idea in May, then there's no doubt having watched tonight. And you know what we were talking about right at the start, seems a long time ago, about inclusion and about what happens when you include those that are excluded with the mainstream. And what do you get? You get a massively greater range of possibility. And some of the guests tonight, as Sybil Edmonds, name one, but I could name so many, Cynthia McKinney and many others, have been absolutely magnificent. And it's just been a wonderful showcase for why we're doing this. And that is that, you know, you don't have to believe them, but these people have valid things to say. They have things that need to be heard. They have questions that need to be asked. And why, oh why, is the mainstream media not giving them that opportunity? Why? because it's owned by the corporations and it's owned by the system, and therefore it serves the system which owns it. And so when people say things about, oh, donate, and why are you asking for donations? Very simple. What do you want us to do? Do you want us to go to Monsanto? Do you want us to go to the banks? Do you want us to go to the pharmaceutical industry and the makers of the vaccines and say, give us some money and we'll keep our mouths shut and promote you?
And we could get it.
Yeah, no, we're not going to do that. We're never going to do that, right? This will be over. The people's voice will be over before we will do that. Therefore, in a world that actually people have their feet on the ground, when it takes finance to put this stuff on, it doesn't pay for itself, then obviously we need the support of the public. And some people have said tonight, I think Cynthia said it at one point, that you'll never get a fair media and an honest media until it's funded by the public. You know, public service broadcasting in America is some of the best broadcasting. Why? Because it's not beholden to the corporations. It's not in the same way beholden to the system. So, it's a choice. You know, when someone says donate, no one comes in your front room and asks for your papers or grabs you by the throat and says, you know, away you go. It's a choice. But it's a choice that people seriously need to understand. We have done miracles to get this on the air in 5-6 months from an idea. And we've done miracles to do it with the kind of money that we've done it with. That cannot go on forever, because that money ain't going to go on forever. And if we're going to go on putting out programs like this, giving a voice to the voiceless, and getting information out into a much greater mainstream arena than it's ever seen, then we have to fund it. We have to fund it to get the best directors, the best producers, and the best editors. So we are as good as the mainstream media, because we're only starting here on this first night, just using the equipment for the first time, with lots of volunteers and people who are paid, but a fraction of what they would get paid if they were in the mainstream media. So, you know, it's funny to me sometimes when some people put this together. They do miracles. They are starting to make a difference in terms of communicating information that doesn't get out there. And you hear people say, oh, you're always asking for money. Yeah. Actually, no, we're not always asking for money. What we're always doing is working 15, 16, 17 hours a day to make this happen. That's what we're doing. So this thing about money, people get so kind of head up on it. We need to fund this station. And the people can fund this station with giving very little in large numbers. And this will not only go on, what you people have seen tonight, it will not only go on 24/7, it will go on decade after decade. And I tell you, if we are here 5 years from now, 10 years from now, this world will be a very different place to what it will be if we're not here. And that's a choice. Oh, well, a pound a month? Oh, no, I've got to have a beer tonight. Well, I mean, just a pint of beer. Less than a pint of beer. A quarter of a pint of beer in some pubs now, a month, in large enough numbers. And we have created a phenomena that that can go on indefinitely.
You reminded me of something. Can I just jump in? When you said about people working 16, 17 hours, I've got to say this. I've got to look into the camera to say this. There is somebody who isn't here tonight who has been in this from the beginning, has worked 16, 17, 18, 20 hours a day to get this up and running. And just before we put this together for this Sunday, she headed back to Australia for a break. Diana Amato, you're a star. We're looking at you. She should be here tonight. She's sacrificed a lot for this. And hello. There you go.
And that's the kind of people we need. And, you know, I'll make another appeal again, not for donations, but for people. You know, we need volunteer editors, we need volunteer producers, and we need volunteer studio gallery editors with experience. And if we can get the funds in, if we can get the support in ongoing, because, you know, it's great having a single donation, fantastic, thanks very much, but how are we going to pay for it next month? So it's this ongoing and very small amounts as we're talking about. If we can get that in great enough amounts, we can start paying these people. We can start having professional people working all day for us instead of nipping in, doing what they can and having to leave, which is, can be very disruptive in trying to put programs together. It's all possible if we get the funding. And one other point about tonight. We have seen tonight what happens when you let the excluded have their voice. You get a totally different perspective on the world that the mainstream media, owned by the system, doesn't want people to have access to because it widens their perceptions of possibility, like 9/11. And if you look at what we are proposing to do, we are actually doing what the regulators claim they're doing, which is to get fairness and balance in the media, in the broadcast media, because we are actually balancing the excluded with the system people. And we've had this program tonight, and we've gone from a cutting edge person and cutting edge view, really great people and great research and great experience, and then we've gone to another and we've gone to another, because we are showcasing the kind of people we're going to talk to and the kind of information we're going to deal with. But if this was one of our programs when we're on the air, when Cynthia McKinney says something, we would have someone from the mainstream to give their view.
Exactly.
When Ken O'Keefe says something, we'd have someone from the mainstream to give their view, and so on. So we are the ones who are actually doing the fairness and balance, not the media that is regulated to be fair and balanced. And so if any regulator in this country has a problem with us and real fairness and real balance, then it is time for the public to turn the spotlight on the regulators and ask what their agenda is. Because we are going to be the fairness and balanced channel, and just being that, as I said earlier, is a revolutionary act. That's the kind of world we currently live in.
And that's a shame, isn't it? It's a shame to be saying things like that, to actually present two sides of a story and let somebody make their own mind up. How can that be a revolutionary act? It should be common sense.
But if you are going to control the population en masse, you can't do it physically, as I said earlier. You have to do it by programming their perception of reality. You've got to make them think that they're little me, I have no power. You've got to let them to look up to the system and their betters and the lords and the ladies and the financiers and the politicians. So I know my place and all that stuff. And so you have to program their sense of powerlessness. You have to program their sense of an event in the world. Because just let's look at this. Let's say, I would say absolutely it's obvious if you do the research, but let's say that the official story of 9/11 is not true. Let's just say that as an example. Look at how the world has changed since 9/11 as a result of the acceptance in the mainstream media and by mainstream politicians across the world that the official story of 9/11 was true. If we had not have had that acceptance and it had been questioned and the real story had come out, which it does in the alternative media, there would have been no invasion of Afghanistan. There would have been no maimed and murdered people in Afghanistan. There would be no dead soldiers. There would be no war on terror. There would be no justification to impose an incredibly deep and fine detailed surveillance operation on the global public. And there would have been no justification really, because it was done on the back of the war on terror, to invade Iraq. And you look at all these other things that have happened around the world justified by we must stop terrorism. You can't even go through airports now in many places and increasing places without having a full body scanner and your child having a full body scan and being shown naked to the people who are doing it. I mean, this is insane, and it's justified by a war on terror that is justified by 9/11's official story being true. Let's just ponder on that, the way the world has changed. You know what Tony Blair said? I mean, he's a man you can trust. If there's ever a half-truth in a Blair speech, it's a typing error. He said one true thing that I think probably he's ever said, in my experience. He said the world changed on 9/11. And you know why? Because it was meant to change. That's the idea. And if we could have had the kind of free flow of information and view and the communication, free flow of research that we've had tonight, and there's so much more out there that we can and will broadcast, then that whole official story that's transformed the world on so many levels would have been challenged at birth, and nothing like the world we live in would be the world we live in now. That is the power of information and communication, and that's why the People's Voice is here, and that's why we're asking for donations, so we continue to be here and continue to do what we've done tonight.
And it's only £1 a month, by the way. That's all we're asking, if that's all you can afford. David is going to be back in around about 40 minutes or so's time, so we can, I think, wrap all this up, but maybe not. My next guest was a science advisor to CBS television during the Apollo missions in the 1960s. He's such a big Star Trek fan, wait for this, that in 1976 he started a campaign to persuade President Gerald Ford to name the first space shuttle the Enterprise. He's a New York Times best-selling author, and his website Enterprise Mission has a massive global following. Its objective is to study what NASA has been doing all these last 50 years and uncover documents and discoveries which are kept from the public. Good afternoon, Richard C. Hoagland. How are you doing, Richard?
Good evening, Richie.
And I can't believe we're not looking at you. I don't know what's happened to you there in New Mexico, but I can hear you loud and clear, Richard.
Well, you know the old joke about Moore's Law and Murphy's Law.
Yeah, I do, but we're not going to go down that road tonight. Richard, it's great to be chatting to you once again. One of the first things I wanted to do was to ask you, what are you doing at the moment? What's going on in your life?
Well, I'm actually, apropos of your extraordinary experiment, and I really appreciated David's comments a few moments ago, I'm in the process of negotiating with a national television network for our own Enterprise Mission television series.
That's great news, Richard.
And if it comes to pass, I've done some network things in the past which have actually worked. Obviously, we will hook up some kind of a cooperation between what we're doing and what the People's Voice is doing, because I think this is an extraordinary idea. I just think it's more than overdue that people get involved and have their own international global media network so they can counter a lot of the deceptions and disinformations and half-truths that the major media, the commercial media, as David calls it, the corporate media, are constantly purveying.
Richard, talk to me about two words. We've got a program which is going to be, it's a program we're very excited about, and it's called Hidden Science. And we've got a couple of PhDs involved in presenting that program. What do the words hidden science mean to you, Richard? What do you think when you hear them?
Well, you know, I look back on my years at CBS and working with the most trusted man in television at that time, Walter Cronkite, and I often wonder what he would be doing now if he was in full form and vigor and in his later years had not, you know, suffered some very debilitating medical conditions. Because what we have now in mainstream is not journalism. It is propaganda, it's advertising, it's obviously a party line, it's a point of view. It's not fair and balanced journalism that I grew up with. And when I hear the words hidden science, it brings to mind what I've sorrowfully discovered in the last, you know, several decades, that the NASA that I thought I knew, the agency which was formed to boldly go where no one had gone before and tell us what was really out there and, you know, dazzle our minds and our imaginations and revolutionize our society and our planet and bring us technologies and fundamental discoveries that would make everybody's life on this planet livable. That does not seem to be the agency which exists anymore in Washington called NASA. So when you say hidden science, what comes to my mind is there's a huge realm of scientific discovery which is now only meant for the favored few, for what people euphemistically call the elite, or what came into vogue in this nation in the last couple of years, the so-called 1%. You know, we are living in a two-tiered, if not three-tiered culture, where you have 99% of everybody who knows almost nothing because they've been kept in the dark, like mushrooms, that old joke about mushrooms. And then you have 1% and the tenth of 1% who have their handle on and their minds wrapped around the real knowledge base and the real power structure and the real discoveries that are going on. And you cannot have a viable global civilization persist very long with that incredible dichotomy. And so I'm seeing this experiment, this People's Voice, new network being born as a vital part of a way to bring back that crucial balance that we need if we're going to survive into the 21st century.
Richard, there would have been a time when I would have heard you say things like, that NASA are suppressing information that they might have discovered. And I might have thought you were crackers hearing that. But I don't think you're crackers. I watch Discovery and National Geographic like everybody else. And they're putting these programs on now, Richard, where they're showing us that in ancient Egypt, they were building model flying machines. You've seen these programs, these lovely golden aeroplanes, and they've checked these, they've made scale models of them, and they actually fly. So an enormous amount of stuff was going on in the past that we really don't know anything about. But yet, on mainstream programs like Discovery and National Geographic, they're dipping into this sort of stuff, Richard.
Well, I think it's, as Mark Twain said, when it's steamboat time, you steam. I think it's time. There's an overwhelming psychological and consciousness pressure, even on the corporate media, to begin to tell more and more of the truth, because I have a feeling that the folks behind the scenes at high levels who are pulling the strings, the so-called puppet masters, that even they realize that this is only a forestalling action, that they can't stand in the way of history, that our real, who we are, our real history, where we've come from, where we can go, the amazing, astonishing things we used to do, the extraordinary panorama of tens of thousands of years of high-tech civilization on this planet that used to exist, cannot be kept forever in the dark, cannot be kept forever censored. So they're beginning to dribble out little bits and pieces to sensitize, to try to gently bring the mainstream into that realm when the shocking revelations inevitably are going to come. And I do not think that day is far off, and I think that this network they're launching is perfectly timed to be at the cutting edge of what these revolutionary discoveries that are going to be tumbling out of the closet are going to mean for all of us.
Richard, our mutual friend Jim Mars, Jim has said in the past to me that the proliferation of science fiction mainstream drama programs that we've seen in recent years about aliens coming to the Earth, for my shame I can't think of the names of these programs, but there's loads of them. They've been on all the major networks in the last few years. Jim reckons that this might be part of some sort of conditioning, as you said. In other words, prepare them for the inevitability of meeting extraterrestrial life. Well, how do you read that, Richard?
Well, I think Jim's right on, because Jim has been listening very carefully to me and reading, for instance, Monuments of Mars or Dark Mission.
Yeah.
When I was back at NASA, if I had known then what I know now, for instance, a few years ago, as part of a research effort that we've been doing for 30 years, we discovered a document, an official U.S. government document, which we called the Brookings Report. If everybody goes to enterprisemission.com or searches on Google for Brookings Report, Enterprise, it will take you to those pages. This is an official government study that was launched by the Eisenhower administration just after NASA was born in 1958. And it was a contract with the famed world think tank, the Brookings Institution in Washington, D.C., and what the NASA planners wanted of Brookings was a study that would basically tell them what the impact of NASA research and development would mean for not only the citizens of the United States, but more broadly the citizens of the entire planet. So Brookings worked for a couple of years, and in 1960 they brought out this report. There is a section in this report dealing with NASA's discovery of the reality of extraterrestrial life. And it said that it would not take place, remember this is back in 1960, it would not take place for at least 20 years. So my first question was, how could they know the date? You know, decades ago, how could they forecast?
How could they know? What a question,
exactly.
Richard.
And they also discussed that the evidence would come in the form of spacecraft images of ruins on the moon, on Mars, and this is weirdly surprising, on Venus. Now, we have discovered, and that's been the basis of the Enterprise mission research program for the last 20, 30 years, we've discovered evidence of ancient ET ruins on the moon and on Mars, and that's part of the huge story of the NASA cover-up. The other thing that Brookings recommended was that people were not ready, in the words of that famous actor Jack Nicholson, to handle the truth. So they recommended a conditioning program for radio, television, films, etc. And when I look at the media landscape, from 2001 to Star Wars to Star Trek to Fringe to the X-Files to all of the science fiction that you just mentioned out of Jim R's reference, I see a steady, methodical conditioning, an educational program a la the Brookings recommendations to the President of the United States in 1960, and I think it's almost time for the revelations to come out, because we've been conditioned to death.
Richard, I hate to wrap this up. You know that we're running behind time. I know you've been listening in, and we're going to get into these issues with you in greater depth in the future. I've been saying that all night to guests, but I mean it sincerely. Thanks very much for doing it, Richard, this afternoon. Give our best to Robin, and we'll be talking to you very, very soon on our programming.
Richie, I look forward to coming back and telling you the rest of the story, and everybody stay tuned for our possible TV, adventure, which will be in linkage and connection with the People's Voice.
Brilliant, and check out enterprisemission.com, which is Richard's website. Richard, thank you. Have a great rest of your day in New Mexico. Thank you very much. Right, before we move on to our next guest, let's have a read of this. This is from Nathan Riddit. He says, shame about force-feeding us Garrett's music and his old man's books. Fair play, though. He says the music is actually quite good, and we're getting some real news. The snowball of truth has started. Gareth Ike.
I feel bad for him now.
He's a mate of yours.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's a mate of yours.
Oh, that's all right.
Yeah, he's a mate. Yeah. No, he's a mate. That's why I did it. Yeah.
Oh, that's all right then. Oh, I don't feel bad. Bugger him then.
Hey, great music tonight, mate.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much.
It's been good fun. I must admit, I've been really nervous. It's not like me. Normally,
why? You're amongst friends.
Because this is massive, isn't it?
I don't want to think
You're
about
doing
it.
excellent.
I don't want to think about it.
You're doing great. I've been sat out there watching, and he's a pro.
It's really enjoyable. It's gone really quickly. The music from your second album is brilliant, mate.
Thank you very much.
It really is brilliant, yeah.
Thanks a lot.
And it's not just me saying it. Some pretty cool people in the industry have been saying it. People, journalists from Kerrang, from newspapers in Manchester.
Yeah.
This is cool, yeah.
Yeah, there've been some good reviews, actually. So yeah, that's always good. Not that it matters what people think, but it's quite nice to get a little bit of a pat on
You're in the
back.
middle of doing loads of gigs. You're between dropping in here and rehearsing for the band, which we'll talk about in a second.
Yeah.
You're playing everywhere, basically.
Yeah, I'm basically, I'm going to be, next year is just going to be all touring as well, completely all over the shop, and then coming back, filming the band on a Thursday, I think, on a Thursday night, and then back again off on tour, and then back again on a Wednesday to do the Thursday show, and then back off again abroad, so all over the place. I haven't told the missus yet, she won't be happy, I'm not around.
This might be the first she heard of it.
Yeah.
Now, musical guests on the band. The band is a great idea, by the way, it is truly terrific. What sort of musical guests can people expect on the programme?
Everything, basically. There's only one rule, and that is it good? So it doesn't matter what genre it is, it's just, is it good? Are they good at what they do? And some of the bands that we've got booked in, like one in particular in the first show, we were filming a band called The Struts, a fantastic band, and they're making it really, really big now, so we're quite lucky to get in at the ground level with them. Loads of different bands as well that can't make it in the mainstream for whatever reason. Normally the fact the singer's too old. That's the rule. If you're over 24, it's curtains.
Many of them
That's
are
my
selling.
excuse.
It's not your excuse. Many of them are selling lots of albums themselves, aren't they?
Yeah.
Through their own websites or through other avenues.
Yeah.
So they're doing well, but they just can't get on TV.
Yeah, the thing is, the music industry is on its backside, it's bankrupt, it's screwed, you know. So it's imploding, which is excellent, because then it can start again. And everyone's sort of, the internet has done it so that, you know, people can release their own music. But the thing is, you can only buy what you hear, obviously. So that's why Bieber's getting bought. Cause
Do you want to get sick when you go into a pub on a Friday night and there's karaoke there? I mean, look, we all like to have a sing-song.
I'm dreadful at karaoke.
Well, you couldn't be, for a
I
start.
am,
I've heard you
honestly,
sing.
I'm awful at it. I always have been, I don't know why. And then when people don't know you, and they go, I thought you were a singer.
I thought you could sing, mate.
Yeah, but it normally takes about 8 punts to get on karaoke, so.
But the point is, there are brilliant bands writing music, getting together, and they need to play in places, don't they?
They do, yeah.
They need venues.
Bands are everywhere. I mean, I tour, like you said, I'm touring all the time, and I play with bands all the time, and they blow me off the stage, and I'm there going, why aren't you on telly? Why aren't you on the radio? Because you're fantastic. And it's normally, like I say, because the singer's too old or something like that, and the band's is gonna give them that platform. So they'll be in here gigging, and we've got 3 comedians, 3 bands on each show. So loads and loads of music, loads of jokes, loads of laughs, and just being prats.
No, I think it's going to be brilliant. Something I've got to mention. Much as you might try to keep this quiet, you played international beach football for England.
I did, yeah. I did.
You failure. You never qualified for anything. What
I know,
happened
never
to you?
qualified for a World Cup, no. And then, yeah, some bugger broke my leg.
You're certainly
so I
not a
can't do
failure.
that
That's fantastic.
But,
You've had some good fun with that, haven't you?
Yeah,
the beach football,
loads of fun. Yeah, loads of fun. And loads of experiences as well of going around the world. And I always used to take my acoustic with me as well when we went on tour. So I play with loads of different artists in foreign countries as well. So I'm hoping to get some of them when they're touring in England, to get them on the band. And the main thing that we want as well, and I need to plug this because I'm here, we want the public to send in their clips and videos. Because obviously we're giving the people a voice, and if you give them a voice and they talk long enough, they say something stupid, which is the idea. We want that. So what we want sent in, if possible, is confessions, because we've all got a ridiculous story. I know I've got tons of stupid things I've done. So if people could video on their mobile phone and send it in to music@thepeoplesvoice.tv, that'd be great. Any videos of someone falling upstairs, we want it, because we want to have a laugh.
Brilliant. You're going to be singing again in a couple of minutes' time?
I am. I'm going to run and do it.
I love it.
I don't want to offend that lad, so I'm only going to play one more.
Fantastic. Thanks, Gareth. Before we carry on, we've got to hear from some more presenters. I mentioned Hidden Science. It's going to be a terrific programme, giving you information that maybe PhDs and scientists and academics don't tell you. Let's hear from Angier. Back in a minute.
My name is Dr. Manjir Samantha Lawton. I'm going to be presenting something called Hidden Science for the People's Voice. And Hidden Science is really looking at a lot of the side of science that doesn't get reported by the mainstream. So whether that be in complementary therapies or, you know, the nature of reality, there's a lot changing about the way that we view the world. And it's not really getting filtered to the general public. They're not really seeing the other side. So that's what this show is going to be about. You know, interviewing academics, for example, who are exploring the cutting edge of physics and looking at the edges of biology and, you know, the other side of the data that's on complementary therapies. There's all sorts of things that you don't normally get to hear about. So that's what we're going to be looking at. Even the mainstream scientists are questioning very fundamental aspects of our universe, such as Big Bang Theory. And we've also had the Human Genome Project, which tells us that genes do not make us human. They do not determine who we are. So a lot of what's going on in science is changing right now. So we want to explore that, bring that to the forefront, the things that are on the edge of the mainstream. We also want to look at all the amazing scientists that are out there, people who are, you know, exploring free energy, for example, who are looking at different aspects of, you know, energy healing, or, you know, things that are not normally explored or ridiculed in the mainstream, and just explore the different sides of it. and present this to the audience so that they can make their own mind. You know, present the research, present the data, and so that they can actually look at that, and maybe they've not heard about these topics before, just so they're aware of it and they can make their own mind up. And I think everybody who has looked up at the stars and wondered what it's all about, and wondered at the vastness of the universe, which is such a human thing to do, it's for anybody who has that sort of who's been ignited with that wonder and wants to know more. That's for who the show's for, really.
Then it's something like 22 minutes after 9 GMT. I don't know what it is. Wherever you are, you have to figure that out yourself. Just look at your computer. Keep donating, please. Look at the button right underneath the screen. It is what you press, and you can donate as little as £1 a month. All of it goes back into the programming. There are no shareholders, and there are certainly no executives here at the People's Voice. My next guest, I wrote an introduction to him earlier on, but I've been speaking to him for many years, so I'm just going to ad-lib it. No, it's Gareth. It's actually Gareth Icke. What is it? Tell me, Simon. Okay, Gareth Icke with a song, then my next guest. Marvellous. No, I do.
Something that you said, spinning round my head. You said that goodness isn't dead. We believe and act. Do you abide by the law, or do you write your laws? Do you abide by the law, or do you write yours? Get on, get on, get on, get on, get on your love on. Get on, get on, get on, just get your love on. You can clear your doubts, you can cure yourself, for your power is a mount, reaching high into the clouds. Do you abide by the law, or do you write your laws? Do you abide by the law, or do you write yours? Get on, get on, get on, get on, get on your love on. Get on, get on, get on, just get your love on. Takes a mad, mad man to build up walls and shatter plans. It takes a mad, 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 mad man to build up walls and shatter plans. Do you abide by the law, or do you write your laws? Do you abide by the law, or do you write yours? Get on, get on, get on, get on, get all your love on. Get on, get on, get on, just get your love on. Get on, get on, get on, just get your love on. Get on, get on, get on, oh, just get your love on. Jazz hands. Thank you.
What a legend, Gareth Icke. ladies and gentlemen. You're hearing a lot more of Gareth in the future, no doubt about that. And the band, catch the band when it goes out. It's going to go out twice weekly here on The People's Voice. My next guest then, he's a legend, pure and simple. He's a journalist and he's a New York Times best-selling author. His book, Crossfire, was the basis for Oliver Stone's movie JFK. Remember that? In fact, he has taught a class on the assassination for over 30 years in Texas. In 1997, he published Alien Agenda, which to this day remains the biggest selling book on the UFO phenomenon there's ever been. He's an old pal of mine. On the line to us from Texas is none other than Jim Mars. Good evening, Jim.
Howdy, Richie.
You're looking good, my friend. How are you?
Oh, I'm tolerable, which is better than the alternative.
It certainly is. Jim, thanks for doing it, and thanks for being patient. We're running way over time here, and we won't have as long as we would ordinarily have had. Good to be chatting with you. Because our time is a little bit short, Jim, I suppose we should get straight into the fact that in a week or so's time, we're going to be at the 50th anniversary of the death of JFK. It's going to be a busy time, Jim, for you, but I would imagine a very emotional time.
Yeah, that's true. Although, you know, after teaching a course for 30 years on the assassination and watching the newsreels all over and over and again, it really is hard to believe that that was 50 years ago. 50 years, Jim. And you've been writing about it, you've been talking on radio about it, on television for probably the best part of 35 years. And here we still are, people still talk about it, what really happened. Share your thoughts. Well, would you like me to prove to you in a very quick manner that it was impossible for one person to have done the shooting?
Well, do, Jim, for the people who still think that Lee Harvey Oswald was the guy who acted alone and killed John F. Kennedy. Do that for us.
Okay, here's a little show and tell. This is a 6.5 Mannlicher Carcano rifle, the same type of rifle that Oswald supposedly used to fire 3 shots in 6 seconds. Okay, I have spoken to perhaps as many as 100 people who were in Dealey Plaza, and they all said there was 1 shot, a pause, and 2 shots right on top of each other. Bang, bang. Okay, now here's the Mannlicher Carcano rifle. You have to cock the bolt and pull the trigger. And that's without aiming. There is no way that one person fired 2 shots, bang, bang. Okay? That should prove that one person did not do the shooting.
Jim, do we generally accept that now? I mean, I think most people in the world do accept that. But the question is, because we're 50 years on, what difference does it make? I mean, are any of the culprits still alive? Can we catch any of these people?
Some of the same families, organizations are still going. The key to the Kennedy assassination is not who shot him. Anybody could have shot him. KGB agents, Castro agents, rogue CIA agents, distraught military people, who knows? Yes, even the lone nut. But the key point is who had the staying power to cover up the facts of the assassination for 50 years, and that boils down to only 2 men, okay, who can legally be held responsible. And that is his successor, Lyndon Johnson, and his next-door neighbor and old buddy, J. Edgar Hoover, who was head of the FBI. Now, can I prove that those 2 men ordered the killing of Kennedy? No, but what I can prove beyond any reasonable shadow of a doubt is that those 2 men took actions to block any meaningful investigation into the assassination, which makes them legally accessories after the fact. And in America, if you're an accessory after the fact, you're considered just as guilty as the person who pulled the trigger.
Jim, do we have, we've spoken in the past about the series The Men Who Killed Kennedy, which you had a lot to do with. And they blocked one of those episodes, didn't they? The one that specifically named Johnson and others. But if we're going to get into this plenty of times in the future, you and I again. Do we have a romantic view of Kennedy, Jim? We think that if Kennedy had lived and if he was able to implement some of his policies, the world might be a better place. But are we just being romantics about that?
Probably so, but we'll never really know the truth, because not because of what he did, but because of what he might have done. And in my studies, I am convinced that we would not have had the Vietnam War as we had it had Kennedy lived. Organized crime would not have taken the chokehold on America that it has if Kennedy had lived. The Federal Reserve System might have been curtailed in its power, and the U.S. dollar might have been based on something more solid than just nuclear technology if Kennedy had lived. So, yes, I think we tend to romanticize Kennedy and his Camelot period. However, there are indications that he might have ended the Cold War, that he might have actually produced a kinder and gentler nation all along. So although we might be a little bit extreme, I think there is reason to believe that things might have been better had he lived.
He was certainly one of the last politicians that had, you know, enormous amounts of money, maybe. It's been said to me before that, you know, these days Congress is receives something like $35 to $40 billion a year in lobbying from corporations. But it seems...
We have the best Congress that money can buy.
Yeah. Well, that's right. But in his era, his particular cabinet, his administration, they weren't for sale, Jim. Is that true?
I think as a generalization, that's probably true. But again, you know, a politician is a politician. And you can always tell if they're lying to you if their mouth's moving, because a person who tells the absolute truth can never be elected to office.
No. Jim, it is staggering to think it's going to be 50 years. I mean, I'm sure you're involved in massive amounts of stuff going on around the time. I'm sure you've got talks on, you're on radio, TV, and heaven knows what else. Do you think, Jim, that, and I don't mean to aim this at you, but should we move on from Kennedy? Should we be looking at September the 11th, the 7th of July here, other things that are going on, HARP, other issues that affect us today, as opposed to something that happened 50 years ago? What do you think?
Well, the reason that we have a lot of the problems we have today is because they were added and expanded thanks to the Kennedy assassination. So basically, I'm kind of with you, Richie. I'd kind of like to let it go too. But number one, we need to know the truth. If we don't understand the truth of what happened to the United States, and hence to some extent to the whole world back in 1963, how can we ever possibly hope to figure out what's going on today?
No, I can't argue with that, Jim. Tell me what your, when we last spoke, you've written some brilliant books. You wrote one about secret societies, and you were writing books about the economic collapse and such like. Are you in the middle of a project at the moment, Jim, or is it a hiatus period for you?
No, I'm preparing some other projects, a little too soon to talk about them. I do have a new edition, though, of my book, Crossfire. Look for the black and red cover, because it's up to date, it's expanded, it's got some tremendous stuff in there, including the original surveyor's map of Dealey Plaza, marking extraneous bullet shots and marks on the curb and all kinds of neat things that was deleted and changed and altered by the Warren Commission. So that, amongst a lot of other new information, plus an expanded index, is really makes it worth obtaining.
Brilliant. Jim, we'll leave it there then. You know that we're behind time. I want to thank you for coming on, giving up some of your Sunday there in Texas. We'll be talking again very soon about these issues and others besides. Jim Marrs, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Richie.
Talk soon. The brilliant Jim Marrs from Texas. We've got an abundance of brilliant presenters here at The People's Voice. One of them is sitting to my right. He's Barry Sharp, and his programme is called All Power to the People. Barry, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
We've not spoken before.
No, I've heard you talk.
Isn't that strange? You've heard me talking, but we haven't spoken. What's your background? How did you end up at The People's Voice?
I guess because for my Facebook activity, I seem to have quite a bit of following, quite a lot of debating going on about alternative subjects that are in the news. Some debates are funny, some are quite heated, most vary, and there's many, many different views.
What do you do, Barry? Throw an opinion out there and let people
Yeah, I give a general view. I don't know what's going on. I have a perception. I could put my view out there. I ask questions, and everyone's got an answer. Some of them are amazing.
So what are you going to do on All Power to the People? Are you going to be interviewing guests? Are you going to be talking? Are you going to be talking to people on the phones? How's it going to work exactly?
I will have guests in the studio. For example, the first show will be on how the police interact with the youth. I've started my experiences. I'll bring young people on to get their experiences. I'll have experts in the studio. There'll be a phone in, there'll be a general chit chat and debate. Where the debate goes could be anywhere. That remains to be seen. I'm not quite sure yet.
You're a proper Londoner, just like me.
I'm from the East End.
You're from the East End?
I'm the real thing.
And they say, and I've heard it said over the years, you want to meet real people, you want to meet real Londoners, go to the East End.
One time, yeah. No, you say that, we're all immigrants. My family are immigrants, none of us are free from London. We all talk like this though.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all got the accent.
So Facebook was the way it started for you.
Yeah.
We're going to see All Power to the People. When can we see this? When is this going to be on the schedule?
The first show is Sunday the 1st of December. It's a bi-weekly show from 2 to 4 p.m. Each show will be a different subject matter. There'll be one main subject matter, which will flow into other subject matters as the show goes on.
Brilliant. Barry, I can't wait to see it. Thanks for dropping in.
Thank you for
great stuff. Barry Sharp, All Power to the People. You'll be seeing that very soon on The People's Voice. Now, donations. Right. Do get your donation in. It doesn't matter if it's only £1 a month or a little bit more than that. I'm not going to keep repeating it because I bloody sound like a broken record, but do it. All of the money is going back into the programmes to make more programmes, to do things that the mainstream media are not doing, which is giving you information that you should have in your daily lives. Take a look at this.
Are you sick of being lied to?
Do you think that you're getting the whole picture?
There's always another side to every story.
Are you ready to see something different?
Like you've never experienced before.
Truth.
Integrity.
Health.
The nature of reality.
Transparency.
Empowering information.
New ways of looking at the world.
Music, news, alternative views.
Going where the mainstream dare not go.
Your voice has been silenced for far too long.
What have you got to say?
The world needs to change.
The world is truly of our own making.
People are waking up.
It's time to take your power back.
The time is now.
It's time for a new voice.
It's up to you.
We want you to be part of it.
We can do this.
Join us.
The People's Voice.
In fact, it's in fact, it's your voice. I nearly caught myself out there. Now, Gerald Celente. All right, I've got a fill apparently. Right, I'll fill with this. The studio is falling down around my ears. We've been asking you all night to donate. You've met many of the presenters here. There are many presenters you haven't met. I'm going to tell you about a couple of programmes. I mentioned Sonia Poulton. Let me mention another lady called Alyssa Hawke, who's going to be doing a programme called Wakey Wakey, which is going to go out in the late evening. She's also going to be doing a phone-in show as well. She's got to be mentioned. We haven't heard from her tonight, I don't think. We might have heard from her really earlier on in the programme. It's been 4.5 hours. I'm just about hanging on here. Got to thank Amy James, Sean Adel Tabatabai, Simon Morris, Simon Ludgate, Liz Roberts, everybody else is running around here. John, of course. John Hickey, how could I forget John? Looking after us here tonight during the broadcast. None of this happens without a team and a cast of thousands. David, are you back?
Well, I'm
Can we hear you?
I'm having a look at myself. I don't think they can hear me, can they?
Can they? No, they might not be able to hear you yet.
No.
If you... It's not necessarily a good thing. Look under the player. There is a button. Press the button. Donate £1, £1.50, £2. I think... Speaking of David Icke, he's just released a new book. It's called A Perception Deception. Have a look at this. Simon, it's fine. This takes a lot of getting used to this. Doesn't it? This thing. People shouting at you. It's funny.
When the kaleidoscope just moves and suddenly everything becomes clearer than it was the day before or a few minutes before. And I had 3 or 4 kaleidoscope movements when I was writing this book. I've been able to fit the pieces together like never before and go deeper and deeper and deeper in the rabbit hole than I've ever been before. In my view, this is a game changer.
Welcome back. I didn't mention Mickey Zorich, by the way, who's an editor and cameraman extraordinaire who's made many of the graphics, in fact all of the graphics and everything else you've seen on the broadcast tonight. David Icke.
Hello.
Are we back or am I going to something else? I'm asking this out loud, I don't care now.
I tell you what, it's
very unprofessional, but I'm doing it.
It's such a laugh because there's people in the gallery and they're learning the equipment. And there's all them buttons, and
they're driving a guy who's never presented a TV program before.
Well, that's the easy bit, man. You know, when you're going for Skype interviews with people and stuff, and then they're not there, and then you're calling them back, and now we can't do that now, so we've got to go there. And sometimes it gets to a point where it's Richie, just fill, mate, just fill. But
I was happy to do that.
Yeah, but you know the great thing, mate. Like I said earlier, information is a star. And you know the great thing about television is that nobody dies. Nobody dies if something goes wrong. It ain't like living in Ethiopia. It ain't like living in Tripoli when the bombs are falling from NATO planes. It's television. So what you do is you relax and you let them sort it out, and then we'll continue. But you know, it has been an unbelievable night, and you know. When you got someone like Jim Mars, who was there in Texas, wasn't he, in the 60s when it all happened? And all these years later, you know, he's still got the tenacity to keep going.
Did you see him with the gun?
Yeah,
Fantastic.
And the thing is, you know, as that great American comedian Bill Hicks used to say about, he did a brilliant skit on the Kennedy assassination to just expose it for what it really was, an absolute bloody nonsense. And you know, do you remember the single bullet theory, when one bullet went through all these different people? I mean, it's like, tell them anything, they'll believe it. The thing about the Kennedy assassination, which you know Jim picked up and is very true, is that you can pick up in the 1960s a trail. The Kennedy assassination was, of course, followed by Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. And I've left my glasses somewhere, so I don't know where they are. But I've got this quote. I've got this quote from Malcolm X. You've got some new glasses. You'll be all right. And this quote from Malcolm X, who was one of the Hoover victims of the 1960s, is absolutely brilliant in summing up the people's voice and our ethos.
And he says, I'm for truth no matter who tells it. I'm for justice no matter who it is for or against. Malcolm X. And I'm just being told, thanks for that, David, we can go to our next guest.
Well, that's good. See, all you got to do is have a little relax, chill out, have a chat.
There you go.
Nobody dies, and we go on.
Now, Gerald Celente is a renowned trends forecaster. He has been uncannily accurate in his predictions about terrorism, economic collapses and war. His quarterly newsletter, The Trends Journal, is hugely popular, and Celente himself is a staple on national media in the United States. We caught up with him yesterday afternoon. I started by asking him to comment on the allegations that President Barack Obama said that he was good at killing people.
Yes, it is. He's admitting what the other sociopaths and psychopaths of him have committed in actions, as well as he did. And, you know, just look at them. You know, the first Gulf War under Bush Sr., the second, all of the destruction going on and the murder of Iraq during the Clinton administration, not to forget the lovely Bosnian War. Let's listen to Hillary Clinton, as I fondly call her, after they murdered Gaddafi. She said, we came, we saw, we killed. And she goes, he. And so you go around the globe, it's Sociopaths Incorporated. You know, whether it's that Blair over there with that war that George Bush and he lied the world into about weapons of mass destruction and ties to Al-Qaeda that Saddam Hussein never had, or the Nobel Peace Prize winner Obama, who invaded Libya with that, quote, time-limited, scope-limited kinetic action, and all of the drone attacks. So these are sick people that are running the world, and the people of the world don't want to admit that the people that they bow down to, salute, and look up to should be in insane asylums. Anybody that mentioned that statement coming from Barack Obama, which he has not denied, and it's been all over the major media. You know, I'm really good at killing. I mean, they should be taking this guy away or putting him up for a war crime tribunal.
Gerald, sorry to interrupt, presidents have done some very bad things over a long, long time. The CIA, on behalf of presidents, have done a lot of bad things around the world. Why is it that they're so careless now about the language that they're using? Why is he so careless in saying stuff like that?
Well, because you can see how anybody could get away with murder now. And whether it's the banks, you know, ripping off people and no heads rolling, whether it's wars going on for fake reasons, and it's the arrogance that they have. And so they think they're above it all. And they are, because they're never persecuted or prosecuted. So they only do the persecution and prosecution. So they are above the law, and they feel as though they could do anything that they want.
On the President and his cabinet, Secretary John Kerry is attending a conference today to maybe do a deal with the Iranians, whereby the Iranians maybe give up this nuclear power research that they're doing in return for the easing of sanctions. But at the same time, Kerry is supposedly doing this, and I know there are issues with that. Leon Panetta and John Bolton, they're still banging the drum about, you know, Israel should maybe launch a preemptive strike against Iran. What's going on there, Gerald?
Again, look at who these people are. Look at who this little guy Panetta is. Look at this little bullshit Bolton who bought his way out of the Vietnam War. These guys have never fought a day in their lives. They're little chicken hawks like that other guy Cameron and the one before him, Blair. These are all little men. And they shoot off their fat mouths because they're sick and they're power hungry. Look at Nuts Netanyahu over there in Israel, talking about what a terrible idea it is, what a tragic mistake it is to have peace with Iran. And just for the record, I don't remember Iran invading any other countries like Lebanon, like enslaving the Palestinians, like stealing their land, like sending bombs into Syria, as the Israelis have done 3 times in the last year, and get away with it. What has Iran done to anyone? So when you see the sickness that's going on and the way the media lets them get away with it and puts these people out there as though they're normal human beings, that's why they're doing this. Because the prostitutes are as sick as the whore masters that they look up to.
What's the way out, Gerald? Because it's difficult to make an argument against what you're saying. I was talking to an environmentalist recently who was bemoaning the fact that, for example, when Monsanto managed to buy Initiative 522 in Washington this week, which stopped the labelling of genetically modified foods there, the news media isn't telling people that they spent a combined $50 million to basically buy that vote. So what do we do then? If the media is not doing it, if politicians are not doing it, what do we need to do to tell people that this is happening and it needs to stop?
Well, what you're doing, what I'm doing, what others are doing. We have a new media. This media didn't exist 10 years ago. So this is the future. The future is an hour, I shouldn't say 10 years ago, 15 years ago. But 10 years ago, you look at the advances in the digital media, the internet world, they're phenomenal. And what people have to do is to have the courage to speak out and say no. You know, I've been watching what Russell Brand has been doing lately, talking about people not voting. And then you get this little wanker over there that guy was interviewing him. Well, if you don't vote, then you get what you deserve. No, if you vote, you get what you deserve. You're voting for the Bloods of the Crips, the Bananas of the Gambinos, the Lanskys of the Dutch Schultzes. You're voting for a mafia. Who made this crap up? Who made this baloney up that we have to be ruled by political gangs? Oh, they have a nicer name for it. They call them parties. Yeah, they're having a party, all right. They're having a party of rape, pillage, and plunder. So the thing is to boycott this, to stop it. They should not be allowed to have political people in office. You should be a non-aligned. And we've been writing about this for years. You have the Trends journals. What was my slogan in 2012 in America? Stay home, don't vote.
Stay home, don't vote. And something you said in one of your articles not so long ago, which brings it all home for me really, is that in the United States alone, I don't have the figures for Great Britain. I'd love to have the figures for Great Britain to hand. But the corporations, and I say the corporations in great numbers, spend about $35 to $40 billion a year in Washington, basically subverting democracy. And this stuff is out there for people, isn't it? This information is out there. You've put it out there for years. And yet it still doesn't seem to resonate with people, that there is no real choice. There's just the bad way and the bad way.
The reason it doesn't resonate is that people don't want to believe that they've been conned. Like we have the con-mander-in-chief. Look, I remember I'm a political atheist. I don't believe in this crap. You know, and I have the credentials, by the way. I was the assistant to the secretary of the New York State Senate at 23 years old. I used to run political campaigns in Westchester County, you know, the richest county in the United States at the time. I designed and taught American politics and campaign technology at St. John's University, one of the first courses in the United States like it. I spent 6 years in D.C., between D.C. and Chicago, as one of the chief government affairs specialists for the chemical industry. So I know what it looks like. One of the writers for the Trends Journal is Dr. Paul Craig Roberts, former Assistant Treasury Secretary under Reagan. What I'm saying, Richie, is the people don't want to believe that who they believed in is a murderer, a psychopath, is corrupt, is narcissistic, and they sold them a line of lies that they believed. So, for example, going back to Obama, we wrote about it in the Trends Journal what a fraud this guy was because I looked back at his past history. And what happened? When he won, I can tell you the world media rushed to us. And Obama was, quote, the savior. Man, everybody was behind this guy. He did a dog and pony show that was one of the best in years.
Mea culpa, mea culpa. I was one of those that was pretty excited about him winning the presidency, Gerald. Looking back on it, it's frankly embarrassing.
So what happened is, what's going on in the States, you can show every one of Obama's lies. You could document them. And the Obama apologists will make an excuse for him. So people say, the people are too stupid. You know, they got all these dumb people. They're not the ones that are stopping the future from happening. It's the intelligent people. It's the people that know better that can't admit that they've been conned. So you ask me, when is it going to change? It's when those people change. When the people that have been lied to have the courage to admit that they've been conned, and we really need to break down the entire system. We need a revolution, not a violent one, an intellectual, moral, and spiritual revolution. You began the question with, how can they do this, know that they're committing these atrocities, speaking out in public about it, and it's not affecting them? That's what I'm saying. It's so obvious. So we really need that kind of a revolution, but it has to happen with the individual. Until the individual changes, nothing's going to change.
Gerald, this week you've been talking about Mohamed Morsi's trial in Egypt, and the fact that nobody in the United States is calling it a coup. Now, I read the journal. I like the journal. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're saying about what's going to happen in the Middle East. But for our viewers who maybe haven't yet picked up the journal, where is this all going to end, Gerald? All this Middle East nonsense?
It's war. I mean, you're listening to Netanyahu, and you're listening to his advisors. They're still talking about taking a unilateral strike against Iran. Look what's going on. You know, I'm sick of it. Anytime you talk about Israel, yeah, you're an anti-Semite. Go screw yourself. You know, to anybody that says it, that's a lot of baloney. I criticize the United States. I'm not anti-American. I'm anti the psychopaths. Israel's a country. Jews are a people. They have nothing to do with each other. So I'm not anti-Semite when I say Israel is an apartheid state. Israel, I don't want my money going to Israel to keep committing atrocities against the Palestinians. You had Kerry over there last week. What did he say? Oh, the settlements are illegitimate. They're not illegitimate. They're a criminal act. They're arresting 13, 12-year-old kids. You see the videos of it. If you put Nazi uniforms on the Jewish soldiers, and instead of these kids being Palestinians, and you named them Moshe or Shlomo, the whole world would be outraged. But it's all right to rape, pillage, and plunder Palestine. And the same thing is going on with the United States not calling Egypt, what's going on over there, a military coup. You know why? I'll tell you why. Because we, the people, just gave $1.5 billion to the Egyptian military. Who's it helping? The military-industrial complex. It's all about war, and it never stops.
And this is what it all boils down to, isn't it? What it all comes down to is those who make these horrendous weapons and peddle them around the world, those are the same people who choose the politicians that we think we're choosing between. Ultimately, that's what it is, Gerald.
Yeah, we don't have any choice. You know, the only politician in America, if people would only admit to the truth that we did not go to war and we were a nation of peace, you know who it was? General Eisenhower, the supreme commander of the Allied forces in World War II. The guy knew what death and destruction was firsthand. He was the one that ended the Korean War. He was the one that warned us that the military-industrial complex is taking over the country and robbing us of the genius of the scientists, the sweat of the laborers, and the future of the children. Because he was a man, not like these little boys with their big fat mouths that have other people go do their dirty work. Hey, Obama, you're really good at killing people? No, you're really maybe almost good at playing basketball or having a decent golf game. You're good at sending other people to go do murder. So you need a man or a real woman in the positions of power, and we don't have them. We don't have them in any of the countries. We have lunatics that are only interested in money and power.
Gerald, why then, before we do let you go, why the need for organisations like the People's Voice? Why now more than ever do we need media, I don't want to say networks, but media organisations like yours? Why so important now, Gerald?
Because they're leading us to destruction. How much more do people have to wait to see what's going on? The United States and thanks to Bush and Blair, they killed between 500,000 and 1 million Iraqis and destroyed the country over lies. Now you have Netanyahu wanting to start a war with Iran. They're the Persians. They've been around forever. They're not going anywhere. And if they start a war against them, it'll be World War III. The planet is being poisoned. Hey, Richie, why bother talking about Fukushima?
Yeah.
Who the hell cares?
Yeah.
It's only one of the worst environmental tragedies in human history that no one's even talking about. They're destroying the planet. They're robbing joy, dignity, love, and respect in virtually every country from the social fabric. We're only on this planet. It's a short trip. So why not make it beautiful? And it can be. We have everything here we need. All we need is a redirection of morality. To me, that's when it changes. And as I believe it as an Italian American, I have my roots in Italy, it has to go back to a Renaissance, an appreciation of beauty and culture and art and food and all of the different things. So one of the things we'll be writing about in the Trends Journal is just coming out in a couple of days. And that is, this isn't globalization. It's multinationalization. All the small businesses are being wiped out. A few multinationals are they're already running the banking system. They run the food supply. They run the media. They run a business in a neighborhood near you. Name their names. So we have to go back. A renaissance is a restoration, a rebirth. And to me, that's the future. So we have our choice. We choose the future. And I have to say, I'm positive about the future because never before has the vacuum been so large. Anybody that's half awake, not whacked out on prescription drugs, and isn't a firm believer of their dogma can see what a disgrace it is. In the States, we had the fiscal cliff, then we had the debt ceiling, then we had the government shutdown, and now we have Obamacare. Here's a fact. Do you know how many people signed up for Obamacare the first day?
It was a very small number.
Yeah, try this many. 6.
6 people.
6 people. A total fiasco. I'm saying everything is breaking down. And then you have people say, well, it has to really get worse before it gets better. No. If it gets worse, it could get even worse. Worser. No such word, but that's what happens. So we have an opportunity now to fill the vacuum with greatness. Enough of this crap. Enough of the low-life culture. Enough of low-life politicians. The future's in the hands of the people, but the people have to find the courage within themselves to bring that future forward.
Gerald, it's always brilliant to talk to you. The Trends Journal is terrific. Continued success with it, and I hope to be talking to you again on the People's Voice very soon. Thanks, Gerald.
And thank you, and all the best of luck with your new great program that will change the world with a message more positive than the one the prostitutes are pumping down our throats.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome back, Gerald Celente, whom I spoke with yesterday afternoon. Very, very strong opinions he had there. Interestingly enough, the stuff he said about Netanyahu and the Israelis, we did contact the Israeli Prime Minister's office yesterday to ask them did they want to have a right of reply, in other words, to answer some of the allegations that Celente made, and we've yet to hear from them. If they do come back to us, we will, of course, put them on. David Icke was at Wembley last year. I mentioned this earlier on at Wembley Arena. There was a massive crowd there to see him. He's back there again next year in 2014. It promises to be spectacular even. Have a look at this.
I am infinite consciousness. I will decide my reality. Consciousness doesn't fight. We don't need the bloody system. Put your guns down. No compliance rebellion. Infinite love is the only truth. Everything else is illusion. Come on. Thank you and good night. Thank you.
Tickets on davidicke.com. Get on that fairly quickly. Now, earlier on, we spoke about Edward Snowden, the NSA, GCHQ and all of that. Annie Mashon, remember her? Living in Germany now, over 10, 12 years ago, in 97, 98 I think it was. She left MI5 in order to blow the whistle on seriously dodgy practices carried on by that organisation, including spying on members of Tony Blair's cabinet and many, many other things besides. She went on the run for 2 years with David Shaler, whom she was with at the time. She eventually went out on her own. She now does corporate speaking. She works for Russia Today and lots more besides. She's an amazing woman. I caught up with her about an hour before we went to air today. Here she is. Annie Mashon, good afternoon in Germany. How are you?
I'm very well. Thank you for inviting me on.
Hey, look, it's a pleasure. It's been a while since we spoke. First of all, Annie, I'm going to get into this. You and I spoke many times over the years. This week even, I've been thinking about you. All the stuff about GCHQ and the NSA that's in the news, and Edward Snowden. You know, when he went on the run, Annie, when he preemptively did on the run like you did it bring back memories for you? I guess it must have done.
Hugely, yes, of course. So he's the only other whistleblower coming out of the intelligence community that I'm aware of that has actually preemptively gone on the run. So I had a mad few days as his identity came out and the news broke and everything, just doing interview after interview, trying to explain exactly what it's like. Not just the decision to try and release some information, but the decision that you are knowingly doing it and you're going to put your name to it and put your liberty at risk for doing it. I think he's done it tremendously well. He said up front what his motivation is. He has been very protective of other people. He is very clear about the fact that he's trying to protect the old notions of our democracies, and he sees that what he has disclosed is threatening those very democracies with totalitarianism. So I think he's done it really well. He's learned from the previous mistakes of other whistleblowers, not least poor old Tom Drake, the previous NSA whistleblower, who was threatened with 35 years in prison, even though he went through all the correct channels to voice his concerns. So, you know, what Edward Snowden has done has been amazing, and I think he was the most significant whistleblower in modern history.
He must have had your story in mind, Annie. He must have looked at what you did and taken something from that.
Oh, I'm not sure. I mean, you know, he's only, 30? He would have been a child when we did what we did, unless he's done his research. But I'm sure he's very aware of the current ongoing war on whistleblowers that is being waged in the US by the Obama administration. And it's not about which president is in power. I'm sure if there was a Republican president, they'd be just as draconian against whistleblowers. There seems to be a determination to crack down on what they call the insider threat, which is a crazy idea. It's doublethink, it's double a newspeak, you know, straight out of Orwell, where we have young people of conscience fighting to protect the liberties that our ancestors fought and won, and they have to do it by going outside the law in order to do it. So, you know, Obama has been incredibly draconian towards these young people. I'm not surprised he fled. They say, Annie, though, that relationships exist in the international community, diplomacies, diplomats travelling around the world doing business with one another. They say that it's vital that this is kept in secret and that it's done in secret in order to preserve those relationships. And that's what they say they are against more than anything. I'm talking about Obama now and other world leaders. Well, I just find that completely a bogus argument. It's a bit like the Brits always say we have to protect national security, even though that has never been legally defined, even though they use that as a sort of fig leaf to cover up the embarrassment of diplomats and politicians and the spies and their crimes. So this is what's going on. These sort of arguments are always used to protect the officials. They're not used to protect, meaningfully protect, our security in our countries. You said in your on your website this week or last week that ambassadors, US ambassadors all around the world are going to the government buildings in the country that they exist in, you know, making excuses as to what came out of all these leaks. But look, I often wonder, Annie, this sort of stuff's been going on for years. Is this not just one big game between countries? Everybody spies on everybody. Should we be that concerned about it? Well, I think we should be concerned that the justification they're now using for this global endemic surveillance network, which they have set up and which Snowden has told us about, is being justified because of terrorism. And yet, how can you say that to protect our countries against terrorism, we have to listen to Angela Merkel's private telephone calls, or listen to the private emails, or look at the private emails of Brazilian oil company Petrobras, or listen to other leaders' emails. I mean, they are not going to be terrorists. They're world leaders. And the vast majority of us are not terrorists. So in order to protect the rights of the many, they're trying to erode the rights of the many in order to get to the few who might potentially become terrorists. It's a completely bogus argument. And for the UK media particularly, to go down this path and to protect the spies and to argue in defence of the spies, which I think is unique in any Western democracy. Most countries are now having big debates about exactly what the parameters should be for the spies in a democracy. For the UK media to be complicit in protecting a massively unaccountable, running amok, illegal spy infrastructure is shocking. It really is shocking. The sheer scale of it is shocking, because the sheer scale of it is possible because of the internet at the moment.
MI6, MI5, the CIA, whichever alphabet letters you want to use, they will say, look, irrespective of what we think, there are those in the world who, given the chance, would do us grave harm. So if we agree with Annie Mashon or Glenn Greenwald or Edward Snowden, what are we to do then? How are we to prevent terrorist attacks on our countries? That's what they say, Annie.
Well, of course they do, but we're looking at a situation where a few people might go rogue and commit crimes. And it's not some special category. Terrorism is another crime, and it's awful, and it happens, but it is not an existential threat to our very way of life. Even at the height of the IRA bombing campaign in London in the 1970s, 80s and 90s, we did not give away all our civil liberties in the way we're giving them away now, in the face of what is in fact quite a nebulous threat from this nebulous concept that is now called Al-Qaeda. I think the argument between liberty and security is fake. Actually, what we need is privacy. And privacy is an enshrined universal right, precisely because only if you have privacy can you have freedom of thought, freedom of expression, freedom of association. And on the internet, this is particularly true. If you cannot trust your internet communications to be private, you cannot freely read, write, speak, plan, or anything. And once you lose that privacy, therefore, you are prey to a government that might become more malign, might become totalitarian. So the very concept of privacy is the bedrock of democracy.
What we're saying, Annie, can I just interrupt? But what we're saying, or you're saying, that intergovernmental communications should be exempt from that privacy.
Intergovernmental.
Well, intergovernmental communications should be exempt from that privacy. So we demand that privacy online, but it's okay for Snowden and others to release cables that were meant to be kept between different governments and kept between diplomats.
Well, Snowden hasn't released those documents. What he has done is shown that hundreds and billions and trillions of our private communications are being hoovered up by the spy agencies, not NSA, but also by its NATO partners, particularly the UK GCHQ, under very legally dubious rules.
Yeah, I was referring to Julian Assange. I should have said Assange. It's actually Assange, I should have said. But Assange would demand privacy for you and I, but not the same privacy for government ministers who are doing business with other government ministers around the world.
Well, there is a difference between us as private citizens and they as our elected democratic representatives, notionally, who should be accountable. And what Assange's view is, WikiLeaks' view is that we need access to the information that's going on and decisions made by our governments, because we cannot trust them to make proper, legitimate decisions on our behalf as our representatives within a democracy. And that has been proven time and time again, not least by the lies that were told in the run-up to the Iraq War in 2003, where the intelligence agency said, we've got all this information. It turned out they lied. It was based on fake intelligence. Where the politicians said, we trust our intelligence agencies, therefore we have to go into this war. Where the lawyers said, oh, we're not sure about the legality. No, we'll go into this war anyway, because that's what the politicians want. It's those sort of decisions that we as citizens need to know in order to make informed decisions as citizens when it comes to democracy, voting, whatever.
Annie, let's talk about new media then before we let you go. It's this is our first broadcast. Tonight we'll be launching in full in a couple of weeks' time, The People's Voice. You've been doing it for years through your own website, going around the world speaking to people, talking on other channels maybe on a smaller scale than what we're doing here. What do you think of what we're doing here, Annie? What do you think about the need for an alternate media in general? An alternative media in general, I should say.
Of course, there have to be independent voices. There is a huge breakdown of trust between the people and the old media, because they see it increasingly as a bottleneck between the free flow of information they need to know as citizens and what the government and the spin doctors and the intelligence agencies and big global corporations want them to know. And that is precisely why the WikiLeaks project was so important, because it broke down that bottleneck. It's precisely why what Chelsea Manning did was so important, because he exposed what was going on, what was going wrong around the world, and precisely why Edward Snowden is so significant. So we need platforms where this information can be broadcast without censorship. And at the moment, what we're seeing in the UK, for example, is a defence notice was issued against the Snowden disclosures and against The Guardian, which has inhibited the old mainstream media in the UK talking about the Snowden disclosures very well. It's done it very well. So this is why we need independent platforms. And we also need to be aware that we need a free internet, not something based on American corporations and .coms that can be complicit or be spied on by the NSA. We need to preserve our privacy in order to be citizens within a functioning democracy.
Annie, it's always good to talk to you. You can read you, of course, on anniemashon.ch. I know you're really busy at the moment travelling around. Thanks for coming on our first broadcast. Great to chat with you.
Thank you.
Welcome back. That was Annie Mashon. That just about kind of wraps it up from Wembley tonight. Excuse me, the voice is nearly gone. Just a few tweets and Facebooks that have come in. Mike Thomas, amazing first day. This is history in the making. We like to think so, Mike. Kelly Marie, incredible beginning, TPV. Richard Hoagland and Jim Mars on the first day. Exciting stuff and revolutionary. Richie, you're absolutely cack. Jamie Ike. Thanks, Jamie. Fantastic, mate. And the watching TPV would love to see some presenters discuss alternative education. Well, Jana will be doing that on WTF and such like. And that's there's millions more, but we'll just leave it there because you want to talk about donations.
Well, we've got all the people here now.
We have. The people who made it happen, by the way.
All these people who've made this happen.
Genuinely.
Made this happen over these months and weeks. And we need more. We need more people who want to make a difference, who have the televisual skills that I've been talking about, television directors, producers and editors, etc. Because the more of them we have, the more programs we can put out and the greater impact that we can have. But I mean, we've had a fantastic impact tonight just by showing what's possible. You know, it's been fantastic really, because we're not even fully ready yet, but we've done this because we wanted to showcase what was possible. And the guys in the gallery and all the challenges they've had and
Daniel Boganian, what a legend.
Yeah.
Didn't mention him earlier on. Fantastic guy.
I mean, they've just done an amazing job. And, you've been fantastic. But the thing is that we have shown what happens when you include people that have been excluded. And that's simply what we're doing. And another thing I just would say, Richie, about the night. I said quite early on in this process that, we're going to challenge people to understand what freedom is. And freedom and the people's voice is not the freedom to have on people only that you agree with. That's the whole point of the free flow of information. It's the free flow of information which is then intelligently questioned. And so, when people say, well, you shouldn't have had Peter Tatchell on. Well, once you start saying you can't have him on, you can't have her on because I don't agree with them, well, we're going down the road of censorship again, and we're going down the road of, I like freedom, but only for freedom of my view to prevail and be heard. And we need to be adult enough and mature enough to understand what freedom is, which is the free flow of information, and then people make of it what they will. The idea is not to tell people what to think. It's not to say you can't come on and be questioned about your views because people might not like it. It's to say, here's the information, now you, the viewer, watching, you're going to be treated like an adult, a mature adult, make of it what you will. It's your right to make that choice. But If we start saying we're not having this and that because they may not like it, then we're not giving that choice. We're saying we are going to give you what we agree with and not what we don't, and therefore we're back to where we started, Richie. We're going to squeeze what people hear. Now, you know, we're looking at treating people as adults, as mature adults, and that will mean that sometimes the people's voice will have debates and have information and people that a lot of people might say, oh, you can't have him. Well, actually, we can, because it's called freedom. So it's also challenging those that do want a free media to understand what a free media really is, which is people actually saying what we don't agree with. Oh, sits back in amazement. Isn't that what the mainstream media do? Yeah, well, we're not going to do that.
Just hearing from Simon Morris, that's about it from us. That's a great way to end it. Just after this, we'll have another look at the donation thing. Get donating. In the meantime, thanks for watching. It's been absolutely brilliant. Really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Sick of being lied to?
You think that you're getting the whole picture.
There's always another side to every story.
Are you ready to see something different?
Like you've never experienced before.
Truth.
Integrity.
Health.
The nature of reality.
Transparency.
Empowering information.
New ways of looking at the world.
Music, news, alternative views.
Going where the mainstream dare not go.
Your voice has been silenced for far too long.
What have you got to say?
The world needs to change.
The world is truly of our own making.
People are waking up.
It's time to take your power back.
The time is now.
It's time for a new voice.
It's up to you.
We want you to be part of it.
We can do this.
Join us.
The people's voice.